Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the conference Synchrotrons in the Great Caribbean and Beyond, which is being held as a parallel session of the Open Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Sciences, Sirius Island in Colombia. I'm Dr. Jorge Colón, Professor of Chemistry at the University of Puerto Rico and chair of the Puerto Rico Light Source Initiative. And I'm joined by Dr. Patrick Krejcik, Senior Scientist at the SLAC National Accelerator Laboratory at Stanford University in California, USA, and Dr. Galileo Violini, Chair of the Greater Caribbean Light Source La Amistad Initiative, to give opening remarks. Before we get started, we want to thank first the organizers of SLAC 2024 for agreeing to host this parallel event as part of SLAC 2024. We would also like to thank the rest of the members of the organizing committee of this conference, Dr. Victor Castaño from UNAM, Dr. Antoine Isleyen Woodila from the Lawrenceburg National Laboratory, Dr. Abel Moreno from UNAM, Dr. Lawrence Norris from the African Light Source Project, Dr. Carlos Rudamas from the University of El Salvador, Dr. Miquel Santiago from the University of Puerto Rico at Humacao, and Dr. Marvidin Singh Wilmot from the University of West Indies. And finally, we want to give special thanks to the technical personnel at the College of Natural Sciences and Mathematics of the University of El Salvador for helping us set up and host this online conference. Please let me give some instructions to the invited speakers. As we informed you previously, each invited speaker has a slot of 25 minutes to give the presentation. We suggest 20 minutes talk and 5 minutes for question and answers. We will follow strictly the schedule, so each talk will start without exceptions at the time that is stated in the program, even if there's some technical difficulty of the previous presentation and they have not finished during the assigned period. Scientists and science students in the Greater Caribbean region have less access to synchrotron facilities than in other parts of the world. We are tackling challenging social, economic, and climate threats. Science can contribute to alleviate these threats. For example, many of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals will need science-based approaches to be reached. Scientists in these regions want to not only benefit from science and technology developed in other countries, but also want to participate in doing science for the benefit of mankind. Synchrotrons are amazing machines that generate intense beams of light, for example, X-rays, that can be used to probe the innards of molecules and biomolecules, including materials, proteins, and DNA. Currently, there's only one synchrotron in Latin America, Sirius at Campinas, Brazil. A little over 2 years ago, a group of scientists decided to join efforts to try to build a synchrotron in the Greater Caribbean region, which encompasses Mexico, Central America, Colombia, Venezuela, and all the Caribbean islands. A little over a year ago, a group of scientists from Puerto Rico and abroad decided to join forces to consider the possibility of building a synchrotron in Puerto Rico. Both efforts are running in parallel and support each other, and both join forces to organize this conference. I would like now to leave you with Dr. Patrick Krejcik, Senior Scientist at the SLAC National Accelerator Laboratory at Stanford University in California, USA, for some welcoming remarks. Patrick?
Good morning from California. It is also my pleasure to welcome everyone to this symposium and to relay the message from my SLAC and Stanford colleagues that we strongly endorse the initiative to develop a synchrotron light-based research center in the Caribbean region. We look forward to working with you in this symposium and to hear your experiences from around the world, as well as the local plans and programs towards this goal. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick, very much. And I would like now to invite Dr. Galileo Violini, the chair of the Greater Caribbean Light Source La Amistad Initiative, to give us some opening remarks. Leo?
Leo, you are muted.
Excuse me. What I really hope that may come out from this Congress is something which goes much further than simply our region. I think that our region, in a sense, can be leader in promoting the idea that the problem of light sources in developing countries in the global south is a general problem which has only marginally to do with scientific development, even if it is very important for scientific development, but can contribute to the most important problems of the world in this moment. Therefore, I welcome the fact that we have several participants from other regions, but I think that also is very important the presence of colleagues from the first world, in particular from the United States and Europe, because this initiative requires a general support. But there's one point which I think is extremely has to be welcome in this case, that for the first time we have also some representative of governments. In fact, we have a vice minister of Ecuador, of Honduras, who is going to talk. We have a vice minister of Dominican Republic, and we have a high authority of Dominican Republic, the vice president of the Council for Climatic Change, which is a body, an agency depending directly from the President of the Republic. Hopefully, this is just the first step for what is really necessary eventually, but we also have the important presence of colleagues from UNESCO and from ISC. I think that the general action of this institution, UNESCO, ISC, governments, and so may produce may trigger what we are looking for, and what, for example, other American, let's say, African light source is looking also for since 7-8 years. So I think this is my hope from this Congress. And for this is extremely important that we have the proceedings published of it, because it must remain a memory of this, a written memory. And I would like also end with a word of thanking to an institution which has not been mentioned, but LAMP, because LAMP really has been, if one looks back in the last 10 years or so, LAMP has played a major role for this type of policy, and in particular with the motivation of colleagues like Sekazim Timbua, and also I know Michele Zema is part of the authority of that institution. I think that this joint action may eventually produce the result we really expect, and certain sign exists. For example, we may hope that the change of presidency in Mexico may produce a change of policy of Mexico toward this program. I mean, the possibilities are many. We'll see in the meeting what happens from all that. But I would say, I would end with a wish that what we are doing is useful for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leo. So I will invite Dr. Elena Nader to start sharing her screen while I introduce her to the audience. Elena, if you can, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so if you can try to share your screen.
Yes, I'll do that. Thank you so much.
That's fine. Let me introduce you. The first speaker of the morning session is Dr. Elena Nader. She's Vice President for Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Academy of Science, TUAS. She's Professor Emeritus at the Escola Paulista de Medicina of the Federal University of Sao Paulo, President of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, former President of the Brazilian Society of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology, and of the Brazilian Society for the Advancement of Science. She is the Sherpa of the Science 20 Brazil 2024, the 8th edition of the Science and Technology Forum and Summit of the Engagement Group of the National Academies of Sciences of G20 countries that is being held this year in Brazil. So with that, I will leave you with Dr. Nader. The title of her talk is The Outcome of the S20 Brazil and its potential impacts in the region.
Can you see my screen?
Without further ado, Dr. Nader, please take it over.
Yeah, are you seeing my screen?
We do see your screen.
Okay, thank you then. I want to thank the invitation. I'm here representing Dr. Abdulkader, who is the president of TUAS, and I feel like a fish, as we say in Portuguese, peixe fora d'água, a fish without the water or the river or the sea, okay? Because I'm not going to talk about synchrotron, and I have to be very honest. I felt the absence of Brazilian participants since we have a synchrotron that was mentioned in the beginning, and I think it would be good to have them participating. And even though we speak Portuguese, we're still from Latin American. Okay, I just want to notice that because I think would be important. And I feel like I have no authority, and I checked that with TUAS uh, to give any support because they didn't discuss that. Even though, as a scientist, I can always say that we support everything that's going to bring social and economical and environmental benefits for humanity. So I'll briefly talk about the outcomes of the S20 in Brazil. And I want also to mention that I'm here as also a co-chair of the Inter-American Network of Academies of Science, which I think would be interesting to have them on board too. So the G20 members are made of 19 countries and two. So G20 is indeed G21 because we have African Union and European Union is starting this year. And the members are Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, South Korea, Turkey, UK, and USA. And as was already mentioned in the beginning, we have the 17 sustainable goals, and we cannot forget that most of our countries, 193 heads of state in September 2015, signed an agenda that's called the UN Agenda 2030 with a single purpose, leave no one behind. And this led to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that has the ethical principle of equity to support the most vulnerable populations around the world. The 17 goals, I don't need to go over that. And the Science 20 Brazil 2024 had the focus on this agenda, and we discussed with all the group, and we invited for this discussion to start getting people together instead of separating. We called IAP, International Academies Partnership, ISC. We had all the different groups of IAP, Latin American, TWAS, and we had other members, international members, as participating. And the focus was on 5 topics, which are interconnected, artificial intelligence, looking at ethics, social impact, regulation, and knowledge sharing, bioeconomy, shaping the world toward a sustainable planet, energy transition process, renewable energies, with their social and economic considerations, health challenge, quality, equity, access, and preparedness for epidemics and climate change, and social justice, promoting inclusion, ending poverty, and reducing inequalities. And these are all members signed the communique. And what I would like to bring to you, I'm not going to go over all the recommendations. What I think it's most important, I'll go very quickly on this because I don't think it's necessary. I'm going to go over the challenge to implement. And I want to mention that the G20 meeting that was held in Brazil, because the S20 brings together the academies of science of the G20 members. But the G20 that was held last November included in their final resolutions most of the recommendations of the S20. At least it's written. I don't know if it's going to be really followed. But I think it's important to mention the challenge that we have, not only for the S20 proposals, but as scientists, to really make a difference. Because we are facing interconnected and strong impact, and we cannot forget that. And that's the same for all Latin American and the Caribbean, as well as Canada and USA, for Americas. Demographic shifts. With Latin American and the Caribbean, we have most challenges, including technological advancements and the developing nature of global problems, such as wars and population migration. The complexity of these systems arise from the intricate balance between resource, equity, and efficiency, and they can be exacerbated by phenomena such as climate change, socioeconomic inequalities, and the demographics. And we have to call for adaptive policies, effective governance, and innovative solutions in order to ensure the well-being of populations and the UN 23rd agenda. The demographic shifts. In here, I have this is the origin of the graphs, the globe, Europe, and North America. You can see that North American and Europe have a totally different demographic curve. Northern America is going to peak around 2050 in terms of decreasing the young generation. But Latin American and the Caribbean, we have exactly the same curves. You can check that individually. You can have that on, it's free of access. And if we don't pay attention to this, we're going to have a huge economical problem in our countries. South Asia and Africa have a totally different because they are still moving. They're going to have a peak around 2075 on the elder population. So countries must be aware of the far-reaching implications that demographic trends have on various aspects of their society and economy. A significant global demographic trend is aging population, especially in developed countries. Countries need to consider the demographic profile of their population. As life expectancy increases, healthcare systems are strained by the growing number of elderly individuals like myself that will require long-term care, chronic disease management, and specialized geriatric service. We need to anticipate and adapt to change in the size and age distribution of the workforce. That's going to pose economic challenge as shrinking workforce supports a growing retired population, which will impact social security, pension systems, and welfare programs, and consequently, their economic growth and competitiveness. Here's an example. Let's just pay attention to the graph on the what all B. We have the age in here 18 to 44, 45 to 64, 65 or more. And you can see that chronic conditions, diseases, increase to 64%, 2 or more over 65 years of age. We need to pay attention to that. And also the impact of climate change on human and planetary health. So we have the rising of sea levels, as we are totally aware of the problems in the Caribbean region, for instance, with the small islands, and increasing levels of CO2, increasing extreme weather, and so on, and the impact of various diseases. And in here, I bring some pictures of a very recent event in Brazil. Here was in the first semester, Rio Grande do Sul, totally several cities underwater. Recently, we had the same in Spain, in Valencia. Here is the dryness in the Amazon, and here is a typhoon in Asia, and the smoke from the burning forests in Canada coming to Portugal and Europe. So they are all interconnected. And this impacts on climate change is going to have an impact on health and social welfare. We cannot forget that food security, water quality, and the spread of infection disease. So before thanking, I'll bring myself into the screen again, but I want to call SILAC, TWAS, UNESCO, because now they are together, the Science 20 Brazil, IANAS, the Brazilian Academy of Science, and my alma mater, stop sharing, stop parar, here. And I want to really acknowledge, and I think it's important to have Brazil also on board. Sorry to say that, but I felt really depressed. And people that know me so know that I'm very transparent with governments and with colleagues. And if I wasn't that transparency, I wouldn't be myself. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And please ask Brazil to be on board. We are Latin, just like you all. We came from the same origins. You are discovered codes by Colombo, and we are discovered also by Colombo, and then by Portugal. And the Tordesillas divided us. And let's not leave something that happened several years ago to persist. We need to be engaged as a whole. to get something going on better for Latin America and the Caribbean. I think that's very important. That was the reason that as Sherpa, I invited ISC, International Science Council, because I'm also on the governing board. I'm leaving now in the beginning of the year. IAP, TWAS, everybody, because we need to join forces. That's the only way, because the States is now facing what we face every day in Latin America and the Caribbean, because they don't know what is going to happen with the new administration. And that's something that I told in a meeting that I had with IAP, that I know from the nursery, because I was born on that condition, and I hope I'm not going to die in the same condition. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nada. Well, we have time, plenty of time to have questions and comments with Dr. Nader. So anybody wants to start? I see Mika Santiago with his hand raised. Mika, you want to start?
No, I was just applauding. That's
you were applauding.
Sorry about that part. No, I agree with the Elena. Thank you for that kind of presentation. That's correct. We are one America, and we need to unite to get this working. And
Yes.
I was very moved by your talk. So yes, thank you for that inspiration.
Yeah. Because we are partners.
Yes,
Definitely. And the experience of Brazil with their synchrotron.
And we have a long
That's a lot of us.
experience because to build this symbol, maintain, we need to play ahead, because I know that quite well. I know the synchrotron in Brazil from the first one.
Yeah.
Rogério Cerqueira Leite, that just passed away last week, was the great man behind.
Mm-hmm.
And we are very concerned.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much. And sorry for being so honest, but I had to be with you.
Yeah, you don't have to say sorry. That's fine. We understand, and we agree. We agree that the whole region needs to come together in this effort. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible.
Thank you.
Anybody? Any other questions or comments?
Lawrence has his hand up.
Yeah, I had a quick comment. Ask and you shall receive, Dr. Nader. So Harry Westphal, the director of Sirius, is on the program today at 4:05 p.m. GMT -5. And I personally have been in contact with people in the Brazilian government who actually might even be in the audience right now. But they may be part of the program tomorrow.
Great.
We're scrambling to make schedules work.
Because in the program, they weren't.
Yeah. They still aren't, but we're still we're scrambling to make schedules work.
Okay, great.
But stand by.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lawrence. Anybody else with a comment or a question?
Jorge, I have a quick one. Helena,
Yes,
thank
please.
you so much for your passion and your honesty. I think I wanted to ask you, what do you think that as scientists, what else do we need to do? All of us are singing the same song you're singing. Is it that some of us need to come out of the labs and go into the policy-making sphere a bit more? And how do we do that? Let's state what we need to do so that we can go and do it.
Well, IANAS is trying to do that. We have in IANAS all the academies. It starts from the Royal Society in Canada, then NES, and then the Mexico, and it goes all the countries. And we need to really get them to work together. We need to join forces. That's the point. And there are several initiatives. We even, some time ago, when we had to write down a proposal for IAP, we wrote one and we asked the Caribbean Academy of Science to have a part on that would be a project related not only to Amazon initiative, but also the small islands and the sea level. But they said they were not interested. So that's the point. We need to join forces. We have, because I feel I have been walking around a lot, and the look, and I said that also in Budapest twice. The North Globe is not looking to Latin America and the Caribbean. We need to be aware of that. The North Globe is now looking to Africa and to Asia. And if we are not getting together, we're going to be, and we have aging population, we have governments that don't believe in science. We have the same problems. The only difference that is some of the languages. But we can, so I think we need to be together, convince our governments. I got really impressed because even Millet signed out the agreement. It was signed by all governments, and we have a paper in there stating. And the G20 is more than just these 20 countries. We need to use that. And I think IANA should be, the academies should get more together, indeed. Because we're going to face very huge problems in terms of everybody now wants, and they all cite Mariana Mazzucato. They all say mission-oriented, right? But they didn't read the beginning of her book that says that we need basic research. And then you have the technological, you have to finance the whole, and for us, it's the whole series all together. So if we get together, we can get better, do better. I believe in that. I really do. Joining forces instead of separating.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Nader.
you.
And again, thanks for excellent talk. So we're gonna get ready to start in a couple of minutes with the next talk. The next speaker is gonna be Dr. Lawrence Norris of the Arlington Science and Technology Alliance in the US, and a member of the African Light Source Project Executive Committee and the African Physical Society. The title of his talk is Global Science Diplomacy for Synchrotron Projects, and we have about a couple of minutes before we get to the 9:50 mark. We get you started, Lawrence.
Okay, is my screen fully visible?
I see it. Yes, it's fully visible. Yes, it is.
And there's something. Let me turn that. The thing that makes. Can you see the subtitles?
Yes.
I don't really like the subtitles. Okay. All right. I'm ready.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just in case somebody joins in at the time of the scheduled talk. In a minute.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Should I start?
Well, we need a minute to start.
Okay.
I'll let you know. Okay, we're ready. So leave you with Dr. Lawrence Norris. The title of his talk is Global Science Diplomacy for Synchrotron Projects. Take it over, Lawrence.
Okay. Probably Helena needs to mute herself, but I shall go. Okay, so if you haven't been there, the Caribbean Light Source, the GCLS Lamistad, has a website. It's just simply CaribbeanLightSource.org, and there's a lot of interesting information there. What I want to talk about is the pillars of actors of global science diplomacy. So they consist of IGOs, so UNESCO being, I guess, chief amongst them. I say chief just in terms of the total number of members. I guess probably every nation state is a member of UNESCO somehow or another, with some glaring absences for reasons we won't get into. Then there's NGOs of all different descriptions. And then what's important is individuals. And all of these can involve agreements, even treaties amongst various nations. If you haven't seen it, there's a very interesting article about the sociology of synchrotrons. It was written by a colleague in France, so there is an English and French version, and I will put this citation in the chat. I want to just quickly mention that the AFLS, the GCLS, SMLS, and others, we have a sort of a global strategy. And part of it involves passage of a UNESCO resolution, we hope in 2025. I won't get into the details since I think Leo's going to talk about it, and Amal Kasri is maybe going to talk about it. The resolution draft, there is a draft. I don't of some maturity, probably not mature enough to be circulating, but interestingly crystallized. We can go into what the resolution should say. I'll just leave this slide here for a second, and you can start formulating in your mind what the resolution should say and what it should achieve, but we shall definitely come back to this later. Now, one of the things that's about the actors of science diplomacy and the UN, principally probably UNESCO, is that, you know, the UN is a vast, vast agency, and it has many, many types of sub-agencies and organizations. Now, that is good because synchrotron sciences have vast applications. And so for every UN agency, and I mean UN writ large, you can make an argument of why that agency should engage with synchrotron sciences. And I don't know if you can look up what the UN structure is online. It has a lot of parts and pieces. And then somewhere on the UN organizational chart is UNESCO, but it also has specialized agencies in agricultural, plant, and soil food sciences. The synchrotron community has an entire conference on this topic, synchrotrons and this topic alone. This particular agency, these days, to successfully work on a synchrotron, you have to move a lot of data. So connectivity is an issue. All kind of business diplomacy, education diplomacy, and science diplomacy, and international project management. So it's a big thing with international projects. Usually the countries that are involved, what they do by treaty or some kind of agreement is form a specialized corporation, and then they work out the management and finance, which has a lot of details. That's actually a specialization in American law, in worldwide law schools, about how do you manage finances and payments and all that. It's a thing that law students can specialize in. And then there's agencies, of course, the World Health Organization. We should hear more about water and weather. I mean, there's a specialized beamline at Max 4, and of course the IAEA. So that's just more saying the same thing. Here's some more, I guess what they call Category 2 facilities or organizations of UNESCO. So we recognize ISC, of course, and ICTP. So I don't know, these are UNESCO agencies. So the UN is a quite important piece of global science diplomacy for synchrotrons. But there are other types. These are NGOs, university associations, LAMP, that was previously mentioned, SMLS, a co-sponsor here, and LAMISTAD, GCLS, LAMISTAD, Commonwealth Chemistry, which has a conference coming up in May 2025. So these are all important actors. We basically operate, we being scientists, we operate through professional societies, and the AFLS has already engaged, and I think we have even some MOUs or letters of support from a whole raft of professional societies, and they're all part of the mix. Mainly because, when we do professional societies, one of the things they really do is put on conferences. I want to come back to this slide. So I mentioned, I got to slide out of order. Let me just go back. So ultimately, synchrotrons have to be greenlit by cabinets and parliaments. And so we as individuals and NGOs and IGOs, basically, we have to prevail on parliaments and presidents and cabinets to greenlight the project. So that was what we are about in terms of GCLS and SMLS, AFLS, is advocacy and advising governments to get them to a point where greenlighting a large synchrotron project or any kind of synchrotron project is a rational thing for them to do. And there's a lot there. We have to run the gauntlet of policy making. So economists always think in terms of, we can do this thing, but what other things could we do with this money? Where does this fit in the realm of all other choices? This is the way economists are professionally trained to think. And that's the pushback that we will always get from the finance ministries. But IGOs are important because they help spread the cost. And there are important policies that they help mediate. Synchrotrons depend upon the movement of people and goods, so we always have to deal with visas and customs. I'm sure everyone has a story. And there's all kinds of multinational facility governance schemes that even get visited upon synchrotrons, like ESRF and Sesame. But I would think there's the European XFEL, which is sort of multinational. And how things go depend a lot on international law and money. And that's also is a function of national leadership. So what a cabinet decides it wants to do, I always say, if you do it first, you'll probably get your way. I made that argument to a president of a small nation who argued that he is not the president of a large nation. And I said, well, you don't have to do a lot. You just have to do it first. So these are the actors. Now, I want to just go quickly. I want to bypass this. We have a lot of business, a lot of ideas with UNESCO, but I wanted to talk about, if we follow up on UNESCO, one of the things that UNESCO does is declare these international decades and international years. There's a rational list of international years that are relevant to synchrotrons. So in 2028, structural chemistry, it's a celebration of Watson and Crick. 2029, DNA science. 2032 is, I think, 100 years since the Cockcroft and Walton work on particle accelerators. 2023 is the 75th anniversary of the first protein crystallography paper. And then 2047 will be 100 years since the first laboratory observation for synchrotrons. And I think it's probably, I mean, it seems far off now, maybe not 2028, but we should get these on the books so that we can use them as mileposts. Okay, we have a strategy, we, the African Light Source, and I think the Caribbean Light Source, we have a strategy to use, to work with other IGOs, one of them being the Commonwealth. So the Commonwealth is, I don't know how many nations, a lot of them, but 5 of them operate synchrotrons. And we are proposing the formation of synchrotron light source planning groups, which would, as their purpose would be to compile a library of conceptual design reports and technical design reports, and as a way to include small nations, small island nations, with, as Leo called, first world nations, so the UK, Canada, I guess Australia, and others, in the planning of synchrotrons. One thing about the UK, so the UK and the Commonwealth are not 100% synonymous, but in the UK, there's several upgrades and new builds that are being contemplated. So the Commonwealth is a vehicle to include small island scientists and small island thinking in these new synchrotron light sources that are coming online through the UK. Now, actually, all of these nations have announced some kind of either upgrade or new build. So the Commonwealth gives us a forum to include nations that otherwise would not be included in the ground floor planning of a synchrotron light source. And we have a common set of asks of the IGOs, especially the sort of the rich IGOs like the G20. But I want to, this is a slide I wanted to move up. I said Commonwealth Chemistry has a conference coming up in May 2025. Also next year, in December of 2025, the International Union of Materials Research Societies, so ISC Society, is having its ICAM meeting in Accra, Ghana. So this is important because Ghana is a member of the Commonwealth, a member of the African Union. Ghana has a lot of bilateral relationships with a lot of Caribbean nations. Ghana is actually a quite important nation. The IUMRS, of course, is a ISC union. So this is quite the global enterprise. And you can see from the organizing committee, the people from Brazil, South Korea, France, Australia, China, and Mauritius, which is a small island nation. So I asked the question of the organizers here, would it be possible to organize a light source pre-conference workshop? The answer turned out to be yes. And so this event here in December 7th, 8th of 2025 will be an opportunity for the light source community to sort of demonstrate what a global community we are and how many pillars of science diplomacy we depend upon, from individual nations, the IGOs, to these large ISC unions, and just individuals. Now I want to go, and so this is another project. This is called Synapse. It's the synchrotrons for neuroscience. It's a global project to map a brain. Every country or every region has a brain sciences organization. I guess IBRO is a ISC union, the International Brain Research Organization. If I had more time, I would talk more about this, but this involves basically taking vivisections of human brains using X-ray microscopy, and then a whole bunch of data processing. So everybody can jump on through this project, I guess, once you understand the basics of X-ray microscopy and I guess brain anatomy. It was mentioned before, Brazil hosted the G20 in 2024. In 2025, it will be South Africa. In 2026, the United States. So I see this as a continuum of what we must do as a community to make sure the G20 is engaged and equitably engaged in synchrotron sciences. Now, I quickly want to just break to this idea of individual science diplomacy actors. One project that I've been working on is an online community of practice, sort of a global light source users online community of practice. So it's a website, think of it as a social website like Facebook or whatever, that is focused on light source users. It's semi-public right now. If you can see the URL, it's seance.africanlightsource.org. We'll respond to it. But the objective is to create a global online community of practice for the African light source and partner organizations around the world. It uses something called BuddyBoss, which is a software package that allows for social networking. Social networking is a very important thing. I don't know if there's this sociologist at Stanford who talked about social networking back in the 70s. He's always a candidate for the Nobel Prize. And hopefully, I mean, he should have won already, but hopefully his win is coming. One thing that is, so with this website, it is possible to make the single website responsive to multiple domain names. And here are some examples. This one actually works. I mean, they will all work, but I've actually set this one up. So if you go to community.caribbeanlightsource.org, you will see that the website is responsive to that domain name. What I'm trying to do is make sure that every facility and their respective user group can have their own branded online community of practice. But in actuality, it's all just one big community. So the database that this thing sits on is all just one big database. And the domain names is just different doors into the facility, if you will. Different doors into the website. Ultimately, the objective is to contemplate a global synchrotron users NGO that could become a category 2, 3, or 4 member of the ISC. So if you go to the International Science, the ISC website, and you go under membership, you can see what these different categories mean. We would have to talk about what category this thing would actually fit under, but and we would have to work towards that, that criteria. This online communities of practice, professional social networking there are PhDs granted in that topic alone. So just to give you a sample of what the site looks like, it's sort of an alpha testing right now. I think we should be ready to go in like maybe 2 weeks. But individuals would have an account. And so these are all test individuals. These are actually not real people. But we're testing. Individuals would have an account. And so then when you're signed on, it's just like being on Facebook or whatever. You can make friends, you can make circles, you can collaborate, you can, like posts. People will have their own, users will have their own blog space. They will have a sort of a microblog place, it's a self-contained Twitter, if you will. There will be groups. So individuals can join groups. And we've made some groups already of different topics. And there are other bases under which we can make groups. We can make groups on the basis of nationality, of professional society membership, and whatever, and so on. And importantly, individual facilities can be part of this network. And I've designed it such that they can participate on a per beamline basis. That means that the corporate the corporate representation could be by the beamline. So you could like this beamline, you could join this beamline, you could be part of the community of the beamline. The beamline will have its own blog space and everything, all of which is managed by somebody at the beamline. And that way the beamline itself has a community, not only for the African light source, but all around the world. There are other types of partners that I call them, the code name for this is partners. There are other types of partners, the entire facility, universities, for-profit corporations. So what we are hoping for this website is to create this online community of practice, which is a term of art, that individuals can join, participate in, find collaborators, and other types of opportunities, and what's called tacit knowledge, which is another term of art. And that's the main thing I wanted to talk about today, is this online community of practice, which will be forthcoming. I think probably by January 1st, we'll be able to sign up the first users. So I'll stop there. I don't know, how did I do on time?
Very good, Lawrence. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's for our talk. We have 4 minutes for comments or questions. Anybody wants to start?
Excuse me.
Let me just react and saying that I like very much all the different ways and examples that the African Light Source Initiative is the efforts doing to spread the collaborations and the network and the many facilities and organizations engaged. That type of engagement is needed for all of us. It's a good example to do that, and how we're going to continue engaging with the African Light Source project as we move forward with our initiative here in this region. So thanks a lot, Lawrence.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions or comments?
I don't know.
In the meantime, just in case, Katarina Vizcari, if you can start putting your slide presentation in while we wait to get started. Okay, we have a couple of minutes. Any questions or comments for Lawrence?
If you would like a sample, if you like an account on the website, just put your email in the chat and I will set you up and you can start tooling around the site. You might run into a developer somewhere along the way, but it works.
Good. Perfect. We still have about a minute, so if there's any other question or comment for Lawrence and his presentation, this is the time.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, we do. You can put it in show already if you want, so that we can see as a show.
It's okay? Do you see?
We still see it as a presenter's mode. So we see all the slides in the left-hand side and then the big one in the right-hand side.
Let me see if I can do that.
Okay. So I'm going to start with the introduction and hopefully we'll get that solved.
Is that okay?
Waiting a few seconds, but I still see it as presenter mode.
Well,
Let me.
I see them perfectly.
Yeah, it looks fine, but
we are seeing also the future slides, not only the one.
Yes. No, I will try to see if I can do it from another window.
Okay, let me quickly introduce you. The next
Yes,
speaker of this
well,
session is Dr. Caterina Biscari, director since 2012 of the Alba synchrotron in Barcelona, Spain, the largest Spanish scientific infrastructure. She has worked in the past at CERN and the INFN, and is member of several international committees and advisory boards, including the scientific policy committees of CERN and SLAC. She is now involved in the planning of the upgrade of Alba to a fourth generation light source, Alba 2. The title of her talk is Alba Synchrotron Impact in Society to Science and Innovation. So, bienvenida, Caterina. Puedes comenzar tan pronto puedas.
gracias. ¿Lo veis ahora? Do you see it now?
No está compartiendo pantalla, no.
Let me try again. Enter screen, share. And now I do like this. And now?
It's starting to show up. Let's see. Yes, it's perfect.
Okay.
You can
Perfect.
start.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Then, thanks for the invitation to this meeting. I'm going to show what is Alba today, and I want to also highlight how in a country like Spain, where 20 years ago there was no experience in creating a large research infrastructure based on particle accelerator, how it was possible to do it and how it's a success now and looking forward to the future. Alba, the project of Alba was approved in 2003, but of course it took at least 1 decade before of people working to make it as a real project to be approved by the governments. It's both the regional and the central government who are the funders of this project. And I want to highlight the importance of having people who really fight to get things aligned and to convince governments of the need of such infrastructures for the future of the countries. And it took more or less 1 decade, let's say, for the moment of the approval to the moment of the full operation. And then after 1 decade more of consolidating operation, increasing number of instruments, we are now starting the next decade. We are in the 3rd decade where we are working for what will happen in 2030 on with Alba 2. And as I said before, it's a national facility, but it has 2 governments inside. One is the central and one is the regional. And this is a model which is very successful. And it can also be applied when instead of having regional and central, you have different country governments working together for a single infrastructure. And even if it's nationally funded, our staff and our users and our collaboration are fully international. The main players of the facility are, of course, the users and the partners, the staff and the industry. It's very important, the industry, not only as a technology provider, but as user of the instruments. I mean, Alba, as all the synchrotrons are key for the innovation of the future. And we have all together, we put together our scientific vision, creativity, technical knowledge. It's very important, the robustness and reliability of the research infrastructure, spirit of service for all the user community, and capacity and will of sharing, and of course, enthusiasm for exploring new paths. Alba today is a 3rd generation facility, 3GV storage ring with 14 beam lines, of which 11 are in operation. 2 more are starting now operation in a few weeks. And 1 will start operation in 2027. And on top of that, and this is also an important message, is that it's not only the beam lines, but also a microscope center, which includes, as today, two cryo-EM, but there is another one to be installed next year, and other instruments. And this center, which is called JEMCA, where J stands for joint, is done together with partner institution. And this is another important part, that is not only the facility, but its partner putting also some of their instruments inside the research infrastructure in order to have the technical support, but then to share them with the whole user community. Our accelerator, as I said before, is 3 GeV, is 270 meters circumference, and 4 nanomilliradian emittance, for those of you who know what is the emittance, which is the beam connected to the beam signs of the electron beam. And as I said before, very important is the reliability, the time you dedicate to the users. In our case, we're talking of the order of 6,000 hours, and of which 98% are really granted to the users, which means that the technical systems are not only well thought, installed, constructed, but also operated, and it's very important, the maintenance. I mean, what is very important also when one talks of a research infrastructure is that it's not only the initial investment, but is the investment for the future, the maintenance investment, the staff, the operation. And this is a message that whenever there is a new research infrastructure, this must be very well transmitted to the funding agencies, that they are committing for the long term. We have, of course, the beam lines. This is the portfolio of beam lines, which goes from infrared up to 80 keV. Here we have all the beam lines, including also those of the future Alba 2, that we are planning 3 more beam lines to be built with the upgrade of Alba into Alba 2. And as I said before, we have the JEMCA with the electron microscope, and you can see here from the logos the different institutes that are working with us, and this is an increase of offer for the whole user community. And furthermore, is also the fact that you have multimodal offers of instruments and exchange of information and ideas of different user communities, and this adds to the growth of the impact of the facility into the user community. And talking of the user community is also here is very important when one plans a facility, that of course, if you don't have the facility, you don't have many users. That's evident, but I want to show the increase of the user at Alba from 2012, which is the year we started the operation, to now. We have multiplied by a factor of 10. But when Alba was approved in 2003, there were only 200 users in Spain of synchrotrons, and now there are more from Spain, more than 4,000, and other 4,000, more than 4,000 from outside Spain. And so this is also something that is very important when planning the facility, that it's important to show that having a facility will grow new capacities in the scientific community. Our users are, synchrotrons, most of them are from the academy, but many of them do research together with industry. And then, of course, there is the possibility of having direct access for the industry, which is, the academy is for free. The industry pay for the operation cost, but they can keep their results confidential. And I show here, which is the statistics on our international users, which accounts for more or less 40% of the total users. And you can see here that, of course, those which are nearer, Germany, France, UK, Italy, are the countries which more uses our beam lines. And there are some from Central and South America. I have seen in these numbers I have put here are the numbers corresponding to the full period of operation of Alba. We have some from Argentina, from Brazil, from Chile. We had one proposal from Cuba. I was very happy this time, which didn't get the beam time because we are oversubscribed, and it's very complicated to have the beam time the first time you send a proposal, but this must not discourage the people. It's important to try again, contact our people, see how to better write the proposals in order to have granted beam time. So, and I want to also to stress the fact that we are the only synchrotron which speaks Spanish in the world. So for many of the countries of South America and Central America, there is also the easiness of having not at all any barrier language. Of course, everybody speaks English, but sometimes it's also useful to have someone at the beamline where you can really speak your own language. So this is a message also for the users who come from Central and South America. And of course, all the activity reflects in scientific productivity with high impact. Also, protein database. We have one beamline on crystallography, and another one will be open next year. So there are, as usual, the statistics show that it is a success. The fact of having such an instrument in the countries. We have different sections. One is dedicated to life science. You can see here from the number, from a very small selection of some of the results obtained recently in the different beamlines from proteins, from studies of virus. We have Mistral, which is a beamline for tomography, where you can have the tomography of cells with a very high resolution, and this is very much used by all the life science community, and also some results from the cryo-EM. And here you have the details on the different beamlines, which are mostly used by the life science community. And then we have the section on chemistry and material science, which where there is a huge number of proposals and experiments also done by our own people on energy materials and on catalyst. This is very strong communities also in Spain, and therefore there are this reflects also in the use of our instruments and in the results we obtain. And here you have the list of the dedicated beamlines from SACS, powder diffraction, beamline, X-ray absorption, emission, and X-ray diffraction. And finally, the other section is the electronic magnetic structure, where we have results on new materials, magnetic materials, quantum materials, nanomagnetism, and so on. And these are the beamlines: angular resolved photoemission spectroscopy, and near ambient pressure photoemission, circular dichroism, resonance scattering polarization spectroscopy, and so on. And this is also an important result, the fact that we have companies using us. As I said before, one important part is the effect of a research infrastructure in the, as it's called in Spain, la industria de la ciencia, those companies which provide technology to the research infrastructure. But then there are the companies which uses our instruments. You can see here that during the years, it's especially in the last years, there has been an increase of the number of users, and one of the most important is the pharmaceutical field, but then we have nanotechnology, energy storage, batteries, metallurgy, agriculture, textile, and so on. And we have this comes, of course, with a work done by Alba people, and especially the Industrial Liaison Office, but also all the scientists of the beamlines, in approaching the industry, showing them what they can do, proposing projects also at the European level or at the national level, where you team up with companies, especially small and medium enterprise, so that they are shown which are the capacities of having a synchrotron nearby, and they can use us. There is a huge amount of outreach dedicated to the industry, with dedicated meetings for specific sectors done at regional level, at national level, and at European level. And this is also an important part when planning a facility, the fact that you have to show the industry, especially those industries which are key in the development of a country, that having a synchrotron inside or nearby is an important asset for their development. Here is the example of steel, for example, that one was on energy materials, but on steel is the same. Then, of course, we are also a very important tool for the society, for training, for producing interest in the young people, even in school. There is this project of Mission Alba, which is dedicated to the schools, school children of 9-10 years, which is everything is done online. And here also I want to, if is any one of you listening that is interested in knowing how to address this in the countries of South America or Central America, which speak Spanish, because this is done in Spanish, we are also open for collaboration, because it's something that you get the children knowing what a synchrotron is. And this is also very important, because we have to address the youngest generation for science, especially for the girls. And another important part is LEAPS. LEAPS is the League of European Accelerator-Based Photon Sources. Some of them have been mentioned also in the previous talks. Are all the synchrotrons and FEL of Europe teaming up in, it's already 7 years. We have been working together, but we are now at the level of becoming a legal entity, so that we can better talk to the European Commission, to our own countries. These synchrotrons are, most of them are only national, funded by their national governments, but putting together all the capacities makes each of us stronger. So this is also a message that it was also in the previous talk, the importance of working together with different countries, and having the example of LEAPS, I think, is also useful, and which is then very much, of course, it's in the field of synchrotron. So I think we can show also which are the best practice to work together when we talk of science. And there are some many examples, of course. I want to mention there is this Advanced Materials for Energy conference next year. We do one conference every 2 years on a specific topic, and this will be especially for materials for energy in May in Poland. And of course, we are working, as many others, for developing the technology. We are working for the upgrade. This is shows where the synchrotrons are. Those in white are the 4th generation synchrotrons already in operation or almost in operation as IPS. And then there are all the others which are doing the jump from 3rd to 4th generation. And we are there with Alba too. There is a white paper that you can download from our webpage, and which shows which is the full project. It was published 2 years ago, and of course the project has advanced since then. But the ideas and what we want to do is all there, so it can be also of interest for you. And of course, what we are going to do is to go from to a low emittance storage ring, which means much higher brightness in the photon beams, and therefore enhance microscopy capabilities. We will increase our multimodal methodologies, high throughput capabilities, and optimize operando environment. And this is what Alba 2 will be in the day one in 2032. There will be a new storage ring, and then all the beam lines we have will be upgraded, and there will be 3 more beam lines, and 2 of them will be long beam lines. We have been doing a socioeconomic impact assessment. This is also important when planning the facility. It was done at Alba in 2003, ex ante. Then there was from the same group, they did after the construction in 2010, and then we have done now the study for Alba 2, and of course the fact that we can use already the infrastructure which is already there means that the profitability is much higher for the upgrade than it was for the original research infrastructure, which in any case was positive. We are working on the design of the accelerators without going into the details, just to show that there are, when we started to work on the upgrade design in 21, and we plan to work again for more or less 1 decade. We are working for defining the science of Alba 2. And here, one important thing that is also important when speaking of a new infrastructure is to address the user community, the present or future user community, and to involve them in the definition of what is the science that will be addressed in the research infrastructure. We have the opportunity of having space nearby Alba where we can put new experimental stations, and this allows us to do long beam lines. This is very useful because the resolution of the beam line improves as the length between the source and the detector increases, and also the coherent fraction. And we have defined which will be the first 2 long beam lines, 2 nanoprobes, one dedicated to coherent diffraction and for inoperando studies in material science, which is dedicated is a nanoprobe, and the other one is Chorus, dedicated to life science, also for imaging and tomography for life science. And we are advancing also in the definition of the new buildings. You can see here the picture. I want to thank the organizers who have put our picture in the poster of the symposium. And now we are working for extending the beam lines in the next plot, and we are working on the definition of the new buildings. And profiting from the fact that there is space, we are also working in collaboration this time with many partners. You can see here the logo of most of them for 2 new institutes, one dedicated to microelectronics for development of semiconductors, and the other for life science dedicated to global health challenge. And this is our roadmap. We are planning our shutdown in the year 2030, commission in 31, and startup of the operation in 32. We will operate Alba until 29 while constructing and pre-installing all the other systems. And there is also space for future development, new beam lines, and we're also open to the possibility of having partners also from other countries if they want to build an instrument in a 4th generation machine to be used by their users, and to share the time of this instrument with our users community, and to use also the time from the other beam lines for the proposal of the partners. And that's all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Katerina. We may have time for a very quick question or comment, if anyone wants to do it.
Yes, perhaps if I could ask. Hi, Katerina. Thank you for the nice talk.
Hi.
You mentioned on your outreach slide the importance of education. I was wondering do you have a program for hosting international scientists that's geared for training people new to the field? I think this is an essential step for new projects like the Greater Caribbean Light Source, to have some place where they can go and gain hands-on experience for a year or that kind of time frame.
We have not something which is in place now, but of course we are open to do that. We did for some time with the Mexican. There was an agreement between the government of Spain and Mexico, and there we had some of the Mexican users, and also not only users. It's very important to train scientists, engineers, accelerator physicists, and we are open for collaboration and to have people at Alba for some time. What I want to mention is that these people, they need to stay for long enough periods. It's not enough to come for 1 month, 2 months. You need to be there for at least, I would say, 2 years. And again, I want to mention what Alba, what was done before the approval of Alba. In 1991, there was a group which was born in the University Autónoma of Barcelona, which was called Laboratorio de Luz de Synchrotron, and they gave grants to people in Spain who were sent to work for years in other synchrotrons, especially in around Europe. Most of them came back to build Alba. Not all of them, but most of them came back to build Alba, and they are now the most important people in the Alba synchrotron. So this is also a message, and of course we are open to the.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Katerina. Again, thanks so much for your presentation. I have time for any other questions. Sorry, you can contact Katerina directly, but let's go to the next speaker of this session, which is Dr. Mor Basjarundi Abdul Rahman. He's Senior Professor of Chemistry at the University Putra, Malaysia, and Chair of the Governing Board of the International Science, Technology and Innovation Center for South-South Cooperation under the auspices of UNESCO in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. He's President of the Malaysian Analytical Sciences Society and a Fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, Malaysian Institute of Chemistry, Royal Society of Chemistry, and the World Academy of Sciences. And I hope to meet him in person when I visit Malaysia next July for the UPAC World Chemistry Congress. So the title of his talk is Global Research Consortium and Open Science in the South-South and Triangular Cooperation. So take it over.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Colon Rivera. So first, I would like to say thank you very much to Professor Violini for inviting me to share after I presented similar slides while I was in Trieste 2 weeks ago. So just in short, I would like to introduce you first about ISTIC under the UNESCO. Just a moment, start. Okay, so I know that everybody's talking about synchrotron, so let me start with me and synchrotron. So I graduated way back 25 years ago from Southampton University, working on the energy dispersive exhaust. But the experience, going back to Malaysia, there is no such opportunity to do a synchrotron. Have shifted my area to do something else. But on the way, along the way, so I got the opportunity somehow. Previously I worked at the Desbris Laboratory and also at ESF Grenoble in France. And then at one time in 2010, the Malaysian government decided to build up the synchrotron radiation in Malaysia, but we found that it is we do not have enough scientists or team to work it out. So during that process, I managed to visited like Siam Photon and Australian synchrotrons. But throughout the way as well, I have experience at the ALS in Berkeley and SESME. So we have lots of opportunity, and we do hope that SESME is one of the UNESCO initiative to set up like kind of a consortium for synchrotron, and I really hope that it can be established something similar in the Southeast Asia, for example. And recently, I also visited Petra Synchrotrone in Trieste. So now I think I'll come back to the introduction of ISTIC UNESCO. So we we born basically or established based on the or after the UN summit in Doha way back in 2005, and then we established through our first agreement 6 years in 2008. And I just like to highlight that we are a Category 2 center established that focusing on the South-South cooperation. So we are quite okay with the Asia Pacific and Africa, but we still have to not contribute or have many networkings in Latin America. We do hope that we can get more through this symposium or during this select. So we are not doing it all, but what we focus is more on the technical domains, particularly on science. So let me brief as well. I think you may have known about the ICTP. ICTP is actually a Category 1 center. There is another one also, that UNESCO Institute of Statistics in Montreal. As a Category 2 centers, we are basically funded wholly by the member state. That not that much, but I think this is a small contribution of our country, especially in my country, Malaysia, to the world. So we provide many different type of capacity building, particularly related to technical assistance, and as well in terms of policy making. So again, I would like to show you that under, people always talk about UNESCO, it's part of the UN. We also work with the United Nations of South-South Cooperation, or UNOS, and many different type of UN agency as well. So under this UNESCO, we are under the natural sciences, and under this there are another subdivision, and we are under the science policy. And to make it short, our vision is very clear. We are just like kind of a platform, try to bring all the international parties, or right now we also try to bring the industry in so that we can work together, because it is very difficult throughout this time. Most of the Category 2 centers or many agencies, we have a very limited funding, but through co-creation or co-funding with certain activity, we do hope that we can achieve our vision and also mission, particularly in producing the holistic talents toward institutional excellence in the global south. So our priority agenda, there are 6, but the first, the 3 here is all related to the UNESCO agenda or initiative. For example, the open science. Actually, right now I am in Cape Town. We have the discussion on the open science in the global south. Yeah, and then we also have a climate change education. I'm going to discuss a little bit more later on, and education for sustainable development. I think this is quite, well understood. And then we also have another 3 main areas that we focus. For example, the artificial and digital innovation, particularly on artificial AI education, because that is very challenging. Everybody is moving towards that, but we found that through our collaboration with other countries, we know that it is actually difficult. The teachers also have a very stressful, to conduct the AI education. Then this is something very new to us, research ecosystem. When I took over the office, I thought that a research ecosystem would be is very important. I think this is something that we discussed here as well, because most of the developing countries, particularly in Africa or even in Latin America, in Asia, we do not have a very good facilities. When we talk about, many people talk about the Q1 or Q2 papers, so they have a lots of limitation. Just imagine that you want to use FTIR. It's a very simple. You have to queue for about 2 weeks. PXRD about another 1 month. So it's very challenging to those people. So we try to put everybody together and start to discuss. And in terms of collaboration, later on I will try to explain a little bit more. And our main is actually still on the STI policy, but the experiences throughout 14 or 15 years. We thought right now there are many policies good on papers, but the implementation is very challenging. Or in some countries, they say that it's only on paper. Yeah, it's never be implemented at all. So now we try to change we start to focus on what went wrong. So hopefully next year we are looking at the capacity building that focusing on understanding why certain policies not working. So that's why we now move into STI advocacy and STI diplomacy, which is very important prior to the any kind of policy making. So our strategic trust are similar to our objective. As I mentioned earlier, we are the platform, and then the focus is more on the shared prosperity through STI, which is very important. We are talking all about STI, and then developing talents and also the communication. And our highlights for selected for most of our activities, we have almost about 10,000 participants. Normally, we train the stakeholders or the teachers, depends on the activity, and we also focus more towards the women in science, because we know that this is one of the challenging. This is another area that need to be focused as well. Okay, so now I'll start to talk about the Global Research Consortium and Open Science in the South-South and Triangular Cooperation. And we talk about the SDG, the 17 SDG by 2030, but we also have read that the implementation in certain countries is only less than 20%. So I think most of you already know that I think this month as well, the launch of the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. So that's why it is very important as well to show that there is a bridge, or we can do the bridging between the North and South for the global societal, for the benefit. So let me start with again about the South-South cooperation. Basically, the focus that we are talking about is among developing countries in the global South to share knowledge, skill, resources, and strategies, because the issues are totally different. Yeah, and when we talk about the triangular cooperation, normally dominate where we talk about the traditional donor countries or multilateral organization that provide funding or training. But we also saw that recently there are many cuts of fundings from the triangular countries. So from the UNESCO perspective, it promotes and facilitates both as a South-South and triangular cooperation. So they have run or provide knowledge exchange through symposium and so on, mobilizing resources, and through advocacy and policy support. So ISTIC take the initiative to implement this through several workshops and trainings, research grant and fundings, but we are not giving any funds. But what we try to do is to approach certain research funders to work with us. A networking event. In fact, last week we were in Pretoria to having this sustainable science forum partnership, where we try to get as many as partners, to discuss about how to, because everybody's talking about limited funding. So how can we pull all the funding together and try to work from there? And of course, STI policy, we also start to focus on the STI foresight. So from here, we believe that the strategic approach to international development should emphasize the mutual benefit, knowledge sharing. So at the end, it will give a benefit to all the emerging economies. So in short, when we always heard about, when we talk, people talk about music and sports can unite people, is so universal, but less people are, talking about that science is also universal. So we believe that science can transcend borders, cultures, and economies, because science speaks the same language, or sometimes we talk about mathematics. And through this, we also believe that it can empower society to tackle challenges, particularly on education. So I put the asterisk there because now we also involving in the Greening Education Partnership. Is also another initiative under the UN or UNESCO. Then Education for Sustainable Development, and now people start to talk about the global citizen education. So to put all these things together is not easy. And I think just now Professor Helena also mentioned about the climate, the climate and how to put everybody together. So to tackle all those challenges that are related to climate change, for example, here, health crisis, and even to poverty, we need to be together. So as I mentioned earlier, other than as a platform, we also as a catalyst, or science is a catalyst for meaningful progress and inclusive development. And we also, throughout our experience during our programs, we know that in certain countries, these very challenges because of the mindset. We talk about the climate change, but the mind is still there. It's still, we cannot change the mind. Yeah, the mindset. So mind change and climate change is very much related. So challenges in the south is very, very different compared to the north. For example, recently, most of the research grant is only given to the grants that can put something on the shelf, meaning that they are looking at the product, they're talking about the TRL at least 5, 6, or 7. So there is no more, or very less, I can say maybe less than 15% that given to the fundamental research. And of course, the research grant, facilities, and even culture, data is all very challenging. And when we talk about, for example, open science, it's totally different. The way that when the scientists in the south approach about this thing. So it takes roles and commitment. So we hope that as a platform, we can also advocate for harnessing the STI. So we can provide opportunities for countries to share the best practices, develop capacities, and create impactful projects. There are many diverse communities. We are talking, for example, the gender issue, the women in science. There are many women doing, graduated with a PhD, but at the end, they're not able to get a decent work, or even there are many issues that we can discuss. And other than that, our alumni right now, many already leading an organization, or even the country as a ministers and so on. So we hope that it can inspire the leaders' commitment to be with us, so that we can provide more different type of training, so we can get more experts to be in our program. So this is an example of our programs. We have priority and long-term commitment programs. We call it a flagship. For example, since 2009, I'm not going to go into detail, but one thing that I would like to highlight later on will be on this climate change education, and also the Biennial Global Conference on Women in STI. And now we introduce that STEM or STI should not be separated with the economy. It is very important to put the economy as well. Other than that, we also have other platform program. For example, this Open Science in the South. And another one is we hope that we are starting this project, the Southern Academic Research Alliance, where we try to put that all the universities or research institute in the Global South to work together to tackle certain issue. And particularly, we also train how to write a transdisciplinary team research proposal instead of just a single proposal. I'm going to be quick. A few more minutes. This is the example, and anyone can apply for this. We run this either in Malaysia or in Korea, together with KISTEP, and another one with NAM, non-allied member SNT Center. We also provide different training every year. So basically, for the STI policy advocacy, we have twice a year. Then this is the one that I mentioned just now. We focus on for the women. So next year we'll be in Beijing. I'm going to be quick. This is the most important, because we believe that when we talk about the current proposal, it's always talk about transdisciplinary research proposal. Other than that, we also focus on to this mid-career researchers. I'm as a what you call this. The founding member of the Global Young Academy. We understand for the young researchers, they normally have lots of opportunity, but those between 40 to 52, for example, they have less opportunity, and most of them, because of the pressure to produce papers like KPI, and so on. So they want to quit. So we give them support into this area. We have lots of partners right now. For example, we are helping Malaysia Science Endowment to have a matching grant. We're also helping other countries, for example, Indonesia, Kenya, and now we are talking to South Africa through the National Research Foundation. This is the one that I mentioned earlier. We do hope that by next year we can establish this. So in Africa, the lead will be the University of Cape Town and maybe University of Pretoria, and we try to get another partners from Latin America. So we do hope that from there we can expand to share our what you call this, a collective expertise to address global challenge and so on. In terms of open science, okay, there are many focus. I think when we talk about the synchrotron, the issue, it will be here, the open science infrastructure. It should be more and more. For example, not just limited the synchrotron, but other different type of what you call this equipment as well. So we're going to share time by time about the open science in the global south. Okay, and in particular, for example, the greening education for South East Asia in collaboration with the Office for Climate Education. There is a successful story in Latin America, in Mexico, and also Colombia. And now we are working in Nairobi, in Kenya, Senegal, and also Mauritius for this African Regional Resilient Initiative on climate education. And we do need partners to work here because, you know, the fundraising is huge. And then based on this, we're going to expand to other countries as well. So why collaboration matters? I think investment in STI, you know, is huge, but it's going to give you the huge impact. So we can also leverage partnership between nation institutions, and from there we can forge new alliances, strengthening existing collaboration. I think this is what this discussion today, and engage in meaningful dialogue, share insight and new ideas. So to do all of this, we are only 5, plus me will be 6 of us from Kuala Lumpur. So for that, I really thank you to all of you for listening to my sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we had 3 minutes for questions and comments. So anybody want to start? Thanks so much. Anybody? In the meantime, I welcome Dr. I can put here the next speakers, Dr. Suleimane Diallo and then Dr. Gregory Tessema. If you can start sharing your screen while we're getting ready for your talk in a few minutes. But any question or comment for Dr. Basjarundi?
I had just a quick question. Do you have a specific relationship with the Singapore light source?
No. At the moment, no. But maybe there are the universities, yes. But I think ISTIC is, we are international agency. Yeah. But I think in terms of researcher, as a researcher, no, we do not work with the Singapore. Yeah.
We'll work on that.
All right, thank you. But we've been, I think in Malaysia, people start to go to Siam Photon, yeah, in Thailand.
I understand.
Thank you. We have time for one more quick question. Anybody?
So good question. I don't know, but maybe I can ask. So similarly as well. So from what Lawrence said, looking at the IUPAP. So do you have as well? Because I know that they want to also raise more visibility. So in your part of the world. So I think it would be very important and interesting, and maybe as well with the C13. So that will be presented a bit later. So by Joe. So do you have any relationship also with them?
With IUPAC?
Exact. IUPAP, International Union of Pure and Applied Physics.
Physics. I'm not sure, but if chemistry, definitely yes, because I think next year Malaysia will host the IUPAC Congress seminar next year. But I think physics, I'm not sure.
So we
But I
can
can ask the physicist. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, that's great. Okay, so we're gonna move now for the next speakers. Thank you, Dr. Basjarundin. The next speakers of these sessions are Dr. Suleimani Diallo and Dr. Gabriel Tsema, Program Directors of the Directorate of Mathematics and Physical Science, Division of Materials Research, National Facilities and Instrumentation Programs at the National Science Foundation of the U.S. In this role, they support programmatic activities within the National Facilities and Instrumentation portfolio to include, but not limited to, the Center for High Energy Neutron Scattering, the Center for High Energy X-ray Science, CHESS, the Major Research Infrastructure, Mid-Scale Infrastructure, and National Nanotechnology Coordinated Infrastructure Programs, and the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory in Tallahassee, Florida, and others. The title of their talk is National Facilities and Instrumentation Program. So, Dr. Diallo and Tsema, take it over.
Thank you. Do you see my the screen?
We see in presenters mode, not for us. So we see two screens, two areas. The area with all the slides on the left and your main slide on the right. So if you can put as a show for us.
Oh, okay, no problem. Let me see. Put that on slideshow.
Exactly, that should do it.
Okay, you are seeing the right one or the left one?
We're still seeing the one with all the slides on the left and the main slide on the right.
Oh, okay. Then it's not working. So what I will do is I will just collapse this and then fill the screen with us. How about that?
Sure. Yes. Thank you.
So thank you for the invitation to present the National Facilities and Instrumentation Portfolio for Materials Research at NSF. As the presenters are my colleague Suleiman Diallo and myself. However, the program is complex and is managed by at least 4 program directors currently in place. Myself, Charles Ying, and Debashis Majumdar. So let's see, next slide. So the idea is that in terms of the philosophy that the world-class equipment and facilities that NSF supports are truly essential for the discovery and are vital for supporting fundamental research of U.S. science and engineering in general and materials research in particular. We want to just highlight that materials research and engineering is a very broad field, and we'll discuss broadly the DMR portfolio for materials research, and we discuss the existing national facilities and the different programs that are needed to manage the portfolio. And these include small-scale instrumentation, mid-scale instrumentation, and large-scale instrumentation that are of national or international importance. So that's what we want to discuss. And so this is sort of a statement from the vision and mission of materials research, essentially emphasizing that materials research is broad, multidisciplinary, and covers physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics, and engineering, and to some extent computer science, and as such needs a very broad range of a complex set of instrumentation. The breadth of the science supported by the Division of Materials Research is represented by what we call the topical materials research programs, These include the condensed matter physics program, experimental, condensed matter and materials theory program, and then solid state chemistry program, and biomaterials, polymers, electronic photonic materials, ceramics, metals, and nanostructures. So it's a very broad portfolio to support and this is sort of how you map that in the community. I don't know how useful this plot is in its current form, but you can see that there are engineers, mechanical, material scientists, physicists, chemists, and so on and so forth. So I will skip that. The portfolio includes the TMRPs, but also these are organized in terms of centers, small groups like the Designing for Materials Research, for Materials Revolutionary Engineering, and to revolutionize and engineer our future. This is sort of a materials discovery program, and then science and technology centers. So the portfolio goes from small scale funding to center-like funding to partnership between minority institutions and centers, and that. The National Facilities and Instrumentation Program has elements of national facilities, mid-scale program that we call the Materials Innovation Platform, and we'll discuss that. A major research instrumentation program that is an NSF-wide program, but the materials community gets a good fraction of funding from that. And then there are two mid-scale research infrastructure programs, mid-scale infrastructure 1 and 2, and then we'll discuss that. We'll describe that as well. The idea of the National Facilities Program, of course, is to support national user facilities that are supporting instrumentation that no single university or state may afford. These are highly specialized instruments offering the community broadly state-of-the-art instrumentation that advance science in broad areas of science and technology. They are also considered as technology resources for the nation and education and training programs as well. In addition, they have a role to educating and training next generation of scientists and engineers, but also educating the general community in terms of broadening the awareness in science and engineering. The current funding portfolio includes the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory, the Materials Innovation Platform, as we discussed, the Center for High Energy X-ray Science, which is an X-ray facility at Cornell. I think the community of Cornell is well represented at this conference, a good thing. And the neutron scattering portfolio at NIST in collaboration with the NIST Center for Neutron Research. Other partnerships include funding a beamline at the Advanced Photon Source at Argonne, which is a DOE-funded facility, and also a network for nanotechnology fabrication called Nanotechnology Coordinated Infrastructure, which is, again, we'll go over that as well. In addition to that, of course, there are the two instrumentation programs that we talked about. The idea is to cover a broad range of the length scale, time scale, and energy scale by combining the range of instrumentation. So we have the X-ray facilities that cover a broad range of that, the high magnetic fields as well, and then neutron scattering as well. But we not only we view these as separate specialized instruments, we also encourage and try to support multimodal instruments that combine the capabilities of these large facilities. For example, X-ray and high magnetic field, or neutron high magnetic field, and other ideas. Our strategy is informed by community input, in particular the National Academy of Sciences, and these are sort of three important studies that govern our perspective. All right, so I think we're entering now the specific description of the facilities, and my colleague Suleiman can pick up from this point. Suleiman?
Well, thank you, Tessima. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for inviting us. So to proceed, and Tess, I guess you're gonna move the slides as I speak. So this is a snapshot, an overview of what the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory is or does. So this is our flagship user facility. It's the largest funded user facility by DMR, and it does interdisciplinary research as well. There are 7 user facilities, 4 at 3 different sites, 4 at Florida State, and 2 at University of Florida, and 1, the Pulse Field, at Los Alamos National Laboratory. And so the mission, again, this is restating more or less what Tess said, of these user facilities, in particular for the Mag Lab, is to operate a world-leading high magnetic field user program, so that researchers like yourself or those that your community you support can have access based on scientific merit to those facilities, those unique capabilities. But also, the National High Magnetic Field Lab is also to push the boundary of magnet technology. So they do carry out in-house scientific research. They maintain the magnet, the instrumentation, and they do education and training. And you could see that there also, as a result of those investments, there are a lot of spin-offs that come of this. So some of the science driver for the most recent, so these are typically funded for 5 years, renewable on multiple years. So this is the most recent award that we made, sort of a renewal for the NHFML, and the science drivers are highlighted here. 2D materials, topological materials, MRI, rule of life, and so on. So these are kind of the topic that are the science driver behind this facility. Next, Tess. So one other important program that we have, which respond to the Material Genome Initiative, which is basically aimed at accelerating material discovery by reducing sort of at half the cost and twice the speed, is the MGI that was initiated more than a little bit over a decade ago. So this is DMR specific, one of the DMR specific responses, in addition to a program called DEMREF, which was highlighted earlier. And so we've so far, since the program inception in 2015, there are 4 total. The first competition had two awards of focus on single crystal, thin film, crystalline materials, and the most recent award were made in 2020 are focused on polymer and soft material, and those are here. And so next slide, please. So the purpose of these are not only to create a sort of community of what they call learners, but is to close the loop into material discovery, integrating synthesis, characterization, simulations, and in-house research and user support. And you can see that the breadth of the impact of such a facility is enormous. I mean, we have selected sites in the country. However, it supports multidisciplinary research all across the country, and particularly for junior faculty and PI, it's a stepping stone for the next career in their move. You can see the impact on some of the user that benefited from the use of those instrumentations. They went on to get successful NSF Career Award or DOE Career Award or other things like that. And you can see it's primarily assistant professor, or at least more than 30% of the user base are junior faculty. Next. So the Center for High Energy X-ray Sciences at CHESS at Cornell, it supports specific beamlines, cutting-edge synchrotron facility. It also, similarly as our other facilities, it does a user program, support user program, X-ray technology developments, cyber infrastructure, and so on, and train the next generation of synchrotron expert. The number of user is broad, and you can see the publication. So those are, here is the number of the 4 beamline that currently are supported, and the most recent award that we made, again, is a 5 years renewable. These are the listed beamline you could see, from quantum materials to engineering materials to catalyst to biological material under pressure, and so on. So those are kind of the focus areas right now. But again, it's very interdisciplinary. Let's see, next test. So this is another one. And like I said, these are techniques that are often complementary, but also unique in their own way. So this is a neutron, which, as you know, is a unique probe that you use to complement maybe existing, to confirm phase transition or so on. And this is a partnership with the NIST Center for Neutron Research. And it's a DMR and engineering co-funded. You can see those facilities are open user access. On average, when the reactor is operating, it's about 500 scientists, and impact a lot of PhD students. And we've been running a summer school that has been quite impactful. I'm actually one of the, I went through that program myself some 20 years ago. This is a school that teaches you the technique and also prepare you to become a user when you have your own established program. We do from K-12 to undergraduate, the facility support those. So again, there's current award running up until end of next year. And these are the facilities that are currently supported by the NSF award. So you could see there, basically they cover time and length scale that are appropriate to specific material, energy and length scale. So the quantum material, these are a particular neutron beamline. I don't want to go in detail, max. You can see polymer, spin echo, and a reflectometer that does basically heterostructures, battery materials, and so on. And then you have a backscattering instrument that also look at macromolecule dynamics. And you have also a small angle, not X-ray, but neutrons, small angle X-ray that look at, similar to the checks, you have the small angle X-ray scattering. Here we have a small angle neutron scattering that looks also at macromolecule, biological material, and complex fluids. Next test. So again, this is just to give you an idea of the other complementary program that we support, in this case, not necessarily led by DMR, but certainly with vested interest by DMR. This is in partnership with our colleague in chemistry. So the way we organize NSF, we have material chemistry physics. So this is a chemistry-led program with DMR interest, and that's determined by the level of funding. You can see there are 3 experimental stations looking here at, it's a synchrotron at Argonne National Laboratory doing SACs and WACs, liquid-liquid interfaces, and so on. So this is also a very impactful program that we support. And last but not least, we have this program which is very impactful. It's led by our engineering directorate. It's called the nanotechnology, in which we also have our community. When I say we, I meant our community, the material community, have interest, and it's relevant to our community. And so there are 16 nodes in the country that support user all across the nation. And there's all kind of equipment you can imagine, nanofabrications, characterization, and so on. And over 2,000 users. These are, in this case, it's fee-based, unlike the other one that are more like scientific merit proposal-based. Next. All right. So Tess, if you don't mind, maybe you can, if I cover MRI, I will let you go over the mid-scale. So another way we do support the community is by through this NSF-wide competition, which is called the Major Research Instrumentation, by which PI can make requests to acquire or to develop a new instrument. It could be X-ray, it could be microscopy, it could be spectroscopy, you name it, right? So those are, so long as the research that these are going to support are material relevant, they will come to us and we'll review them. And so the budget level from 100K to about $4 million There are different tracks, and I don't want to go into detail, but this is kind of what the MRI covers. And it's an NSF-wide competition that's also very impactful, that allow our PIs to do cutting-edge research. Next, Des. All right. So why don't I let you take over here? Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay. So I think taking the portfolio above the MRI threshold, the MRI ceiling, there is a need, a long-standing need that was identified by the community, that a mid-scale portfolio that invests in equipment that would cost 2, 4, 5, 20 million and even above. And we have had a long-standing portfolio on that. These are actually critical for keeping national facilities like light sources, neutron facilities, and high magnetic field facilities at the cutting edge. Investing in building a large facility is one thing. Operating them in the short term is another thing. Keeping them competitive and at the cutting edge in the long term is a much more complicated stuff. But the mid-scale portfolio appears to be one answer to that. And we've been pushing for that for many years. And we have been investing as DMR. And in DMR over time, we have invested in a spectrometer design at the spallation neutron source, a cyber infrastructure, data distribution, neutron scattering analysis capability that is distributed across SNS and other neutron facilities, beamline, advanced beamline at APS that is still currently operational. A new magnet technology that's the next generation of magnet technology that at the time is considered as the most energy saving magnet at the High Magnetic Field Lab, and even investing in the National Nanotechnology Infrastructure Network to build a squid microscope, which maybe these days is not one of the mid-scale program. Recently, in 2019, NSF started a new mid-scale program, or two, I would say. One that cover the cost of from 4 million to 20 million, another one from 20 million to 100 million. And so filling the gap in portfolio between the MRI program that Suleiman talked about and the portfolio that enables the construction of large facilities, which is called the Materials Research Equipment Facilities, MREFC. All right, so the mid-scale program includes construction or implementation projects or design projects in the mid-scale R1. The R2 is specifically for construction or implementation phase. These are cross-disciplinary, NSF-wide, so the communities have to compete across NSF to get the funding for this. But our community has been successful in the initial competitions. The first one is the new high magnetic field X-ray facility at Cornell, at the CHESS synchrotron facility. And that is a very highly promising capability that combines the unique probe of high magnetic fields with the capabilities of X-ray, hard X-ray probes to investigate materials, a broad range of materials and topics of quantum matter, engineering materials, biology, and so on and so forth. The project is now in its fourth final year of implementation or closing on to that, and it's coming. it's progressing very well.
Gary,
Here-
there's 1 minute left.
1 minute left. Okay, this is sort of a picture of where we are with that. The next, these are the science drivers for that. Another mid-scale capability was a neutron spin echo upgrade to push the spatial and time range that can be investigated at the NIST neutron facility. That one also is at the completion stage. Its cost is about 11 million or so, and here's a picture of that in its when it's fully installed. The reactor is down, and so full commissioning and operation is for the future. The project is nearly complete. So basically, this is a range of portfolio that we have for instrumentation for materials research in the Division of Materials Research. And typically, a rule of thumb is that for a healthy portfolio would be that at least 22 to 25% of your investment in research should be devoted to these type of instrumentation.
Perfect.
You find this useful?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much to both for your presentation. I'm sorry we don't have time for questions. We can contact them individually. But let's move on to the next presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Joseph Nimela. If you can stop sharing your screen, Deborah, so that Joseph can start sharing his screen. Dr. Joseph Nimela is Scientist Emeritus at the Abdul Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics, a UNESCO Category 1 institute. He's Chair Designate of Commission 13, Physics for Development of the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, and Chair of the Physics for Development Group of the European Physical Society. He's also a Vice President of the International Commission for Optics, Co-Chair of the UNESCO International Day of Light, and served as Chair of the Executive Committee for the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology 2025, guiding it through proclamation by the United Nations General Assembly. He's an elected fellow of the American Physical Society and is foreign fellow of the Pakistan Academy of Sciences. The title of his talk is International Engagement, Education, and Outreach in the Light Sciences. Please start, Dr. Nimela.
Okay, can you see my slides?
We do, perfect.
Oh, perfect, it's a miracle. All right, well, thank you very much, Jorge and Leo, for the kind invitation. And I was really happy to hear from the NSF. It reminds me of the good old days when I was still in the U.S. I'd like to just talk about, not so much about synchrotrons, but about light sciences in general and the engagement around the world, so more international activities. So I am representing also IUPAP Commission 13. I'm not going to talk about LAMP, just because some other people will be talking about that. And I won't really be talking about the SESME either, even though I actually did a lot of work years ago on the SESME Council and from ICTP as an observer, and we had some great successes with that. So anyway, let me start. I wanted to. I hope this next slide went through. I wanted to start just giving you some background on UNESCO, not the usual thing. But it was really started at the end of the Second World War, and that was the idea was to promote peace, as all the UN agencies was promoting peace, but not directly, because it's a little bit hard to do, but through international cooperation and understanding. So it was really the long game that they had in mind, and you can see the quote by Aldous Huxley. That men do not learn very much from the lessons of history is probably really the most important lesson of history. The interesting thing about UNESCO was the ICSU, which is this Scientific Union umbrella group, which is now ISC, was the first NGO with a liaison office at UNESCO. and they had substantial grants for its affiliated units, including IUPAP. So it was a very dedicated, and I think ICSU was actually a model that they had in mind. Some of the people I'm going to introduce in the next slide for how the science should actually operate. So the first director general was actually a scientist, a British biologist, Julian Huxley. By the way, he's the brother of Aldous Huxley, and really his vision was that UNESCO should be promoting international cooperation in all aspects of education and science and culture in the widest sense of those words. So that was really very important. So UNESCO really doesn't distinguish. And we saw in the previous talk about FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, and IAEA. So these have very specific scientific purviews, but UNESCO was really quite broad, and they didn't want to really over define what it was going to be. All right, so what you should know is that UNESCO was not going to be UNESCO, it was going to be UNESCO. It was more of a cultural and education intergovernmental organization. But for the efforts of one person, that was Joseph Needham. Joseph Needham was a British biochemist at Cambridge, but he left. He actually had a student from China. He learned Chinese. He went to China and really spent the entire war years in China, going across the country, taking note of the history of China, of its science. He wrote 27 volumes on the topic of science and civilization in China. So anyway, it was a really tour de force. But this quote I have was in 1943, and it was sent to the Chinese foreign minister, but it was also sent to the British, the same ideas to the British parliamentary group, looking after UNESCO, setting up UNESCO. And he said, really, science and technology are now playing and will increasingly play so predominant a part of all human civilization. Some means whereby science can effectually transcend natural boundaries is urgently necessary. And so that idea really took hold. He really maintained as well that there is no field with a stronger tradition of international community work than that of the natural sciences, and then it should be taken as a model for all other fields. And so this idea that, and you're going to hear from Silvina later about building communities, and we already heard this being talked about also throughout Latin America and the rest of the globe, building the communities. And I think this is a key part of what science has done for a long time and does naturally. And so, the S actually did come into UNESCO. And so there's another person. And so Needham really, and by the way, he also proposed, he really promoted looking south. So UNESCO was born, and really it was looking at Europe, which was ravaged by the war, how to create a peaceful coexistence. But they really pushed for that, and then that was really accelerated by Abdus Salam. And there you see his famous quote: "The creation of physics is the shared heritage of all mankind. Let us strive to provide equal opportunities so everybody can participate for the benefit of mankind." So that was a Nobel lecture. But he was also the ICP founder, which is, by the way, a Category 1 institute, has been mentioned again. So ICDP, since I'm there, I should let you know just a little bit about it. I could give a whole talk on ICDP, but essentially it's really a network of scientists and their students from around the world. And we've had more than 160,000 visits from 190 countries since 1970, and that's up to 6,000 scientists and students per year in recent times. And they're coming for everything, for conferences, schools, collaborative research visits, laboratory experience, degree programs, etc. And you see from the map, they come from everywhere. By the way, that's Kakum Singh from Malaysia down there. But they come from everywhere, but the person months, let's say, at ICDP are really skewed towards developing countries. So they're really there for programs. All right. So now to the light sciences. We have an annual optics colleagues. They're often themed around the Sustainable Development Goals. And you can see a few here: optics and energy, optics and food science, which was already mentioned, optics and environmental science. And really, we couldn't do this without external support and expert advice. because I've been running these programs since 2007. And I'm not really what you would call an optics person, even though I started out in optics. But really from these major organizations around the world, they really support us and provide advice. And there's actually an advisory committee that meets once a year here at ICDP. All right, so anyway, that's some of the things we do in education. Also, promoting young people, propelling careers in light sciences. We do this together with the International Commission for Optics, which is an affiliate commission of IUPAP, or at least was. Anyway, these are recognizing outstanding researchers under 40 working in a developing country. You see where they're coming from. There's quite a few of them. There's a few in red are scientists coming from, young scientists coming from Latin America. That's Ivan Moreno, pictured there with Ryan Belili in the Philippines. And if you look down at John Freddy Ramirez, I'd like to point out from Colombia, has been an integral part of developing our optics program at ICDP. He's wonderful. Anyway, every one of them wonderful. The last one is, of course, we've been working with quite a bit. The other thing I'd like to say is we're really creating our own networks and career enhancing opportunities in the life sciences. So we have this optics laboratory. It's really together with the International Society for Optics and Photonics, SPIE. And really the thing that makes it work is Humberto Cabrera. So Humberto Cabrera I met in Venezuela when he was working at IVIC there. But he was really originally from Cuba. He went to Venezuela, and then, of course, he didn't have a job after the regime changed. And so he's come to Italy, and that was really a great gift to us. It's probably my best legacy is I've got Humberto, because he is really extraordinary. He's really propelled the careers of many young people from all over the developing world. Not only his commitment, his time, but really great mentorship, and really he has established a number of long-lasting collaborations. I point out two on the right, Jan Akbar from the KPK region in Pakistan, on the northern border, and Kamlan from the University of Lome in Togo. And these, Jahan, both of them set up laboratories. Jahan set up the very first laboratory of any sort in his university after coming from ICDP. So anyway, it's been great, but really the example is set by Humberto, who works really hard. And one thing I'd like to point out is that he's a prolific reviewer for journals, really high impact journals, and he takes all his credits and uses them to buy publications for the young people that are coming to work with him, and they all go away with publications. I think we've got so far this year 20 publications coming out of the lab in high impact journals. So anyway, it's great, and everybody working on this is coming from a developing country. And that's Isma Javed on the bottom right from Pakistan. She's actually a student of one of our ICDP prize winners, and Humberto just put her out there on the stage to help with the outreach in the city of Trieste. And I think it's great. Everybody, you got to sing for your supper. That's pretty much what I heard from my advisor too. All right, so now I want to talk a little bit about the education. This is a great quote from Derek Bach, the former president of Harvard University. He said, "If you think education is expensive, try ignorance." It's a really wonderful line. But another person that's really talked about education a lot was Bill Koblaser. Many of you may know him. He was the science technology advisor to the U.S. Secretary of State. But he really talked about teaching by inquiry and the importance of having teachers adequately trained in the sciences and mathematics, which is not necessarily not really true, at least in the United States. He was also in Haiku, China recently, so we were there for the IUPAP General Assembly, and also there was Malik Matza, who received the first IUPAP Kennedy Reed Medal, named for that, for outstanding contributions to the enhancement of physics in developing countries, and that's a C13 award. So we pick it out. And Malik is kind of a remarkable guy. He's actually played a major role in the light sciences for Africa. He was involved in setting up the African Laser Center, etc. But he's also, just recently, he's arranged for travel of, I think, 9 students from Africa and Iran to come up to our optics college this year. So it's really great. I've really enjoyed working with Malik. We published together, and it's a great honor. So the octave learning what we do is really we're using optics, we're reaching out to high school teachers and first year undergraduate teachers just to get optics, get a hands-on, not really hands-on, active learning or inquiry-based techniques, so pedagogical techniques into the classroom. And you can see where we've been. Where there's a number in parentheses, that just means we've been there that many times. So in Mexico, San Luis Potosí was the first place I went, which is actually a wonderful place. I didn't go to Brazil because I just didn't get the visa. I didn't know you had to have a visa because I had a U.S. passport. That's a really funny story, but I think most of you probably know that one. At any rate, so we've been all around the world. Here it is in pictures in Peru with the Organization of American States, and around in Africa, India, etc. And then, well, okay, 2014 came along, and Malala got the Nobel Peace Prize, so we thought we should really do something in Pakistan, and so we did. So we took it to Islamabad, and the first thing that happened is that most of the facilitators declined to participate. Because they didn't want to go. They didn't feel safe going to Islamabad, and I don't know why, because it's actually pretty safe. But at any rate, we overcame that with some local expertise and on-the-job training, and actually it was kind of a blessing because we really got them involved, and the National Center for Physics and hosted us and built all the equipment. They actually improved everything we had, and they've actually kept us as a repository for teachers in Pakistan. So at any rate, it all worked out pretty well. As a kind of a follow-up to that, we stayed in Pakistan. I came back. Actually, we started following up on public schools, and this is with a project from the European Commission funded project, and it was a Photonics Explorer, so it's an optics kit, which is really compatible with schools. And so we've got a number of trained volunteers in Islamabad who run these one-day or afternoon active learning events in public schools, reaching hundreds of girls, mainly girls. So most of the schools are segregated, and so at any rate, they went to schools in Islamabad, mostly public schools, which don't have all the facilities that the private schools do. But now that we've been going out, or they've been going out, I haven't gone with them yet. To the frontier areas, so to more rural areas, really in need, and so that's really going well. We did go to Quadi Azam University. I went on this one, and this was really just undergraduate students, but again, all girls, all women. Sorry, considered in the university. The main motivation was really to provide a science vacation from the classroom. So just to give them some fun day. It was not part of the curriculum. But we had all this hands-on stuff, and we really had a program, and then they really enjoyed it. There was a specific Taliban threat against that university that day, and that didn't stop them from coming. It didn't stop me either because I didn't know about it until I arrived, so what the heck. But at any rate, they were really, you can see on their faces, they're really intent on this stuff. So it's fun to do, and I think this kind of outreach has a lasting effect just to promote the idea that science is interesting, because that can actually get lost in a classroom if you don't have the right teacher. All right. So another thing I'd like to talk about in terms of outreach, we have an International Day of Light on 16th of May, and 16th of May is, of course, when sort of celebrating the anniversary of that day in 1960. When Theodore Myman invented the laser, actually made it work for the first time. But this is an enduring legacy to the International Year of Light and Light-Based Technologies, which we had in 2015. And that was such a wonderful year. We had over 13,000 activities in 148 countries. It was really, and we built this tremendous community of supporters. We wanted to keep that community together. And so the International Day of Light is one way we do this, and we don't celebrate it just on one day. We celebrate it all year long. But at any rate, the key objective is really, like most celebratory years or days, is to raise awareness in this case, of the importance of light-based technology for society. And so events since 2018, when we were established, have reached millions of people, about 2 million people by now, in more than 80 countries, and even on the International Space Station. So we had the Russian cosmonauts give us a greeting at UNESCO headquarters. So photonics actually plays a great role in the approaching or UN Sustainable Development Goals. If you want to read about it, just a short read, you can read this little commentary, Physics for a Better World and Nature Physics. But that's just cheap advertising. But at any rate, so in terms of food, remote sensing and imaging, the spectroscopy for monitoring, for instance, to find out the oxygen content in packaged goods, because oxygen is what kills it. And if it's okay, then you don't need to throw it away. Urban farming is actually becoming very important as we're running out of land because we're building too many parking lots. In health, the photodynamic therapy is actually quite popular around Latin America. Point-of-care devices and lab-on-a-chip are really incredibly useful in remote areas where there may not be a hospital or a doctor nearby. Sterilization and off-grid water desalination are also important. Affordable lights, LEDs are amazing in terms of their energy consumption, but you can also pair them with very inexpensive solar power units, and so for off-grid communities, they can actually read after night. You can light up the areas around clinics where otherwise women will not go when the sun sets, and so it's very important also for health in that sense. And then energy, of course, solar power and energy efficient smart lighting I just talked about, and plus one of my personal favorites is using LiDAR for detecting unexploded landmines. So this is a big problem when you have a war. You lay out all these landmines and then you don't dig them all up again. This could be a real problem for civilians and kids especially. And so you can use honeybees and LiDAR and find all the unexploded landmines. This is actually an idea of Joe Shaw, a good friend of mine. Anyway, if you want to know about it, just email me. And then combating misinformation. So we did this in 2021. This was our theme. Of course, it was during the pandemic when that was really evident. And Giorgio Parisi gave this great talk again in haiku. And just paraphrasing what he said if every scientist spent some small fraction of their time, sorry, I made a mistake on writing that, trying to communicate to people who are not scientists, trust in science would improve. And I think that's really a call to all of us to really try to talk to people you don't normally talk to. And it's actually good, has benefits. And so we had 5,000 international science leaders, including Nobel, UNESCO, L'Oreal, Breakthrough Prize winners, etc. And again, just going back to Aldous Huxley, this is a great quote. It says, what Mark Antony could do to the mob assembled around Caesar's corpse, his modern counterpart can do to entire nations. Never have so many been so much at the mercy of so few. And he was really talking about the radio. So it's that double-edged sword. It's you can share information, you can share knowledge, but you can also bring people together to incite wars, etc. Okay, so anyway, just ending it, coming very soon. You heard something about it, the International Year of Quantum Science Technology 2025. This is just a picture. I'm showing the picture because this is at the UN where we promoted it to member states, which then proclaimed it on June 7th of this year. And the person standing next to me is, many of you will know, it's Ana Maria Cheto from UNAM in Mexico. And next to her is Yankee Kim, president of the American Physical Society, and then Yanni Chimbo. That's the only tall guy in the picture. All right, so anyway, that's coming up really soon. Finally, I got 2 seconds, okay. That's just my regular time. Let me see. Okay, so immersive education, I just want to say it helps your communities. This is actually a picture really of immersive education. And bridging cultural divides also helps. So in this case, speaking of marine biology, there were two, Ed Ricketts, who was a real marine biologist, and I knew this guy, I read his textbook, and John Steinbeck, and they were best friends, and they actually wrote a book together and one of Steinbeck's novels actually featured records in it. And so I read both of them as a kid.
1 minute left.
1 minute left. Okay, great, thank you. Anyway, the only last point I want to make about this picture, those are all kids from what I would call the wrong side of the tracks. It's an American expression. Some of them would suffer, or their siblings would suffer from drug problems, and this was in Oregon in the 1970s. And this kind of experience really helped. I think that's another thing for outreach. That really, it can, if you leave something inside, they can come back from a bad experience and recover. So at any rate, I think it's always good. And with that, I'm just going to close and say thank you. All right, thanks. And I'll stop. Oh, somebody stopped presenting for me.
Thanks so much. We will have time for questions. We can all contact you directly. Thank you so much. Let's have Joel Brock start sharing his screen. Because the next speaker is Dr. Joel Brock, the Given Foundation Professor of Engineering in the School of Applied and Engineering Physics at Cornell University and Director of the Cornell High Energy Synchrotron Source, CHESS, and also co-PI of our NSF Friends Center for Interpretation and Chemistry of Energy Materials. He currently serves on the International Advisory Committee for the Riken Spring 8 Center in Japan, the International Advisory Committee for the National Synchrotron Radiation Center Research Center in Taiwan, the External Advisory Committee of the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory in Tallahassee, the Scientific Advisory Committee for the Advanced Photon Source at Argonne National Laboratory, and he chairs the Scientific Advisory Committee for the Stanford Synchrotron Radiation Light Source at the SLAC National Cerebral Laboratory. He's faculty fellow of the Cornell Atkinson Center for Sustainability, and is a fellow of the American Physical Society. The title of his talk is CHESS, Delivering Scientific Excellence, Technical Innovation and Training, the Workforce of the Future. Take it over, Joel.
Thank you, Jorge. Can everybody see my slides? Let's see. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Oops. So first, let me dive in. Actually, Tessima and Suleiman gave some of my talk for me, so I'll be able to get through very efficiently. But the CHESS is actually our acronym. It stands for the Cornell High Energy Synchrotron Source, and we're a third-generation high-energy synchrotron facility. We're funded by the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, and the Air Force Research Laboratory. And just for the non-experts in the group, third generation means that our source is optimized for undulators, so that get the undulator radiation. High energy means the storage ring is at 6 GeV, and the net result is that we get an extraordinarily bright source. And what brightness in this context means is that the beams are highly collimated and have a small spot size, and that the useful range for ours is about 5 kilovolts up to several hundred kilovolts. In this particular class of machines, there are actually, I have 5 pictures here. There's a new one, a brand new one opening in Beijing. I think it started this summer. But there, Petra 3 is in Germany, Spring 8 in Japan, ESRF is in France, Advanced Photon Source is in Illinois, and then CHESS is in New York at Cornell University. So Cornell has a long tradition or history of accelerator-based sciences, as it began. The earliest things were in the 40s, but shortly after the Second World War, Cornell recruited Hans Bethe, and Hans Bethe brought with him Bob Wilson, the accelerator designer, who then later on went to Fermilab and so on. And then it's before my time, but the 1960s were really a busy time because of the space race. And at that time, under Bethe's leadership and Wilson's leadership, they proposed and built a large accelerator-based lab underneath the athletic playing fields. If you then fast forward about 15 years, to 1977, Cornell built an electron-positron collider in the same tunnel as the original synchrotron. And this facility was called CSER. It's short for the Cornell Electron Storage Ring. And it the amazing thing is it took them 2 years to build this machine and get it going. And it was in operation less than 2 years after construction began, and was an incredibly successful particle physics experiment studying the role of various quark resonances, and particularly study the bottom quark. Part of that proposal that built Caesar created chess. It was led at the time by Boris Batterman and Neil Ashcroft. Many of you may probably know Neil from his book, Ashcroft and Merman's Solid State Physics book, the same gentleman. And so the chess facility was established at the same time as Caesar. Sorry, I have one photograph here of the early days. This is Hans Bethe and Boyce McDaniel riding the bicycles around. And you have these famous pictures of Einstein on bicycles. Well, here's a Bethe on a bicycle. I'm not sure exactly when this picture was taken, but it's before we built Caesar, or the tunnel's much too narrow now to ride a bicycle in. And that basically then brings us to the modern age of, but between 1980 and 2008, when Caesar and chess were running together. And there's a picture in the upper right there that shows the location of our storage ring. It's basically 5 stories underground underneath the athletic playing fields. There's about 3/4 of a kilometer in circumference. On the lower left, there's a schematic diagram of the generic accelerator design, which is common to so many synchrotrons around the world. You start with a linear accelerator and a booster synchrotron and a storage ring. Historically, we had the particle physics experiments. We had both electrons and positrons in the same ring. The detector was known as Cleo, and then chess was on the sides with beamlines looking at both the positron and the electron radiation. And so Caesar and chess operated in parallel all the way through the 90s and into the early 2000s, and incredibly successful on the X-ray parts as well, of 2 Nobel Prizes as for work. Ada Yonath, her work on the ribosome, and Rod McKinnon for his work on the potassium ion channel. They both did their work in the same little tiny hutch at chess, which measures, I don't know, maybe 1 square meter, 1.5 square meters. So I think it may be the world record for Nobel Prizes per square meter. But we've since remodeled, and I can't even find that spot on the floor anymore. So I can't point to it anymore. In 2016, we began an ambitious upgrade project where one of the features of synchrotrons is that every 20-25 years or so, you need to really renovate, or you fall behind. The community keeps advancing. And we did our refresh in between 2016 and 2019, where we upgraded the storage ring to raise the energy, lower the emittance, raise the current. And so we were all in undulator beam lines. We completely gutted the experimental floor, all new X-ray optics, and all new beam lines. This is a major project. And so just a couple of photographs here. This first one is the picture of what you're seeing is the Cleo detector being disassembled and taken out of the thing. And this was, sort of the classic large physics types of experiments that you hear about. And the detector was 3 stories high and weighed tens of tons. And you see the different components coming out here. It took us a couple of summers, but by the summer of 2018, we had gotten everything out. You can see some of the construction crew here that had demolished the floor. And most of the floor is peeled back. The blue shielding blocks and stuff would eventually come out as well. But that's roughly what the experimental floor looked like in the summer of 2018. And by the fall of 2019, we had one of the key points I'm going to come to later is that this was one of our first really productive interactions with the University of Puerto Rico, where a group of students came and spent several months. To their credit, they came in January, February, and March, which is not the obvious time to visit Cornell coming from Puerto Rico. But they helped construct and commission a new beam line. And these kind of experiences in my personal life, and these students are transformative. When you spend a significant amount of time working on a major project, it just changes your whole worldview about what you're interested in and what's possible. Not only did we rebuild our physical infrastructure in 2019, but we also changed our funding structure and our organizational structure. Previously, the National Science Foundation had been the sole steward. And in 2019, we shifted to what's called the partner model, where multiple organizations support beamlines and pay a proportionate share of the core facility. And we've been operating in that mode ever since. So just a couple of numbers, so in the first part, in 1980 to 2019, we were a national user facility. From 2019 to the present in the partner model. To give you a sense of scale, we have, I think at the actual number is closer to 220 people working in the building. We spent about $54 million last year. There's some construction projects in there. And like all synchrotrons, we run 24/7. The accelerator runs about 5,000 hours a year. And we get about 1,500 user visits a year. This most recent run during the fall, I give you the exact numbers. There's 550 distinct users. There's from 120 institutions came by. So we intersect a really broad, certainly national and with a certain fraction of international visitors as well. So getting back to our mission, and its threefold mission is to, one, provide unique synchrotron X-ray infrastructure, and also end-to-end expertise to really support the research community working on the most important scientific, engineering, and scholarly challenges. So what this means is that users will begin speaking with the scientists well before their beam time and get assistance in how do you design your experiment, how do you put it together, how do you make sure you can make good use of the time. They'll then be supported during the data collection phase, but then in the modern age, the data sets are so huge that users also need assistance in visualizing their data, processing the data, and ultimately analyzing the data. That these are enormous data sets at this point. Typical data sets now it's not unusual for a user to get between 1 and 10 terabytes in a weekend or in a week of running. And it's not the kind of thing you can analyze on your laptop anymore. It takes large scale facilities. Since we are located at Cornell University, our educational and training mission is paramount here. We are one of the only synchrotrons in the world. There's just a handful of them that are located on universities. Most are located in some sort of a national laboratory context. And one of our key missions is education and training. And at all levels, but particularly for this group, it's to train the next generation of synchrotron users, practitioners, and developers. And we also have a large effort in developing new technologies, both for accelerators and for X-ray technologies. So as I mentioned before, we have this partner model, and our current partners are listed here. The National Science Foundation supports CHEX, which Tessima and Suleiman discussed a little bit earlier. The Air Force Research Laboratory supports several beamlines, and they call it the Materials Solutions Network at CHESS. And the National Institutes of Health support the macromolecular crystallography at CHESS. And what that translates into currently is 7 operating beamlines, which are all optimized for specific things, whether it's energy materials, quantum materials, spectroscopy, biological materials, and so on. And the MSNC beamlines are operated by the Air Force Research Laboratory and really concentrate on mission-oriented problems. And in one case, structural materials, that would be the structural materials beamline, residual stress, manufacturing challenges, and so on. And the other on functional materials is on the, I think some studies materials and during processing, but a lot of on during processing rather than under load. So where are we going in the future? Well, this is one of the things that Tessema and Suleiman talked about, but we're in the process of building in collaboration, and the word collaboration here is key. It's a collaboration with the National High Magnetic Field Laboratory and their expertise in high field magnets, and with the University of Puerto Rico. And this is both the training mission, but also the science mission here. So two key parts, and in the Cliff Notes version is we want to combine the science that high magnetic field users do at the Mag Lab with the science that X-ray people do. So that in the simplest way to imagine that is that the Mag Lab has been studying materials at high fields for a long time, but nobody has any structural information about what's going on. It's all inferred, or from typically current voltage measurements and with some visible optic measurements. And the goal is to actually be able to look at the atomic structure of materials in magnetic fields. And in the science case for this is actually extraordinarily rich. The idea is that the magnetic fields actually couple directly to all the degrees of freedom of the electrons, and those degrees of freedom are directly probed by the X-rays. So that just creates an enormous number of scientific opportunities across a large number of disciplines, because we can manipulate the electrons with the field, and then we can monitor their response to the X-rays. And so the key thing is to draw on the talents of the experts in both X-ray science and high magnetic field to create a unique facility. Okay? And so this is one of the mid-scale 2 projects that Tessema was talking about. We were, I think, one of the winners of the inaugural competition back in 2020. And this kind of busy-looking picture here is actually about half of the beamline. What you don't see farther off to the right would be where the storage ring comes in and the undulators and so on. But this is a state-of-the-art beamline. It would have multiple monochromators, so you can have either low resolution or high broad bandwidth or narrow bandwidth sources. There'd be focusing, full polarization control, and then down in the hutch is initially will be a 20 Tesla DC magnet sweeping up and down, and I don't know if you can tell there from the picture, but up here, I don't know if my mouse is there, this is a standard scale human being in the drawing. This is an absolutely enormous hutch, and there was no room in the lab to build this beamline, and it required the building of a new building. And so 2020 or 21, this was the artist's conception of what that new building would look like. And then fast forward a few years, this is what the building actually came to look like from the outside. And I actually think it's remarkable how accurate the artist's drawings were in actually putting this together. So anyway, this beamline is under construction, and we imagine, we plan on delivering X-rays to the hutch in January or early February, the completion of the X-ray parts by the summer. We're awaiting the delivery of the magnet. Hopefully this will arrive later this fall, and the facility will become operational in January 1st, 26. Well, probably January 22nd. No, he's going to be here on the 1st. Because we had the new building, it gave us another opportunity to pitch another beamline. This one is X-Sleep, and you should think of this as a microscope for plant biologists. That's where you can look at the structure of a plant on length scales ranging from the entire plant down to the subcellular, or imaging experiments, whether it's fluorescence imaging, phase contrast, whatever, but with all the features you need to actually grow your plant and maintain it, and so on. And so this is construction. This will be available in another 3 or 4 years. We're just now placing the orders for the long lead time items. We imagine that some of the construction of The Hutchison stuff will actually occur this coming summer, the summer of 25. And here's another one of these pictures of what it's going to look like. Like over here on the right is all the things which are back in the storage ring tunnel where the undulators and so on are coming into the monochrometers and the mirrors up here. Or this will be the experimental chamber for your plants. Think of light boxes and carbon dioxide and temperature control and everything, and then all the imaging and the user area back here, a mezzanine on top for all of the equipment. So this is moving forward very nicely. So in parallel to the X-ray parts, the accelerating X-ray technology development at CHEST has been huge. We have an over 60-year history of this. A few recent examples. I'd just like to point out 2 or 3 of them that many of you, if you've done synchrotron experiments, have probably taken advantage of. So the original measurements of the prototype undulator for undulator A at the Advanced Photon Stores was done at CHEST. So it helped design and build it and put in a special lattice for the machine that could actually run the undulator. This was the demonstration that convinced people you could actually run undulators. So anybody that's done a synchrotron experiment using an undulator, the very first hard X-ray undulator was operated at CHEST. Next is cryo-cooled monochromator crystals. This was the brainchild of Don Bilderback, who was our associate director. The basic idea is that if you cool down silicon crystals, at one point the thermal expansion goes from positive to negative, which means it crosses through 0. And he pointed out if you worked at that point, and it didn't matter if you had a thermal gradient on your silicon crystal, there would be no lattice expansion and hence no effect on the diffraction. And almost every monochromator at a modern synchrotron takes advantage, and that you've used Bragg diffraction from crystals takes advantage of this. Several other people helped develop it, but it was Don Bilderback's original idea. And the last one is the development of pixel array detectors by Saul Gruner's group. If you've used the CS pad at LCLS or someplace like that, those are all Saul Gruner devices. Alumni from his group formed Dectris. Anybody that's ever used, a Dectris detector, or that you're seeing the long reach of these ideas. And then we've been training accelerator physicists for years. At Cornell trains about 1 in 5 of all the accelerator physicists in the United States. And so on. So we have a long tradition of educating people. So I'd just like to throw out a couple, the last couple of minutes of what kind of facility would be appropriate for a regional facility in the Caribbean. And a couple of suggestions other people talked about, but I think examples like ESRF and the European XFEL, which are organized, they are technically corporations. The stakeholders are multiple countries are involved. And it's actually good that you have more than just a couple, because that keeps any particular country from completely dominating. And it's not just the big organizations, ESRF and so on, that if I just visited Soleil and Diamond, they have very similar organizational structures. And I think it's very appropriate. I would argue that you want to co-locate this facility with some other large research or industrial complex. There's all kinds of things: safety, power, cooling, security, buildings and grounds, high-speed internet, computing support, data storage, and so on. And it's also really important that you have a guest house and a cafeteria so that people can come and use it. I guess my advice is that you think of a workhorse machine along the lines of Soleil, Diamond, Alba, Swiss Light Source, or where a 3 GeV, but with one of the new modern low emittance lattices that Swiss Light Source and Alba, Diamond, Soleil, they're all upgrading to take advantage of these new lamps. But it's going to be critically important that these be green machines. You're doing everything you can to minimize energy consumption using permanent magnets instead of solid state power supplies, looking at some of these new high gradient LINAC injection systems and so on. And then my advice to you is, don't try to build a best-in-class machine like, let China, the US, Europe, and Japan build these best-in-class machines. They let you use them for free. Okay? And you want to build a machine that serves the needs of the region rather than just a handful of elite research groups. And cost-effective operations is going to be critical going forward. That the operating cost of these machines is really significant, and to have a future, we need to figure out how we can rein in our costs.
So 1 minute left.
Okay, I'm almost done. When you're thinking about your design of your facility, also I'd suggest think of this as a 100-year facility. It's going to be upgraded 3 or 4 times, and you need to design your facility so that it's upgradable. And also cyber infrastructure is going to be key. I predict that many of your users will never come to the site. They will send their samples in, will work remotely, and so on. And that's going to be the complete future 20 or 30 years from now. So to give you an example of what upgradable means is just the design of the Swiss light source, where they have this crane which goes all the way around the building. You can take the lid off of the storage ring, you can access it from many points, and so on. And the Swiss light source, diamond, so they all have sort of similar designs, and it just enables them to completely rebuild. So I recommend that to you. So last slide. How can Chess and Cornell contribute to your effort? Or I think that in the short term, meaning the next 10 or 20 years, that we can help you train people. It was mentioned earlier in earlier talks that you really need to send people out. You need to grow a cohort of accelerator physicists who will design, build, and operate your machine. You need to train a cohort of X-ray physicists who will design, build, and operate your beam lines. And you also need to create a whole generation of domain scientists, biologists, engineers, but who are also sophisticated X-ray users. And I think, a place like Cornell, but the programs at Alba were mentioned earlier and so on, that all the synchrotrons in the world can participate in this and should. And I think that's my last slide. Yep. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joel. Thank you. We don't have time for questions. We have to move on for the next presenter. So Dr. Michel Sima, if you can share your screen while I introduce you. The next speaker in this session is Dr. Michel Sima, Associate Professor in Mineralogy and Crystallography at the University of Bari, Italy. He served as coordinator of the activities of the United Nations International Year of Crystallography in 2014 and acted as Executive Outreach Officer for the International Union of Crystallography from 2015 to 2024. He is co-founder and member of the Executive Committee of LAMP and serves on the Executive Committees of the International Mineralogy Association and the African Light Source. He is founding member and advisor of the Executive Committee of the African Crystallographic Association. He has initiated global initiatives to advance crystallography, including the International Union of Crystallography, UNESCO, Open Lab, a network of schools and labs in 25 plus countries, the X-Tech Lab, a crystallography hub in Benin for Western Africa, and Crystal, the Caribbean regional hub based in Jamaica. The title of his talk is Advancing Light Source Development in the Greater Caribbean Region, the Role of LAMP as a Catalyst for Capacity Building and Collaboration. Dr. Sima, you can start your talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and thanks all organizers for giving me this opportunity to present the initiative LAMP and to having me in this session. I think this is a very important session for development in the region. So you already mentioned my participation in different societies and associations. So let me start with this photo, because I think it's very important and it's very nice for me to be in this session in the CELAC 2024. And actually, we had a LAMP already participated in a previous CELAC forum that was in 2018 in Panama. And as you see from this picture, these are the speakers in a dialogue session that LAMP organized under the title of Implementing Advanced Light Source Facilities in Latin America and the Caribbean for Sustainable Socioeconomic Development. This is just to demonstrate that we're really keen in supporting your initiative, and we really believe in the importance of building capacity, human capacity, and infrastructure capacity for the development, for socio-economic development of the region. So I'm very happy to be here in this new CELAC forum this year. So what is LAMP? LAMP is an acronym. It's not only a lamp because we want to make light. It's an acronym for Light Sources for Africa, the Americas, Asia, Middle East, and Pacific. And it was started back in 2016 thanks to a grant was awarded by the International Science Council to a joint project of IUPAP and IUCR, and that project was entitled Utilization of Light Source and Crystallographic Sciences to Facilitate the Enhancement of Knowledge and Improve the Economic and Social Conditions in Targeted Regions of the World. And as it was already mentioned by Leo in his opening remarks, has eventually gained a higher reputation as a leading institution in science capacity building and science diplomacy. So as you see, we are targeting different areas, including, of course, the Americas, so South America, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And our effort is in trying to establish a discussion about implementing new high-level infrastructure, scientific infrastructure in the targeted regions of our program. This is a sort of outline of the initiatives that I'm going to show to tell you about our work and what we are trying to do to build capacity in different sense. I mean, human infrastructure, education, and all these things. So first of all, I want to mention the leading institutions of LAMP, which are International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, the International Union of Crystallography, and the ICTP, the Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics. Okay, why we decided to start this initiative is, of course, very clear to everyone in this session, and the reason is that it's very clear that there are regions that are lacking of these kind of facilities, and we already know the importance of having this kind of high-level facilities. So Africa is the only continent with not a single synchrotron facility, but we're talking about Latin America and the Caribbean now, and we all know that there is only one synchrotron facility in Brazil. Also, Central Asia is a region that is lacking of this kind of infrastructure, which is really important for the development. This is really important for the local scientists to do their own research. So something that has actually developed our ideas is building the users before we build the synchrotron facilities, so trying to build capacity in the regions. So LAMP is actually, in the people behind LAMP, in the executive committee, are those that you see in this picture. Tingua, Sando Scandola, and myself are the founders of the initiatives, and eventually new members have been added to the executive committee, as you can see in this slide. But we also have a number of participating advanced light sources. So we have partners, and this is a list of our advanced light sources and collaborating with us, but of open to establish new collaborations with any other synchrotron facility. Also, in the governance of LAMP, unfortunately, I think my slide was hidden for some reason. We also have a number of regional committees. So we have committees for Africa, for Southeast Asia, for Mexico, for South America and the Caribbean. You can find all this information on the website. So we have a reference contact points for each of the regions. So the people behind LAMP are really many, and we have a lot of collaborators, and information can be shared through all our contact points in the different regions. So starting with some of the tasks that we have achieved in a sense, and that can we to this community. This is a brochure that was designed and developed at the beginning of our project. So this is, I would say, 2017, perhaps. And it is available for free in different languages. You can download from the website. I think this is a very important document because it's written in a very simple language. It's highlighting some important applications of synchrotron radiation, and it's really useful for the beginners, so early career researchers, but it's also very, very useful for decision makers, policy makers, those who are not in the field, because the language it is using is very, very simple and can be used for this kind of outreach initiatives when we have to deal with people who are not from with a scientific background. We have also developed strategic plans for different regions, and we are in the process of developing others for the other regions that we are targeting. These are mainly based on the Grenoble resolution that was developed in 2015 during the first African Light Source Conference. So that was developed with the idea of a new synchrotron for the African continent, but we have developed this and expanded based on the needs of different regions. These documents are also available on the website, and you can download and use, and we are of course always available for updating whenever some new information are necessary or available. Now, one of the main that we are developing is the FAST Teams Mobility Program. FAST, again, is an acronym for faculty student. So what we do is to provide grants to teams composed by a professor and a PhD student to travel together and spend 2 months in one of the partnering synchrotron facilities, where they get trained about the use of synchrotron radiation techniques, their own research, and we have already supported around 100 individuals, so 50 teams. The call is now expired. The deadline was end of October this year, but we have a call every year, so there will be another opportunity next year. This is what we know, and you can find on the website. So this is an important URL that I would recommend everyone to share for next year at this point, because we are about to announce the winners and the awardees of this call for 2025. But we are also supporting researchers in making the research and synchrotron facilities by this SPARC program. SPARC stands for Synchronizing Partners to Advance Research Characterization. So this is a mailing program for sending samples to the synchrotron and have measurements done. So this was starting during the pandemic period, of course, where we could not send people around to the synchrotron for their training and research, but available, and some funds are there for this kind of remote experiments, or at least maybe experiments. But we're also targeting, our target is quite broad. We're also targeting high school teachers, and we have started this initiative a few years ago, where we deliver workshops for high We already had 4 editions in partnership with different synchrotron facility. Last year it was with Sirius in Brazil. And what we do is to invite high school teachers to attend these workshops where we invite them to consider some research stories as a focus for their teaching in the high school. This is a way to inspire young researchers to get into science, of course, and STEM disciplines in general. We also are a partner of ICTP for the organization of schools on synchrotron light sources and their applications. Last year we had 287 participants. Next edition will be in January 2025, and there is a URL here. Registration is free. This is a 2-week school, and I think some of the in this session are also involved in the teaching. So again, this is another opportunity that we are offering to young researchers to learn about synchrotron radiation techniques. And I want to mention now also our effort in trying to build capacity in infrastructure. And I want to start with the EXTEC Lab, which is a facility that we have launched a few years ago in Benin, in Central Africa, West Africa. EXTEC Lab was based on an idea which we started during the International Year of Crystallography back in 2014. I was the coordinator of this initiative, and we started this idea of the IUCR UNESCO Open Lab, where we try to establish research center or educational centers in different countries. We had over 25 countries where we this kind of facilities, which in some cases are just educational activities that we do in places where there are some facilities. And the idea behind here is the collaboration between IUCR and UNESCO, but also the collaboration with industrial partners. So based on this, we organize several schools with hands-on experiments, teaching from and and everything, and scaling up this idea, we end up with the establishment of the EXTEC Lab in Benin. This is one of the LAMP colloquium done by Thierry d'Almeida to the cabinet of the government on Benin and presenting LAMP and this idea. And this was in connection with the African light source. So these facilities that we are trying to establish are, as I said before, a tool to build the users before we build the facility, so to build capacity in the region. And the idea that LAMP was partnering with the African light source was, of course, very crucial to convince the government of Benin to put money into in-house facility for the region, for the local researchers to have access to instrumentation, high-quality instrumentation. And so now this is just fantastic with a lot of new instruments, single crystal diffraction, powder diffraction, X-ray tomograph, and other facilities. And it is training hundreds of students. We have 2 training sessions every year for 2 weeks each. And we are training researchers from the entire region, not only from Benin. So at some point we decided this model could exported to other regions, and we decided to create this bridge between Benin and Jamaica. I'm not going to spoil too much to what Marvadine is going to present about crystal, but what we wanted to do was to create this link between Benin and Jamaica and try to establish something in Jamaica based on the same model. This is going to be presented by Marvadine later on today. So this is about crystal, the crystallography lab that is being implemented in Jamaica, the West Indies University. It's been a long story that Marvadine is going to tell you in a way. And in October this year, we had the inauguration of the first instrument. I want to say we are hoping to have more and to develop this facility in the near future. So this is now a reality, and I want to say that in both cases, ExTech Lab and Crystal are in-house facilities that are acting as feeders for the future synchrotron facility. So the ExTech Lab is there to help the African researchers do their own research and need a synchrotron in their future for their own research. And at the same time, Crystal is training the researchers from the Caribbean region, just waiting for the Greater Caribbean light source to become a reality. And to conclude, we are now working on another region as well. So LAMP is also very much involved into developing activities also in Central Asia. So we are trying to create this kind of shape, a sort of seagull shape, where we have Jamaica acting as a feeder for the Lamistad Great Caribbean light source. We have Benin and Kenya, where we are going to develop another center as feeders for the African light source. And we just had a meeting last month in Uzbekistan to establish Crystallography Research Center acting again for the Central Asia synchrotron facility, which I think will be discussed in this session, perhaps on Friday, if I'm not wrong, by Sayora. So in this way, we are trying to support the implementation of scientific infrastructures in order, I want to conclude just with this slide. As everyone said in this session, we need a collaborative effort to achieve all this, and LAMP is there to support all these initiatives. Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm just on time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michelle. Yes, we have about 5 minutes, so we can have some comments, suggestions, questions to Michelle. So, anybody?
So maybe one quick question. How will you guarantee as well the continuity or the sustainability as well for this LAMP project, which is wonderful, which is like something that will help, globally on the community?
Okay, thank you very much for this question, which is of course one of our main issues. In the beginning, started because we had a grant from the International Science Council, which was an important grant, so we could start several of these initiatives. After this, we had the support of the 3 leading institutions, so IUPAP, IUCR, and ICTP are supporting LAMP with some funds. And of course, we are trying to collaborate with different institutions in order specific activities. So what we have as a budget for the Fast Team Mobility Program is mainly the funds that we receive from the leading institution. And the Fast Teams are also supported by the partnering advanced light sources. So normally there is a matching funds that is coming from the synchrotrons. So this is what we have in terms of so we're doing all this with very little funds. But I have to say that when we start, and you will hear from Vadim later on today, when we start these kind of initiatives for implementing a new facility, our effort is trying to find local institutions, possible partners. So what we do is trying to facilitate the fundraising, trying to facilitate the partnership that we need to establish and make the facility sustainable in the future. Of course, we're also trying to have instrumentation that can be used for service. So also the local industry can support the facility in the future. And the best is when the local governments are there, but that's not easy. When the local government is interested in supporting this kind of initiative, like it happened in Benin, things are much easier. you see that there is a local interest. So this is more or less what we're trying to do, trying to involve as many partners as possible.
Okay, thanks a lot. We have Lawrence with a quick question. Lawrence?
So, Michele, thank you. It's a very beautiful presentation. Let me ask you, have the lab given consideration to expanding to other types of techniques and bringing in, say, IUPAC, the chemistry? Has IUPAC shown any interest? And that would allow us to get into the chemical industry for fundraising sustainability purposes.
I mean, yes, in a sense, and perhaps you know about the development in the X-Tech Lab. The X-Tech Lab now is a sort of material research center because we are not only doing crystallography, we have a tomograph, we have a full chemistry, and the new instrumentation are being added. So it depends on the interest that the interest in of the local community about how the facility can develop and in the future. As you see, at the moment, it is just a small team working on this. Within LAMP, I'm the director of the new crystallographic facility, so this is my field. So I'm trying to implement this, but it would be just fantastic if the team could expand and we could focus also on other techniques that, of course, are of interest for the community that will make use of synchrotron facilities in the future.
Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry that we have reached the limit for this presentation now. We have to move to the next talk so you can communicate with him individually.
Thank you.
So our next presentation and the last of the morning is Giorgio Margaritondo. So Giorgio, if you can start sharing your screen while I present you, introduce you.
I'm sorry, but I'm having a problem. That is, when I'm trying to share the screen, it tells me that there is no authority to do it. So,
So we have here our technical people, Humberto Garcia. Humberto, if you can try to check about the sharing capabilities for Giorgio, please.
I'm trying to share the entire screen because I can feel with the presentation, but what I'm trying to do is it's impossible to share your screen. Firefox may not have the authorization to record the screen in my computer.
Yeah, okay. We're communicating with our technical people. Hopefully we'll get that.
Sorry. I mean,
don't worry. Yeah, Carlos, if you want to write something in the chat.
Could you try now?
Okay, can you try it again, Giorgio?
Well, again, please.
Sure. No. Oh my God.
Are you using the little box, the button at the bottom with the square with the upward pointing arrow?
Okay, so I'm going there and say allow meet Google come to see your screen. I'm selecting the entire screen and it just tells me that this is not allowed. Okay, can I propose an unusual approach? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You know what? Let me tell you that at 1:10 we have an open slot. So that means in the next presentation after you, in 25 minutes, it's open slot. So maybe we can try to solve this technical problem within the next 25 minutes, and then we can have you at 1:10 if that's fine with you.
That's fine with me.
Or any moment in between now and then. So
that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Sorry about.
Let's try to solve this technical issue with Carlos and Humberto, and just be there in case we have we get the connection established. Thanks for your patience.
Giorgio, we were lucky that abbiamo avuto fortuna che eri l'ultimo.
So we have a tea break between now and then, 1:10.
So now we have 25 minutes to solve the problem. So we have been lucky.
Okay. So we have nothing at this.
The 1:10 slot is open. We have nobody there. So.
Okay. All right.
We were planning to just take a break at that moment, but we'll be happy to have Giorgio speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. But how do we proceed to solve the problem?
Well, I know
one way is
to
send your
Let's
slide.
keep here 5 minutes and we could try to solve the problem, because you are co-host now, Giorgio. In principle, you should be able to present.
Yeah. Or you could send us your slide and someone else could display them.
Okay, I'm going to use the email. Yeah, and I'm going to send this. Great. Let me do it.
We can have you at 1:10 if that's fine with you.
That's fine with me.
So Jorge, we'll take an official coffee break or something until 1:10, and in that time, Giorgio will sort out this difficulty with the technical team.
Yeah, let's do that. So let's take a break until 1:10, and 1:10 we will start the next session, which is gonna be hosted by Barbara Singh Wilmot. So to all the speakers in this first session, thanks for your participation, and all the people who have been in the audience. We'll see you then at 1:10.
So we have nothing at this.
1:10 that is open. We have nobody.
Okay. All right.
Giorgio.
We were trying to just take a break.
Yes.
We'll be happy to have Giorgio speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
Giorgio.
But how do we proceed to solve the problem?
Giorgio, keep. We can stay here 5 minutes and we can. Here 5 minutes and we could try to solve the problem, because you are co-host now, Giorgio. Principal user.
Patrick, we're hearing you. We're hearing you in the main.
Or you could send us your slide and someone else could display them.
Okay.
Can I also suggest, colleagues, that if there are any other speakers for the 1:10 session who would like to test their slides, please go ahead.
Great.
That's exactly what I wanted to ask. Maybe I can try.
Let's try to do that. So, Jorge, we'll take an official coffee break or something until 1:10, and in that time, Giorgio will sort out this difficulty with the technical team. Someone is replaying this, guys. We need to turn this off.
Which is gonna be
Carlos?
Barbara Singh Wilmot. So to all the speakers in this first session, thanks for your.
I'm trying now to
the
screen.
in the audience.
And then that would be like that. Can you see something? If I do that, will it work?
I'm not
We
seeing
see your computer screen, not the presentation.
You can go to the presentation.
I did. I put it full screen. Do you see a full screen, or is it a time delay?
We see your whole computer screen, not the PowerPoint presentation or the PowerPoint app.
Not even now.
No.
Even now, Christine.
Even
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
Maybe you can try opening a session instead of the whole screen.
So select Windows on the screen. There is the Zoom, the Meet the Outlook, those that are installed. So I will go for the PowerPoint and tell me if it works now.
Still not seeing Christine. We're still just seeing the participant windows. So Christine, go into your PowerPoint presentation, right? And put it in slideshow mode.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Then use Alt Tab to select the window. That's what I was told by So for instance, I'm trying to share to make sure that this works myself. So my presentation is up now. Are you seeing it?
Okay. Marva, I think I will try to present or to put my screen.
Okay. Hold on, before you go, Carlos, I'm changing screen. Are you seeing my change in slides?
Yes.
Yeah, they look perfect. Yes, they look perfect.
All right, great. So it works. All right, so I'm gonna end and you go ahead. And then Christine can try again.
And what I can do maybe is to restart logging in.
Can you see my?
It's coming up. Carlos.
This is for me.
Go in presentation mode, Carlos.
Okay. That means for me works.
No, you are not in presentation mode, Carlos. You weren't.
That's fine. He just did it. Leo wants to say something. Leo, can you say something?
I'm saying that presentar es il verbo, presenter es presenter. Tal vez debemos cambiarlo esto.
No, it comes automatically. If you present something, you are presenter. Okay?
Sì, ma presenter, I'm presenter with the E and not with the A in English.
Carlos, what I was telling you is that you weren't in present. Try to go into slideshow mode. There you go. Yes.
Now?
And change.
Yeah, it looks perfect. Looks perfect.
Okay. For me, it looks okay, no?
Very good. Very
Okay.
good. Is there anyone else who would like to try? Any other presenters online with us who would like to try just to test?
That's
Yo.
yeah, I try. So what should I do?
Okay.
Carlos, you take him through.
Okay. You have to select, for instance, if you are full screen or your windows, you have to select exactly what you want to do. And then go ahead.
Okay. So excuse me just a moment. I'm going to start the presentation. It's not working. Okay. Let me start from a general picture of the synchrotron network, which is the biggest scientific network right now in the world.
So Georgia, we're hearing something, a recording, but I'm not seeing your screen.
Okay, let me try again. All right, so. Okay, I'm trying to share the screen once again. No, it gives me always the same error message.
But you select the window what you wanna present.
Yeah, it gives me the same error message with all the windows I'm selecting, including the entire screen. It says that Firefox may not have the authorization to record the screen of your computer. Go to System Preference. So I'm trying to go to System Preference.
Okay, so Giorgio, someone was suggesting that you try to use another browser, so connect to the meeting via something like Google Chrome or another browser and not Firefox. Is that possible?
Christine, for you, everything was okay?
No, Christine is not okay as yet. Is she back?
Christine needs to try it again, just in case.
Christine, are you there?
Exactly, and somehow common denominator Firefox. So I'll try as well with Chrome. I'll reconnect with Chrome.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we're hearing you.
I'm in Chrome, and let me try here.
So I'm on Chrome now. Did it work, Giorgio, for you?
Excuse me just a moment.
Christine, you can go ahead and try while he's coming up. Go ahead.
Record the computer screen. So now, let's watch share.
No, Chrome gives me the same error message.
Okay, Carlos is our technical team there, can help us. This one is bigger than us. I'm not sure what the problem is. Christine, can we?
Yeah, same thing. I have like on Chrome now, it said can't share your screen. Google Chrome might not have screen recording permission on a computer. Go to System Preference.
Okay, Christine, I had the same problem.
So that now I'm on Chrome, and on Firefox, I didn't have that message. So.
Right, Carlos. Let's stop the recording in the meantime, and we'll start until we start the session at 1:10, and see if you can we get some specialized advice from the higher technical staff.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem to be the browser then, guys.
And I'll try to go back on Firefox.
I'm suggesting in the chat that you send by email your presentations to Carlos.
Okay, recording is off.
Okay, thank you. So that will be, if you can send, I just put the email, Carlos' email. So if you can send your PowerPoint presentation to Carlos,
The
then
problem
he
is
can.
that it's too big.
Yeah, but you can set it as a way that not the whole presentation. You set a link to download the presentation. That can be done through places like Google Drive and other type of.
Excuse me.
Yeah, because
if
it's working.
I would say the following: if this which is happening to Giorgio may happen also to other speakers.
I know.
So if it happens, I suggest that for those for whom it happens, we interrupt the transcription and the recording, and then as soon as they finish, we restore it.
So I agree with you. Definitely, we should do that.
So is it recorded?
I think it's the simplest way of proceeding, of going on. In practice, we have seen that for all the cases until now, we had no problem. So presumably, it will not be a problem which will be present very often. Let's say 10% of the case, statistically. And so, in that case, we interrupt the transcription, we interrupt the recording, and then as soon as they finish, we restore it.
That's fine, but let me try and see if it works. Is it recording now?
Mire, están teniendo problemas para presentar. Puede interrumpir la transmisión, ¿cómo se llama? La grabación, porque dicen que por la grabación puede ser. Podemos interrumpirla un momentito para hacerla a la 1:10. Sí, GMT. Sí, es esa. Bye. Recording is off. Transcription are off.
Okay.
Do you see anything from my side?
It is the same error message. It's not.
You can probably go out on coming one more time, or probably.
Okay, I'll do that.
Do you see anything? I'm supposed to share my PowerPoint.
Nothing yet, Christine. It says you're sharing?
Yeah, it said that I'm sharing. So you are sharing another application Windows now. So maybe, but it only gives me the choice for, oh God.
I'm not sure what's going on, people. Because we do know that it's working. I clicked that little square box with the arrow, right, Christine? I already open in PowerPoint in the slideshow mode. And then I say share. But I guess you're blocked, so.
Exactly. But, so this is why I sent you the slide in PowerPoint. I sent to both Leo and Marvende. And another thing is as well maybe the email address. I see cdav@gmail.gov.
So, Carlos Jorge, can you tell me what I'm to do with her slides?
She said the slides.
One more time.
Send them to Carlos.
Or send it to the chair, to Marvadin, for instance.
No, Carlos, I'm gonna send it to you as the tech person, okay? Because I am not very familiar with Google Meets myself, right? So I'd rather not that responsibility. It's my first time presenting on Google Meets.
Okay.
The same is suggesting also that sometimes if you save it as PDF, you can get a smaller file size, and then you can just share it easier through email. That's a possibility, yes.
Giorgio, you are mute. You are mute. Mute.
Okay, I was saying, good idea. I'll try to do that.
Yeah, Christine is presenting now.
Yeah, but the problem is that
But you are presenting the. See, you see, you are presenting the entire screen.
no, but this is the thing. Exactly the entire screen, but on
Done
my screen
alone.
is PowerPoint.
Done. You go to the PowerPoint.
Can you now go with your mouse to the PowerPoint application and hit it so that it becomes active, becomes the active window. So we see that active window.
You see, this is the active window PowerPoint now.
Yeah, then please change to your PowerPoint. Now.
This is what, voilà, this is what I did before, but you didn't see anything.
Try to. Do you have it in show? In show mode, so we can see the whole screen in show. Can you try to do that for PowerPoint? Just in the PowerPoint application. Put in as show.
And it is 1:10
Can
p.m.,
you just
right?
move the PowerPoint over the Zoom screen?
Yeah, I'll put the PowerPoint screen over
on top of the Zoom screen, because it seems like you're sharing a screen, not a file.
I see a comment here from Prof. Robert Lancashire. Prof, you are saying allow still not clicked. Can you?
Yeah, in that menu that appeared on the screen when you were trying to.
On our screen, we saw
it said allow
to be clicked, and it wasn't clicked.
Yeah, you can try again.
Hello? It is 1:10.
We know.
So I think we should start anyway, because otherwise the problem remains.
All right. Can I make an extravagant suggestion? That is basically the message I wanted to give is how to get a simple presentation of the field for a broad audience. All right. So let's suppose that I'm talking to a broad audience. I'll do that orally, if you agree with that.
It's fine with
Can
me.
you try putting your presentation in the chat? Does that work?
I can try to do that.
That's actually fine with me, Giorgio, because we really need to get started.
Yes. So let me try this. Otherwise, I'll start speaking.
So start the recording again, right? And then have Marveling start the session.
Okay. Are we recording now, Carlos?
Yeah, I'll do that orally.
Well,
and we are back live streaming too, right?
Giorgio?
Yes.
Non puoi mandare le trasparenze per email e vengono montate qui da noi?
Ho preparato un file PDF, posso cercare di metterlo nel chat.
E probabilmente la più semplice è quella.
Sì, allora, scusate un istante, perché anch'io non conosco il Google, dove trovo il chat?
Come?
Dove trovo il chat?
No, mandalo per email a Maradin.
Ok, allora.
Maradin, I was suggesting him to send to you by email the PDF.
Well, I'm forwarding send it to Carlos because I'm forwarding to I forwarded Christine's to Carlos, Leo.
Maradin, can you give me your email address?
Okay, Carlos, you're going to put yours there. You're going to send it to Carlos, Giorgio.
Okay, can you give me the email of Carlos?
And Carlos, you already have Christine. So should we begin with Christine then, guys, or please advise?
Lorenz, if I can send you to the chat, you can present it.
That might be possible, yes.
Okay, I will make it. Wait.
I just need a email address, and then I can send the PDF file.
Look in the chat. There's an address for Carlos Radames.
Yeah, in the chat of this Google Meet, in the chat, there's the address. You can pick it up from there.
Yeah, but
Copy
can you just give me the spell the address, and I'll send the email.
It's Carlos, C-A-R-L-O-S.
Okay.
Period. R-U-D-A-M-A-S.
Okay, I found this. All right.
At U-E-S.
No, it's okay. I have it.
Okay.
I just sent it.
Okay. Lawrence, do you have Christine's presentation? Should we begin with Christine, ladies and
Christine's presentation, yes.
You have it. Very good. And I send the link as well. I have put it on Google.
Okay.
Yep, I have that too. And so what do you want me to do? What are we doing, Marvin?
So if you share, then each time I do like this, you change the slide. You press.
Okay. So we're starting with you right now?
Yes, I'm going to start the session.
Madeline, if you wish, I think I could send an email to all the speakers of the second half, shifting the program. There are two possibilities, either to shift the program by 10 minutes or 15 minutes, or perhaps who is the first one who speaks after.
Hey, I have a proposal. I have my presentation in this session. We can take it out and we put tomorrow or Friday on. In this way, we can keep.
Okay, so this would just shift.
Everybody should send me the presentation, and I can, for instance, or Lawrence. Oh, we have from.
Yes, we have the site of Lawrence today, because in this moment, if let me look.
Okay, Carlos, you should have my PDF by email. Did you receive it?
Wait a minute. I see. Giorgio, yes, I have it.
If Giorgio can wait until, if Giorgio could wait until your presentation, and we start at 35 with Christine, it would be better.
Yeah, but let me, in order to have more time, if you want.
Because I don't want to change the Massimo Florio. No, I don't want to change the Florio, Pirus, and Ponce.
Yeah.
So
I agree with Leo.
They will not change also Christine. So I would say if simply Giorgio could wait until practically 9:15 in Europe, and then the problem will be solved by then, we can continue with Christine. We have now a little bit more time.
So my presentation will start at 9:15 Swiss time.
Tu puoi, Giorgio, non parto?
Yes. Yes.
Se tu puoi, allora noi spostiamo Ludamas a giovedì o venerdì e a te ti mettiamo al posto di Ludamas.
Va bene.
Okay, so let's do that way. Giorgio 9:15 and Carlos, we decide today where to put him in the empty spaces of tomorrow and after tomorrow.
Exactly.
Okay, so that means so that means that Christine will start at 1:35 p.m. So we have a few minutes before
So
that.
Giorgio does at 9.
Okay, I will start at 9:15.
Perfect, Giorgio. Thank you.
Yeah. In the meantime, I'll try to solve the problem with the slides, but if not, we are going to use the PDF. Okay.
Giorgio, if you have problem, I will present your presentation, or you can talk, or you can tell me, hey. Go ahead. Next one. Okay.
Yeah, there are no animations in the PDF, so I mean, I'm losing a lot, but that's okay. I can manage.
Exactly, but I can pass you tell me, yeah. But
All right.
if I understood well, my presentation will be tomorrow or Friday. We will see. Yeah?
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate this.
Giorgio will take my time. Yes. It's okay.
Okay, perfect.
Jorge,
Perfect.
that
Yes.
is the idea, no?
That's agree. That's a decision. Solid decision. Perfect for
Okay.
everyone. Thanks, everybody. That's gonna work. So we'll be back at 1:35 for Christine's presentation. Thank you.
So I'm thinking that for this symposium, that we not only have a proceedings, that we make some kind of monograph based upon it. That is like a roadmap that we could, sort of make to governments and institutions in the region. I don't know what the difference would be. Leo, you're breaking up. I can barely hear you. Leo, were you responding to what I just said, or what? Or
I've seen that the connection from where I am is unstable, and the same wrote Gemma Martinez. So I don't know if it is our problem or a problem there. But we have certain. We have, let's say, if I look back at what I've listened today, I would say that at least 4 times there was a loss of voice for about 1 minute. It happened with Niemela. I don't know if it happened only to me or also to other people. Did you have a similar problem?
I have been involved in worse meetings with that meetings where that problem was worse. So
yeah, it happens.
So you always heard perfectly.
I think it was Joe Namella. There was some background noise. Like, I don't know really. I think his microphone was having some impedance problem.
No, I'm saying there was a certain moment in which there was at my computer there was the interruption of the sound.
No, not.
It was for a short period of time, half a minute or so. And Gemma Martinez sent an email saying that she had problems of instability.
Yeah, so there's nothing you can do about that.
I was asking if
I would say it's the digital equivalent of missing your flight.
Some of us.
That's gonna, like I said, that's the digital equivalent of missing your flight. So
These are
Nothing you can do about
these
that.
are the
Dave.
challenges of doing these things online. But it hasn't. I don't think overall it's been that bad. I have
Yeah.
seen worse. I have experienced worse. Depending on your location and the limitations in your location and the stability of your connection, these things will happen. So.
And even so, I've been emailing with people from the Brazilian Science Ministry.
Mm-hmm.
So did we just fill the one vacant slot that was in the program tomorrow? Is that what there was like a vacant spot at 2:20?
With Carlos's talk?
I couldn't really follow the solution that we were doing with Giorgio for tomorrow. Something about tomorrow?
Yeah, Giorgio will speak in Carlos's slot today, and I think we haven't quite decided where Carlos will speak. It could be tomorrow.
Exactly. That's better. That's better. We have the presentation of Giorgio. We can put it on. He can
Okay.
talk. Yeah, I think
so. Tomorrow's open slot was 2:20 p.m. Which
tomorrow 2:20 p.m.
No, we have at 2:25 Genaro Rodriguez.
2:20, whatever.
Listen, Carlos.
Yes.
En este momento, el único sitio seguro que tenemos libre es el de Lawrence el viernes, pero es muy posible que o Manoj o Genaro Rodríguez se retiren. Entonces, o lo retiramos, el Manoj no está contestando, lo vamos a discutir después. Pero los tres sitios posibles son Lawrence del viernes que quedó libre, Mano que no contesta los emails que uno le manda, y entonces no ha mandado el abstract, y yo le mandé un email preguntando si confirmaba, y tú lo recibiste, lo mandé en
Y
Genaro Rodríguez.
Abel canceló hoy, no puede el viernes. Abel canceló. Tenemos abierto ese espacio también.
Abel canceló el viernes, pero no puede tampoco el jueves.
Dijo que no puede el viernes.
Y tal vez puede el jueves. ¿Me preguntaste?
I remember, yo creo que Abel dijo que podía, ¿o no? El jueves.
No, yo creo que a ver se le puede preguntar también si en el espacio, él tal vez no pueda a esa hora, pero en el espacio de Lawrence tal vez pueda. Pero yo creo que lo podemos discutir más cuando termine la sesión, ¿no?
Sí, no hay problema.
Yo en este momento he contactado por WhatsApp a la gente del ministerio para saber qué pasa con Genaro Rodríguez.
Pero el slot de Genaro Rodríguez, ¿cuándo es?
Mañana.
Ok. Y esa es la única que tenemos el jueves.
Genaro a las 2:25. 12:25 p.m. tomorrow. That's Genaro Rodriguez slot.
So he is not participating?
No lo tengo.
There are two people talking, Lawrence and Leo. Who wants to speak first?
Ma dijo diciembre 12. Ma diciembre 12 es...
es mañana.
Es mañana. Yo ya le expliqué a ver que no era diciembre 12. Esto es un mensaje antiguo, Jorge. Se había equivocado de día. Él estaba para viernes 13, no diciembre 12.
Sí, está viernes 13.
Entonces,
sí, verdad,
cuando le aclaré, dijo que estaba bien. No, a ver, no se toca. Entonces, la situación es la que decía yo, tenemos libres el cupo de Lawrence del viernes 13 y podríamos tener libre los de Genaro y de Mano de mañana, sin contar que podemos también, dada la diferencia de hora que a esa hora a Carlos no les importaría utilizar la última sesión como con Flores hoy, que Flores está en Panamá, digamos en Centroamérica a las 5 de la tarde no son un problema, las 6. Entonces, digamos, para Carlos hay varias posibilidades. Cuando aclaremos qué hacemos con Genaro y con Mano, él puede escoger lo que le conviene más.
Lawrence, when you mention Lawrence, sorry, Leo, when you mention Lawrence slot on Friday, there's no Lawrence slot on Friday anymore. He talked already today.
No, digamos, lo de Lawrence estaba tratando de poner los brasileños. Veamos qué pasa con los brasileños de Lawrence. Ahora, Raiji dice que no se puede conectar. Esto del link ha sido un dolor de cabeza, porque todos me están escribiendo a mí preguntando el link. Vamos, déjame tomar el link otra vez.
I only follow pieces of that, but so my spot is going to be Simon Cannell, the Friday. So Simon Cannell is speaking on Friday.
No, it is important to know, Lawrence, if you can try to understand if Brazilian will talk or not.
I wouldn't count on it. I would plan as if the answer is no.
Because it is.
Yeah, Simon Connell will speak on Friday at 10:40 a.m. Yes.
Because so for Brazil, I would plan on. I mean, I have a high tolerance for last minute changes, but on the other hand, you have to proceed with what the plan you have in hand right now.
Yeah.
So if they come tomorrow and say, hey, let us talk for 10 minutes or whatever.
No,
we deal with that eventuality when it happens.
No, the point is, I'm finding that a lot of people don't read the email because at least 5 people asked me the link because the link is not working. Of course, they refer to the old link. They never read that there was a new link.
Yeah. Well, that
happened.
I already sent
almost anything. I count on anything happening. So.
Okay, gentlemen, remember, maybe we can discuss this later on. And I remember we have other people on the platform who are joining.
All right. So, Christine, I'm ready for any time you are. Or I guess we have until...
In 4 minutes. In 4 minutes.
We have 4 minutes.
Okay. So if I do like this, then it means you can change slide, Lawrence. Is it okay? You can see me?
Yep.
That could be a sign. Actually, it might be VPN related as well. I don't know. I mean, I was in the office before. I didn't try, but here at home, maybe that's things I tried with the VPN. But,
I wonder whether we could ask the speakers tomorrow to have a moment in which we check with the speakers that their system allows to show the transparencies. Perhaps if we remain with some empty space, we could use that empty space for all the remaining speakers to know for which one we have to make things like that.
And we can also ask for their slides in advance. So that I know that's what APS does. You have to send them their slides.
Yes, we could also ask for the...
And even for the APS, once we had one person who was completely recording her presentation, and then we were showing this during the slot.
Okay, Marvadin, you are sure that I'm off now in this session? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody, and welcome back to this parallel session in the SILAC 2024 forum entitled Synchrotrons in the Greater Caribbean and Beyond. We've been having a great session this morning. We've been learning a lot. We've been networking. we've been serving the mission. And now we continue. Our next speaker is Christine Darvik. Christine is an engineering scientist at the European Spallation Source, ESS, in Lund, Sweden, where she's been a key contributor since 2011. Christine's previous roles include significant contributions to the LHC at CERN and Fermilab, focusing on accelerator design and conducting magnets. At ESS, she led the design and integration of SRF cavities and cryomodules, and currently she manages the in-kind integration of equipment across the facility. Christine is dedicated to advancing science in the developing world, and she's also serving in a number of positions, including leadership roles in the American Physical Society. She's chair of the Forum on International Physics and currently chairs IUPAC's Working Group 14 on Accelerator Science. This afternoon, please help me welcome Christine Darvik, everybody, as she presents on global education through digital collaboration. Over to you, Christine.
So thank you very much for this kind introduction. So indeed, I'll try to put my background for the service as well, so of building, so new research infrastructure, and in this case, light source. So as you've heard, so my background is particle accelerator that you need for light source, and neutron now, so that I'm working for the spallation source. So I will, in that presentation, have one. So if you can change the slide. Voila, super. So the presentation that I will give will first have an overall view in terms of what we speak about open access, open science, because I think this is important nowadays in our community. And I will try to look at different case studies for this global education. So looking at school, so that I've been so involved in and starting, and then this massive open online courses that is a new way as well to teach. And then after that, some case studies looking at for the collaboration part, how to handle that. So if we look at the context, and I really like this presentation where you see the different revolution and the different evolution. So you see on the axis, so along the time, the different possibility of having this industrial revolution changing on and through science, technology, business, and organization. So the maturity of any pure research will pass by those 4 phases all the time. So if we speak about the information revolution, you see there, so that like solid state, so there is a possibility to learn more from all of the pure physics to build up then the technology, the World Wide Web. Then you get the possibility for this IT, when it works or not. So sometimes we have issue with that, so that it can become part of our daily life. So we do the same with the case of molecular, so economy. If we think now about the ESS, and this is so for the spallation source, so where we can look and tackle the different capacity for developing nanotechnology, biotechnology. And this is by this ecosystem where research infrastructure together with university and industry can work together. So the ESS, this is so where I work now, so which is coupled with the MAX4. So looking at synchrotron, so this is the important binome. So when you have this synchrotron radiation and the ESS, we have this science village that will give possibility for user to work together on those different technologies. So whether for life science and all the aspect of material. And I will not detail this in that presentation, but I will show how we can combine with the photon or the neutron using proton or electron, so the different training for building capacity with research industries, with research infrastructure. So the ESS itself, so this is looking at one ion source which will produce the H+. So it means that we have just a simple bottle of hydrogen, which will give possibility for the proton so to be extracted with then the acceleration that will be through those normal conducting different accelerating capacity. When we reach then the supraconducting part, we have then those supraconducting cavity that will bring from half of the speed of the light till about 96% of the speed of the light, the proton by bunch of 70, it's 70 milliamps roughly, so that we can gain an energy and the power of 2 megawatt stage approach, because the final one will be 5 megawatt. The proton then hit the tungsten so that they can generate the different neutron. And this is what we call spallation. And those neutron source will give possibility, so through the different instrument, to get to the sample information that will be those data transferred to the data management and software center in Denmark. So you see, we have then those two countries that work together, and all those petabytes so will give possibility for the spallation. So much more detail looking at what is the possibility and the capacity for the ESS can be found so in those different presentations, which are available so on the slide in a PDF. So now the point of this evolution. So if we come back for this evolution, so I was lucky enough as well for this acceleration world to have been involved with the LHC at the very early phase, and as well to have met with Robert Caillot, the co-inventor of the World Wide Web, with Tim Berners-Lee. So there, as well through one of those Physiques Sans Frontières first school that we organized in '98 in Sarajevo. So the World Wide Web as a window for science and technology. So the digital evolution is really a transformation as well of our current life. So I will look at the current life if we speak about sustainable development. So I would refer to the YouTube where Robert Caillot was emphasizing the importance of what the World Wide Web should enable, to have a possibility to save as well our different, problem with the current state of the planet and the potential degradation as well. So we have as well CERN, who and where this World Wide Web was invented, the possibility to celebrate the 70th birthday this year. So there have been also, so through the APS and from CERN, so some celebration. You see there as well one short movie that you can also see to look at the different happening for the high energy physics, but as well the application that has been enabled thanks to particle accelerator. And this is what I feel is the important part as well, how to promote the different capacity of accelerator to our daily life. So this first curve that we were looking at. So open science, open access. So that was thanks to the Physics Matter so colloquium series that I will describe later on. So a presentation by Alma that were from the UNESCO presenting the capacity for building, for bridging, and as well to focus on development and the developing capacity, especially for the 17, so Sustainable Development Goal. She has also presented the introduction for this decade of science for sustainable development. So all those different policy advocacy is the possibility to share so the knowledge across the world. And we had the possibility then to also in that Physics Matter to listen as well to Leo and have the understanding on the capacity from this policy advisory as well, how to bring this light in the Caribbean. So you can see all of those presentations, 40 minutes each of them, so that will detail much more of what we are speaking about. So now if we look in terms of how to do that, training, education. So we have the first case that I would like to emphasize. This is the ASP, so the African School of Fundamental Physics and Application, that we built up with a group of colleagues. So where in 2010, we had possibility to gather sufficient funding to explore in a nutshell the different sides of physics, and that was to bring capacity to reach as well and access and give access for this knowledge to the different African students that we gather for 2 to 3 weeks, so about 80 up to 85 of them, so that we can train them thanks to international scientific renowned people. And you can see as well much more detail on that. So this would be a long process. We had a journey where in terms of the topics, so as we said, in a nutshell, all the theoretical, experimental, and applied physics, but the light source have been as well since many sessions. So one of our ambitions, so to try to bring capacity, to try to have this network of science being scattered, so around Africa. So how to settle things? This is also what was mentioned earlier by this forum as well, to have the policymaker understanding what could stay in the country. So over the different sessions that we had, so every 2 years, we brought as well whether some new idea, depending on the interest of the country, to give possibility, for instance, for the ICT as well, to bridge as well the different gaps that exist in Africa. So you recognize here, so Herman Winnick, where this African light source was also mentioned in 2012, together with Lucas Serafini, who you will also understand all the development from. So how to build up those capacity, how to bridge science. So from this forum, so this is one part, but the main goal, this is a student that we are teaching general aspect of physics. We have also built up on that a conference, which is possibility for now the alumni to present their work and for having as well a broad interaction in terms of capacity as well that are of interest in Africa. So in 2021 was, because of the pandemic, the possibility to be online. So this is where we had then the possibility for more presentation that we will look at. So high school, so we try to teach teacher, we try to teach the pupils also, so that the youngest can also federate much more knowledge in Africa. So looking at the evolution as well of the school, you see here the different figures. More or less, we have more than 600 students now, from bachelor to PhD level, but up to last edition, so here's an older and a former slide, but up to 2,000, so high school students to whom we had possibility to show what we can do thanks to particle accelerator and thanks to science, thanks to, in general, fundamental physics. So you can still register. The next one will be in Togo for the conference. It's with abstract submission, and we will have possibility. So in September, to gather at least there will be more than 600 or 700 people. So it's really a possibility for impacting as well in Africa. So online, as we mentioned, because of the pandemic, so we gave the possibility again to bring some light as well, thanks to presentation. So from this mini-series that was about light source. So 6 presentations from the light source looking at Professor Andrew Harrison, but also from the neutron side. So my colleague were presenting so the different aspects of what neutron capacity as well could bring. So the complementarity of the photon and the neutron, they are, if you look at the scattering capacity, really similar. Again, a lot can be found in also the conference proceeding that was issued. And same way, so we will have for the general public as well some different articles that were proposed. So you can find back all the different online series. So this is sustainability in that case, and we get possibility for developing so those knowledge in and across South Africa. So you can find as well much more for each of those sessions. So the report that will present the different activities. So from theoretical to experimental, so trying to understand how particles behave. So we try to adapt to the student, and face-to-face in person is of course always easier, but we need also to understand how to massively train. So this is why the MOOC is then this different way of thinking in a more global way that we implemented. So since 2015, and you see here, for instance, in 2024, it was like one presentation where we gather across the different continents, so the African and the American capacity to bring this possibility of MOOC being one way and one tool for a global teaching of what particle accelerators are. So now I will present really quickly as well this Nordic Particle Accelerator project. Erasmus, so a strategic partnership that was proposed in 2015, and we managed to gather all the different presentation and short video. So video is also a really good and sustainable way to educate. So by 2019, so just before the COVID, so we had a build-up as well, a proof of concept with a school that were in person, giving possibility to identify the topic and the lecturer. And all together, so since that time, so for those 3 different MOOC, we had possibility to gather so at least 100 different countries and give possibility to more than 20,000 students to learn about what a light source is, what a neutron source is, what LHC as well is, and developing different components to build an accelerator and application of an accelerator for the case of medical application. So those courses are for free as well, so with the Coursera platform, and you would see here like those little video that give possibility to explain how all those component works and how additional presentation can be shared. So again, one sustainable way to teach and to train the different people, so whether it's an operator, someone who needs as well an additional training, or a young person that needs to have a more educative way, so in a friendly way, as we can see. So now we wanted as well to reach the younger community, so with teaching teacher, and this was another grant, an additional one, that we obtained also from this Erasmus platform, now working with Euroschoolnet. So the shape was a bit different, but we gathered the Max 4 again, so same thing, photon and neutron, and showing how the application part could be. So what we did was to transfer this knowledge in a way that would be based as well on some different recording. So we had Voilà, so the idea, and you can still register, so it's open even if the dates looks to be closed. Everything is open. If you enroll, you just have to register to sign up, and this is not a lot of advertisement, but what it gives possibility for any young person or any professor to understand the very basic of physics, and give possibility as well to look at different scientific stories. So this is the way how to inspire the younger, what are the different learning scenarios. So there was more than 2,500 teachers that were gathering for that first session, and they were together building some learning scenario to add to the learning scenario that we had developed by ourselves. So it was really an interactive course, so different as well from this earlier MOOC. There was the Race to Space, which was a game as well that enabled to develop as well the capacity of being a scientist, but from or behind your computer. So we have developed some trailer, and you can find as well a full description of that. We had also developed, so thanks to this Aeroforum capacity with Science in School, different chapters that explain where and how accelerator can be used. You can find as well so much more in those links. So now beyond this Science in School, so and again detail there, the idea was to reuse the different videos. So we build up new video that would fit our purpose, looking at so the story that we wanted to tell. So looking at, if you are in Star Wars, some of you might know Carson Wells, who can really inspire the younger. So thanks to explanation of what lasers are, what is the fiction, or what is wrong or what is right in those movies. So to interact as well, or to try to understand with paleontology as well, how this history across time can be understood thanks to synchrotron. So you see as well, some really professional, so science, so communicator from whom we have reused as well a different video. So all of that was put into capacity to build this MOOC. And this is what we have then tried to present in this collaboration. So now I'm speaking about the FIP, which is the Forum of International Physics within the American Physical Society, so 50,000 members, where we are, so together with also, so Joe Nimela that you have seen before, so he didn't mention, but he has been an active member for all those years, where we have program where through newsletter, like the African Physics newsletter didn't mention, but we have possibility to track what happens, to work together with the so African Physical newsletter. We provide some award for distinguished student, so travel award, and then this physics matter that I will describe a bit more. So and this is also for the CSAS, for the scientific affair. It's important to know that there are a lot of capacity enabled thanks to the APS. And the APS also was supporting the Sesame project. So this is what gives the birth as well to this physics matter. So for a developing community, there is a possibility to pay really almost nothing. So you see your wave can be lifted to less than 90% of the full cost. So again, this is case by case, but there are a lot of possibility to attend the March and April meeting. And the March and April meeting can be supported as well thanks to those Distinguished Student Award, where there is this competition as well. So now the idea is, so through the physics matter, and this is what for 4 years already, so we have spent more than 50 different events where we gather, so across the world, so up to 34 countries together, and an audience that can vary as well. But the idea is around the Sesame light source, so to look at developing community and to bring cases, so Sesame because of those, and you will see a bit later, so with Andrea Lossi and Gihan Kamel, so this wonderful capacity as well for peace thanks to Accelerator. So we are looking at the different countries which are like the member of the Sesame, so having a focus on what they're doing. And then the observer country as well with scientific case development, looking at particle accelerator for large research infrastructure, the aspect of outreach and education, so with the organization, so Physics Without Frontiers or Engineer Without Borders, or the rest. So that's the important part. The forum of different forum to interact as well and to have people interacting, mainly and a lot based on the aspect of environment and then health. How can we build this up? So you see an example here, for instance, for the case of Sweden, where with neutron and photon, we see the capacity as well to build that had enabled as well future collaboration. Again, the audience being together at the same moment, capable to ask questions to the speaker. So we have, and you can see much more. So in that presentation that I myself presented, so last April 24. So we have started this in 2020, just November 20, while it was in the middle of the pandemic with, and thanks to Luisa Cifarelli. So the idea has evolved a little bit. So when, so then I started in 2021, we had possibility to have directly the people communicating, whereas before it was recorded for the first 4 sessions. But then we have up to 40 minutes of presentation and question and answer by the audience. And this is when we can really interact with the people around the globe. So you see here, so the earlier presentation last month was for the 70 anniversaries of CERN with the high energy physics. We will have tomorrow, actually, the presentation from Malik Maza that also Joe Nimela presented. So the award that was through the IUPAP, so provided to him, was really, and you can understand tomorrow why. So he's a fantastic physicist looking at how to use this capacity for this biophysics. And again, across the different knowledge we can build up. And you'll know more tomorrow because there is some follow-up on those. So spread the word is looking at all of that. So
2 minutes.
2 minutes. This is perfect. That's what I need. So then looking at so this capacity to build, I will just so refer to some more paper and some more presentation there. You can see all the different events, the playlist. And I wanted to see indeed and focus on the light source. So you would find there as well in those presentations the concept as well of the African light source, the gathering as well for the anniversary of Herman Winnick with some of the people who were at the beginning of the Sesame. And you can find a lot of those presentations from the diaspora, but as well from the people who build up. So from as well here you see with Elise Rabinovich, so the different light, so for building this science for peace. And then I will not speak about that because you will have, and you had already from, so Katarina Biscari, the presentation of Alba, and then the Sirius, so this afternoon. And then, as I mentioned earlier, some from Leo as well, the capacity for developing the light source in the Caribbean. And I'm presenting there as well, or referring to Adayona, who was as well one of the pioneer to give possibility for gathering as well all the archive that she sent me so that we can have this special anniversary. So you can find all the archive from the beginning of the Sesame. So thanks to those series, and all material are available. And I just want to finish also by a presentation that will be given by Sylvina Ponce Dawson, who will be presenting the IUPAP. So from my side, I look at this working group, so 14, where we try to build up capacity as well as this mandate, gathering more than 18 different countries with the members that are composing so this working group. And you could see that what we are doing is to define some ambassadors so that will, with the early career scientists, being able to promote accelerator and to build up new little movies that will show what the accelerator can do in the world. So that was, so the last slides, yeah, connecting indeed. So this is with lightsource.org, connecting all the light source in the world and giving possibility, as you heard, with so the APS, but also with the lamps to have those little brochures showing in very simple terms how everything can be connected. So connecting the dots. So this is what we try to do across those different aspects. So transcending and trying to put some impact as well in what exists in the world. So that's the different part that I wanted to speak about.
You're muted, Marvadine.
Thank you so much, Christine, and everybody, please join me in thanking Christine, not just for this opportunity to listen, for this talk, but also for the wonderful work that you're doing in capacity building. I'd ask people to put questions, get your questions ready. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to take them, but please continue the discussion in the chat. Put the questions in the chat. And Christine, as you go off, I want you to ask you, and you can put this answer in the chat. I'm going to put one out here. Do you think we can arrange for credits, graduate credits, undergraduate credits for people to get credits for these? You don't have to answer me now because I don't have the time. Please, let's talk about it in the chat, everybody. Thanks again. And we move on at this time to our next talk, which will be given by Massimo Florio. Massimo, please, in the meantime, can you start loading up your presentation as I give your introduction? All right, so Massimo, everybody, is Professor Emeritus of Public Economics, University of Milan in Italy. He's Senior Advisor and Honorary President of CSIL in Milan, which is an institute specializing in applied economics. His main research interests include cost-benefit analysis, industrial and regional policy, privatizations and public enterprises, infrastructure economics, science and innovation policy. And he's advised on these topics numerous commissions, the European Commission, European Parliament, European Investment Bank, and many, many more. He has written extensively books that include Investing in Science, Social Cost-Benefit Analysis of Research Infrastructure, Privatization of Knowledge, a Policy Agenda for Health, Energy, and Data Governance, and many, many more. And Massimo, your presence here is really needed because this talk on the social cost-benefit analysis of synchrotron light sources is crucial to all that we are trying to do in building capacity for science, and indeed in this mission toward the greater Caribbean light source. Ladies and gentlemen, Massimo's presentation is coming up. Let's give him a round of applause. I hand over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Barbadine. First of all, can you hear me and see my slides as well?
Hearing you and seeing your slides.
Great. Great. So thank you very much to the organizing committee and particularly to Leo Violini, who invited me. And I am particularly happy to learn from this scientific community the terrific work you are doing around the world to advance science. Now it seems you can see my slides, but they are not going on.
They are not changing, no.
No, they are not changing. So this is.
Do you want to stop sharing and then try again? Try to launch again.
Okay, I stop this. I relaunch this.
And as it comes up, Massimo, let's see if we can finish with even 2 minutes ahead of time so that we can have a little interaction with the audience. I think it's coming up now. Here we go.
I'm sorry, but it seems the presentation is not. Do you see the slides?
No, we're not.
Okay, so let's try in another way.
All right, it's there. It's
yes,
coming.
it is there, but the point is.
Try to change.
The point is that I cannot change them. So it seems it is not really.
I need my technical team to jump in here. Carlos, are you there? All right. Suppose we don't go into slideshow mode, Massimo.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose you just share your screen without launching slideshow. Could it work like that?
Let me try. No, I don't think you can see them.
Okay, I am calling on Carlos, Jorge.
Yeah, I think what you suggested, this was Tessema did this morning. He presented the presentation without putting in show mode. So we could see the slides, even though we're not in show mode. So we will have to have his PowerPoint screen needs to be in front.
Or if you email me the slides, I can do the same thing that I just did with Christine.
Yes, what I can do is now to put because it is just a PDF, so I can put the PDF in the chat.
You put it in the chat.
Yes.
And I can work the slides as you talk.
Okay. Let's try this way.
Okay, and I'm going to suggest this. Carlos, can you turn your mic off, please? I'm going to suggest this to all my speakers in this session. Can we all share our slides to this email that Lawrence is sharing? Just in case we have this kind of problem again.
Yep.
Can all my speakers in this session go ahead and send your presentations to Lawrence? Yes, Leo?
Yes, I would suggest that in view of what is happening, in view of the fact that all the speakers are connected, so we don't have the risk that somebody will connect because he or she assumed the time. Let's be flexible with the time so that from now on, let's try to see what happens, knowing that we have a problem with this PDF. Do you agree?
Yes.
So a minimum flexibility. I mean, each talk last 25 minutes, but perhaps we shift everything a little bit, a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay, but can you get my slides from
Did you just email them?
I put them
in the chat.
In the chat.
I don't see them in the
You
chat.
don't see them. Okay.
Okay. Massimo and Leo, I was suggesting that I go ahead and give my talk while we work this out. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. So go ahead, everybody who is in this.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Everybody who is in this session, please go ahead and send your presentations to Lawrence, who was posted in the chat. I'm going to try to change my slide. Can you see my change?
Yes.
Okay, so mine is working. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I am Marvadine Singh Wilmot, and I am speaking to you from the University of the West Indies here in Jamaica, the Caribbean island of Jamaica. My talk is entitled, A Unique Funding Model for Scientific Capacity Building in the Global South, the crystal example. And you might be wondering about the spelling of crystal. That will become crystal clear in a little bit, in just a little bit. This is the kind of work I do. I use X-rays to see atoms. In particular, I make metal organic framework materials, MOFs, and these are some of my MOFs with their names that are on their birth certificates, UII MOF 5, UII MOF 6. That's how we name them. So we make them and structurally characterize them, and then we investigate their potential applications in sensing heavy metals. We've been able to sense also and nitroaromatic explosives, and we're looking at their applications also for carbon dioxide trapping, hydrogen storage, and various other applications. So if you're not familiar with the Caribbean, here we are. These are islands that are all located in the Caribbean Sea. I am here in Jamaica. I'm at the University of the West Indies, like I said, which is the largest and most long-standing university in the English-speaking Caribbean. It's unique because it's a regional university, and I think it's one of the only two regional universities in the world. We have 5 campuses, and we serve 17 countries of the Caribbean. So one campus is here, the Mona campus in Jamaica. Trinidad and Tobago is our St. Augustine campus. In Barbados, right here, we have the Cayville campus. And in Antigua, we have the 5 Islands campus. Our 5th campus then is what we call the UE Global, which is our online campus. Now, guys, at UE in Jamaica, all over the developing world, all over the global south, we face similar challenges when it comes to ST&I. Insufficient funding and investment, I don't need to tell them to you. You're all living them. Most of you who are in the global south are living them. Inadequate infrastructure. In some cases, like in the case of the Caribbean, they either do not exist or they are crumbling. The brain drain is a problem. Limited educational support, which contributes to all of this. Weak policy implementation, and that has come up time and time again. And it is very, very, timely that we have Massimo, who is doing this presentation with his background. Very, very much needed. The dependency on external collaboration, so that in the Caribbean islands, for instance, we do not define our own scientific and developmental mandate that science is supposed to serve. Low valuation of basic science. Everybody wants to know about the innovation without recognizing the importance of basic science in building innovation. Limited private sector involvement, regulatory and bureaucratic barriers, and social and cultural factors. No culture of science. We are living them, like I said. And we are also living this lip service to science that policymakers display in all these countries. Jamaica, for instance, does have a SDNI policy 2022. And in the policy, and I'm quoting right here from the policy, it talks about this persistently low levels of support to Jamaica's SDNI landscape and how it's negatively impacting the imperative of building and maintaining proper R&D laboratories. It talks about the fact that the R&D activities, to conduct R&D activities, the infrastructure does not exist, and where they exist, equipment is outdated or in need of continuous repair. And it does propose a strategy. Strategy 3 is to repair, refurbish, re-equip and rationalize existing lab facilities so that we can get effective and coordinated use of them. We do have regional science enterprises, a regional academy of science, the Caribbean Academy of Science. We have the CARICOM desk for science. We have a prime minister in CARICOM who's in charge of science. Oh boy, guys, guess what? I'm in the same position. No longer changing my, there we go. You're seeing my next slide, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, great. And guys, do not feel any way about these things that are happening to us. These are the challenges. We are used to rising above them. And these kinds of challenges, technical challenges we are having here, are nothing compared to what we face every day in doing science in the global south. Nonetheless, with all of the challenges I spoke about, the Caribbean is well known. Here I had island ingenuity, and I crossed it out and I said icon ingenuity. Because when you say island ingenuity, it sounds like it's part of a system. But no, the recognition, the achievements we've been able to make in STEM. For instance, here is Professor Anthony Chen. He shared in the Intergovernmental Panel that received the Nobel Prize in 2007 for its work on climate change. And Michael Taylor has taken over on that. We have many others, transgenic papayas by Paula Tennant, and HIV and Gemini virus work that is serving our health system and agriculture sectors by Professor Marcia Roy, who was selected as one of those women who is walking in the footsteps of Marie Curie by UNESCO and L'Oreal. Many young people like Dr. Savannah Lloyd, who UNESCO just awarded UNESCO and L'Oreal as the young talent from the Caribbean for this year. These guys are icons. It's the iconic model that has been working to serve science in regions like ours. And the iconic model, as you know, is not sustainable. And I tell you something, we were in Puerto Rico to present these prizes to Savannah Lloyd and Gillian Rowe. And Dr. Prof. Roy said to me, Marvadine, when I brought up the issue of infrastructure and sustainable science and capacity building that is needed to sustain science, she said, Marvadine, in my career, I had to choose to build a lab or to do science. And I chose to do science. And this is how we have results like these. If we look on the share of publications coming out of CARICOM countries with foreign co-authors, 4 out of every 5 papers, that's about 80% and above, except for Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, are published with collaborators. And I'm telling you guys, a lot of the work is done. We wait until the summer or when we get a little bit of funding so we can go to do some work, then the work stops until we can go again. how do we compete? Jamaica has 68% and Trinidad 58%. And if we look at the numbers between 2019 and 2024, Jamaica's percentage of foreign co-authored papers will be significantly increased. And this is because the one nuclear magnetic resonance NMR spectrophotometer that we had in the island, which also served other countries in the region, went down just about a year or so ago. So with all of that said, when you look at the development plans for all Caribbean nations, guys, here I'm putting, this is from the UNESCO 2021 science report. When you look at the development plans, you know, you're seeing things like ICT all over the place. You're seeing things like agro-processing, health and wellness, energy, renewable energy. Here we go with Jamaica, ICT-enabled services. And Jamaica, in fact, in April, the Prime Minister declared the island a STEM island. There was an article I wrote in response to that, that was entitled "Jamaica, a STEM Island, a Dream That Can Come True." It's commendable that we're making these moves and planning these things. Look at this. We're seeing, first science and technology park by 2030. So all countries are putting this in writing. They're saying these things, but not necessarily doing what it takes. And so we get this worrying trend. And I'm only showing you data from the Faculty of Science and Technology in Jamaica for the number of students who are registered in higher degrees, postgraduate degrees between 2016 and 2024. Remember, these people form the workforce for ST&I, which translates into development. So the taught masters, here we go, they're pretty much, they're not as bad, decreasing just slightly. But look at the research degrees, the MPhils and the PhDs, the researchers, the ones who create new knowledge and apply knowledge and take it to innovation, significantly decreasing. And this is the overall. And this is happening when I check, I didn't collect the data, but I checked with all my colleagues in Trinidad and Barbados and all over. This is happening all over the place. So the Greater Caribbean Light Source is going to bring a change to all of this. And we did a survey, our team, the Lamistad group, and I'm sharing some of the results of that survey. This survey was to understand the awareness and interest in synchrotron sciences among researchers and university students in the Caribbean and Latin America. I just put this here to show you the age, distributed, young and people over 59 accounted for. Gender is, as we expect, more males than females. Here's this question. Have you ever heard of synchrotrons? 71% said yes, and 29% said no. But when I went in and I extracted, remember this is all over Latin America and the Caribbean, Colombia, Mexico, Ecuador, as well as the Caribbean islands. I extracted the responses from the islands, and I accept Puerto Rico, and you guys will understand why I excluded Puerto Rico, and I put in Guyana. And here we go. Yes, 41.5% and 58.5% have never heard about synchrotrons. That's very telling. Have you ever used the synchrotron in your research? Of course, this is telling. 84% have never. But when I extracted the islands and Guyana, it's only 2 out of the 41 responses from those countries, 4.9%. have ever used. In fact, I'm one of those people. So it's me and my graduate student only. How aware do you think tertiary students and researchers are? This is telling. 50.9% somewhat are saying not very aware, and 22.6% say somewhat aware. Is there sufficient training? Majority of the people say no. Would you be interested in learning more about synchrotron facilities and their applications? An overwhelming 92.4% say yes. They tell us some of the topics they need, and you see they're very basic principles of synchrotron, societal impact of research potential, of synchrotron, and those kinds of things. And the big question, a synchrotron facility is needed in the Greater Caribbean. 54.2% strongly agree. If you add on to that, the 21.5% that agree, majority of people agree. And I submit that those who say don't know, it's because they really don't know what a synchrotron is. However, ladies and gentlemen, if the islands of the Caribbean are going to take advantage and benefit from the big science to help us with these development plans that we've set out, because it is the only way, if we're going to take advantage of these things, then we need to have initiatives for building technical knowledge, scientific skills, and infrastructure that will allow people to learn the fundamentals, flesh out projects and ideas that will enable them to engage advanced scientific tools like synchrotrons. Hence, Crystal. And Professor Zima Michele spoke about Crystal, a feeder facility for the GCLSI. So on October 3rd, he showed this picture. We had the grand launch and opening. Michele came over to join us. It was very exciting in the Caribbean, I can tell you, that time in Jamaica. He made presentations on the crystallography as a vehicle for stimulating research and education in the developing world. He interacted with young people in classes on crystallography. We had a launch. This is the dean of the faculty, deputy principal, representative from private sector, head of chemistry, Michele, myself, and Professor Robert Lancashire, who I know was here with us this morning, from the Caribbean Academy of Sciences, the Jamaican chapter. Michele gave that lecture in the morning, and then in the afternoon, I took them to the lab and gave a demonstration. So what is Crystal, everybody? Caribbean Regional X-ray Science Toward Advancement Laboratory, an education center to teach X-ray crystallography in a place where X-ray crystallography is not known. And this might be surprising to many of you. Here is Michele with graduate students. Tajna just got her PhD. Jermaine is writing up, and undergraduate students who are taking a course. These are many of my students who are taking a course that I've been teaching for years in materials chemistry on X-ray crystallography. They've never seen a machine or been exposed to the use of a machine except through videos, etc. It's a research center to conduct cutting-edge research projects that address local and regional problems. And it's a service center, as Michele said, that's part of the sustainability model. So we are going to be acquiring a PXRD with your support, of course, and that will allow us to serve, mining, cement, construction industries, private clients that will help to sustain the lab. Crystal is a feeder facility for the synchrotron. It's a regional hub for X-ray techniques in the Caribbean. I am trying to change my slides. Come on, guys, help me here. All right, there we go. Expected outcomes. Cultural exchange and immersion, a Caribbean identity will emerge as students and scientists interact. Greater collaboration to take care of that publication data I showed you. Joint projects that are targeted for Caribbean problems. Increased registration. Remember, I showed you the data of the students who are not, of the number of students who are registered. And already it has started, because since the installation of Crystal, I have got, with Michele's help, a connection with the University of Bologna. They have a Global South program, and we have a grant. 3 undergraduate students with Lucia Mani, who's there, will register in my lab to do an undergrad research project. They have agreed that they will be pursuing graduate studies now that the machine is there, and they can see that they can learn something new, enhance their skills, and obtain a degree in reasonable time. New undergraduate and graduate programs, increased scientific publications, you name it, new partnerships, increased number of applications for the Caribbean to the LAMP program, because we're a feeder facility. So now we're pushing people to learn, once they have been exposed to X-ray crystallography, to go learn about synchrotron science. We did it under the LAMP program, and the IUCR program, where the IUCR helps us to negotiate. Michele was the external engagement. officer there at the time with pharmaceutical companies to upgrade their less than 2-year-old Bruker instruments, and Bruker refurbishes them to just as new for the beneficiaries. A company was found, the machine was found, the cost of refurbishing is covered by Crystal. So we have to raise this money. This is the funding model now. We paid 20% before shipment, which we've paid already. We are preparing the check now for the 40% after installation, and we have 6 more months to give the 40%. It works for poor countries like us. Another company donated a low temperature system so we can collect data at low temperature. And Michele linked us up with the CSD for the FAIR program, where we get access, 5-year access to the Cambridge Structural Database. So what's unique about the funding model, everybody? It is based on Sustainable Development Goal number 17. This is what it called us to do, partnerships for the goals. This is what Helena was talking about this morning. Inter-university and intra-regional partnerships got us here, public and private partnerships, and of course some philanthropy in there, with, most importantly, the international support, which is crucial. So we had multiple donors, LAMP, UNESCO. I hope our UNESCO representative is still here. That's why I was saying thank you very much. UNESCO has a participation program, and with other islands in the region supporting me, I wrote a UNESCO participation grant, and the maximum is 38,000 of the almost 72,000 that we had to pay for the machine. Plus we had another 10,000 US to prepare the space. This is what we had to raise. We got 36,000 from UNESCO. Bristol Myers Squibb gave us the low temperature device. The Royal Society of Chemistry, the IUCR, the ISC is supposed to be coming through with a contribution. The Cayville campus in Barbados, the University of Technology, another university outside of UWI in Jamaica is still in discussion because they want to contribute. Juicy Patties, which is a local private sector partner, CAST Jamaica chapter, and individuals. The model, ladies and gentlemen, and I spoke about the model this morning when we were talking about the photonics. The proposed model establishes specialized research hubs across the Caribbean islands, each of them focusing on a distinct scientific technique, like I am focusing on X-ray techniques in Jamaica. These hubs will foster the collaboration, the optimization of resource use, and address shared challenges. The core principles, specialization. Each hub focuses on a special technique. Regional accessibility, accessible to all member states. Collaboration, sustainability, and global integration, because now we have to link with LACA, Latin America and the Caribbean Crystallography Association, and IUCR for knowledge exchange, GCLSI, and all of the synchrotrons and further funding opportunities. And in the structure, I'll do this quickly, I'm almost done. In the structure, what I'm saying, I'm moving beyond Crystal. Crystal is already established because we have the expertise in Jamaica. We can look at Trinidad and Tobago, for instance, which has established oil and gas industry and existing material science expertise, and go there and set up an energy and material science research hub working together with this same model that we used for Crystal. Barbados, which has a strong commitment to renewable energy and climate resilience. Climate science and renewable energy hub could be there, and so on and so forth. Bahamas, the DOMREP, and everybody gets involved. So we could, through the Caribbean, the CARICOM Office for Science, once we get through there, and I know people in the Lamistad group, Lawrence, I call you out. I've been working very hard to engage with CARICOM and Commonwealth, but we need a Caribbean Research Council to oversee these hubs and their coordination. We'll build a network of excellence, because one hub in crystallography needs to connect through knowledge sharing and joint projects with a hub in energy or a hub in climate. My muffs are being used to absorb carbon dioxide from the air. Funding mechanisms through CARICOM supplemented by international grants. Talent development will abound, ladies and gentlemen. There are numerous benefits to this model. I don't need to go back through them, but the Caribbean will build capacity for global competitiveness. So the plan that we use, here we were, this was our crystal capacity building plan. We got the instrument. Michele came in for some initial popularization of crystallography, research and teaching of the crystal members. We are running the inaugural Caribbean Crystallography School, June 1st to 8th, 2025. And we are beginning to create a network of X-ray techniques users. We are working on the policymakers for institutional support because crystal has to be built out as an entire X-ray techniques hub. We need PXRD. We only have a single crystal diffractometer. We need XRF, X-ray fluorescence. We need X-ray computer tomography. So we are building out and we're advocating, very importantly from the policy perspective, for the easy movement of researchers and students across the region, because believe it or not, it's easier to go to the US and possibly Europe than to go from here to Barbados. So I'm going to end with very soon, June 1st to 8th, the Caribbean Crystallography School. We've got IAEA support. They will be funding 2 participants from each of its 13 member states in the Caribbean. There will be support. This takes a lot of time, writing these grants, time that, and I'm supposed to be in the lab running these samples. So we have support for Jamaican female participants from UNICEF via a grant that I've written for there. Again, I spoke about the support from the University of Bologna, who helped us with the machine, but is also providing some amount for the school, and Lucia Mani will be there to help us to teach. We need support for infrastructure. I'm not done yet because there's no Wi-Fi in the Crystal Lab, and that cannot work. And we need 10 computers for structure solution, refinement, and publication preparation. And we also need support for a postdoc. And someone this morning, I'm not sure if it was Helena, who spoke about, no, it wasn't, I don't remember, who spoke about the need for workers in this facility. I need a postdoc to work in the lab. So the synchrotron, the crystal will feed into the synchrotron, and together these things will advance research and innovation in the Caribbean. We'll go into cutting-edge research across material science, environmental studies, health, regional challenges like climate change and agriculture and disease management. We will be able to get on top of these, promote economic growth through technological innovation. I thank you very much, and I end with this. These are some comments from people who visited, who were at Crystal for the launch, and some of them are students. I note here, one person said, "A dream come true." Someone said, "So exciting, revolutionary." And Professor Robert Lancashire said, "Exciting start of a new era." Indeed, the future is crystal clear. And I thank you very much for listening. I wonder if you're still there.
Very good, very good. Excellent.
Yep, quite interesting.
Excellent.
Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. And I wonder do we have time, or were you timing? Do we have any time for questions? Because we need to get back on track.
Well, we are flexible, as Leo suggested. Of course, we have time.
Okay, let's see where we are at. Okay, so do we have any questions, any comments? Is there anybody who wants to make a pledge to providing the Wi-Fi in Crystal? Or send me somewhere where I can get these funds? You can send me an email. I put it in the chat. All right?
Something we can ask. What's the telecom company in Jamaica? Who provides?
We have one called Flow and we have one called Digicel. So yes, Lawrence, that idea is out there to write to Flow and Digicel.
I do know that, well, for scientific purposes, for astronomy, they had to put telescopes in Chile, right?
Right.
They had to sort of a geographic environment.
Mm-hmm.
It turned out that the United States provided fiber optic cabling because in order to move the data to do the science, they needed the internet telephony. Now, there was a science impetus for that. And I think what happened was the Chilean government had to guarantee a telecom company that they would have like the right of first commercialization of it.
Okay.
It wasn't the greatest of deals made, but they got the job done.
Something to think about there. And it doesn't cost much, you know. I have a quotation. It's going to cost me $3,000 US with the pieces of equipment they need and the cabling. But so yeah, Lawrence, I thank you for that suggestion, and I will certainly think about it and talk to you some more about it. But you guys can feel encouraged because we are making some progress. All right. So I am going, is Massimo, I'm moving on to Massimo.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hold on, Massimo. I need to introduce you to the, no, I did already. Yes.
No, you already introduced me very, very nicely. So it would be too much to introduce me twice. I have already acknowledged how happy I am to be here. So I think now you can see my slides. Thanks, Lawrence. So my topic is how to perform a social cost-benefit analysis of synchrotron light sources or similar research infrastructures. Next, please. So the structure of my presentation is first something about the general principles of social cost-benefit analysis, then 3 case studies and the conclusions. Next, please. The first case study, the first thing I would like to tell you is that social cost-benefit analysis is not an arcane, strange topic for economists only. For instance, it is adopted officially by the European Commission for any major project since many years. It is also adopted by the European Investment Bank, which is the most important funder in the public interest of infrastructure in general, but they are also quite active in funding research infrastructure. There have been recent work under several schemes managed by the European Commission. This RIPATS is Research Infrastructure Pathways. I am currently working with CERN about the social economic impact of a future circular collider, but in fact I started this work with CERN over 10 years ago with the Large Hadron Collider, and at the same time with CNAO, a synchrotron for hadron therapy. Next, please. Okay, so basically a social cost-benefit analysis is about identifying costs of an investment project, such as research infrastructure. Some of those costs are quite similar to any capital-intensive project, with the specificity in the case of research infrastructure that instead of looking strictly to personnel employed by the research infrastructure itself, you have to look to the broader scientific community and their and personnel that is often scattered in different institutions. But the most interesting part of the story is how to identify benefits. In my work with my team, we have identified 6 categories of benefits. Technological spillovers, relating particularly to firms involved in the procurement of instrumentation or other aspect of the tangible investment, scientific publications, the impact on human capital. We have seen before some presentations about the huge impact that research infrastructure can have in education. Benefits of innovation, this will be my focus now, cultural benefits, and something which is the broader public good value. Now, the list is rather simple. The difficult part is to express everything in the same metric, because without the same metric, you cannot put benefits and costs on a scale. Next, please. So each of these components should be part of a quantitative model where you can write down equations where the inputs are quantities times prices in order to get values, and this is the essential trick to have benefits and costs compared, plus a mechanism to compare benefits and costs across time. And this mechanism is known as discounting the future or capitalizing the past. I'm not going into the details of this, but it is just to say that the previous list under each heading has in fact an equation or a system of equation as part of a model that can be tested, applied, and replicated in different domains. Next, please. Okay. The overall objective of that would be, in the end, to have a net present value, which means a value of benefits less costs, hopefully with benefits greater than costs, and to express this as a set of stochastic variables leading to the probability to achieve a positive net present value. The table and the graph you see there was about the Large Hadron Collider, the first paper we published on this topic. Next, please. Now, let me turn to the case of synchrotron facilities. My first case study is work we have done and we are doing for Alba synchrotron. I was happy to see that Caterina Biscari was also joining this conference. Now, I would focus on just one specific aspect, that is the relationship between experiments, publications, and innovations, and how you can measure this systematically and give a value to that. Now, let me insist on two words: systematically and giving value. This is very different from a narrative. You can always build a narrative, but this is different from having a model to measure what happens. Next, please. So what you can do is tracking what happened at experiments in specific beamlines. The figure there is about some beamlines at Alba. Then publications arising from those experiments and citing those beamlines. And later on, patents citing in the non-patent literature of the file previous publications, which means that in fact you might have several waves that you can identify, you can track in different databases going from the experiments to patents. Next, please. Now, as it happens, patents have a value. You might when you are able to track in the past those patents, and you have information, statistical information about the potential value of those patents, it is just a simple matter to translate work done at the experimental beamlines in terms of the innovation content that in some cases would happen several years after the experiment, and that not necessarily the managers of the synchrotron light source know, because it may happen several waves of publications and patenting later than the experiment themselves. Next, please. Okay, this is another example of work that we have just done for the diamond light source. In this case, we focused on a very specific experimental work related to identifying elements in helpful to design vaccines for the foot and mouth disease. By the way, Latin America is a place where the foot and mouth disease is endemic. So again, we have identified the specific publications arising from experiments. Next, please. We went from the proposals of experimental teams to use certain beamlines, then to publications, and then to patents filed related to new potential vaccines for this specific disease. Next, please. When you do that, when you establish these connections, these matches between publications and patents, at a certain point you can go a step forward, which is understanding the potential value of having a vaccine in terms of health of the animals, prevention of epidemics, and as you can understand, this has value for cattle breeders and for the society in general. Next, please. Okay, these are some details, but I have no time to show you them. But surprisingly, in some cases, there are ramifications even in different domains of the result of the experiments when you track waves after waves the publications and the patents. Next, please. Okay, one way to measure the impact of the experiments is, of course, that of looking to citations. You may know that as there are citations of papers, there are also citations of patents. In fact, it is compulsory for a patent to cite other patents. So in this case, this is a third case study. It is not specifically about a physical research infrastructure. It is about a digital research infrastructure, which is UniProt, the largest database for proteins in the world. We followed a similar approach. The numbers here are much higher, with over 4,000 publications over the years we have considered for certain specific databases. Next, please. So again, in this case, over 20 years, we have precisely identified over 164 patent applications belonging to 78 patent families, and with this pilot experiment, we later identified 45,000 cases of matching of publications citing UniProt and patents. Again, if instead of UniProt you put there a synchrotron light source, you can see how it would work managing this model. Next, please. Okay, and you can track this over time, so you can see the performance of a research infrastructure over time, going from the experiment to patents. This is again about the current case study of UniProt. Next, please. You can see the different sectors. Again, this is not a narrative. This is a fine-grained analysis of the different domains of the patents. Here the focus was particularly on the chemistry sector, but as mentioned, the methodology is exactly the same that you can apply to any working synchrotron light source or any light source or similar experimental research infrastructure. Next, please. And I'm going to finish. Okay. Another interesting point is how large is the community of applicants. We have identified 3,500 applicants, including not just academics, but also companies, of course, but also hospitals and other facilities. So this show the ramification in different parts of the society of innovation arising from using a research infrastructure. Next, please. Okay, in the case of companies, it is also very interesting to know, to see that close to 80% in our sample are small, medium enterprises. So the business of extracting innovation from publications, patents, experiments is not reserved to large firms. Next, please. Okay, this shows again the kind of graphs that you can extract with our tools. Next, please. Okay, so these are my conclusions. A cost-benefit analysis of synchrotron light sources and similar research infrastructure is possible. And let me insist, cost-benefit analysis is not a narrative. It is measuring the impact. The case study from Alba shows that you can go from experiment at the beamlines to publications and later to patents. The case study from Diamond shows that you can go a step forward because you can go from patents to vaccines and societal impact of those vaccines. And the case study from UniProt shows that if you have large databases, you can see the ramification in the society in different domains, different kind of companies, different kind of universities, and so on. So all this is about valuation in money terms. Money doesn't mean that this is tangible money. It is just a metric. It doesn't mean that everybody is making profits about this, but means that you measure the societal impact of research. Next, please. I think that the next one is just some references to papers we have published in this area, and my email. I am, of course, available to provide details about the methods and the data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Massimo, and thank you so much for this message that cost-benefit analysis is measuring the impact. Thanks for reminding us on this. We are going to move along with the program because of the technical difficulties. We're running behind time, but I want you to stay with us, Massimo, as the conversation continues in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Please get your questions there, and Massimo will talk to you through there. Our next talk, everybody, is by Behrouz Spirouz. And the talk I have here, it's also Patricia Piro is joining Behrouz, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
So let me just introduce both of them briefly to you. Behrouz is a researcher in the Department of Civil Engineering in the University of Calabria. That's in Italy. His research aims to generate fundamental insights into sustainable development, such as water, energy, and AI. And Prof. Patricia Piro is also professor at University of Calabria in Italy. She's vice rector, in fact, of the university, and her research is in urban water management. Help me to welcome Behrouz and Patricia. The topic is synchrotron in advanced water science. Where do we stand?
Hello, everyone. Okay. I'm Behrouz Spirouz, a researcher in the University of Calabria in South Italy, and this presentation is about synchrotron in advanced water science. I divided the presentation. First, I will explain the main challenges in water research that may be correlated to synchrotron and the role of synchrotron in advanced research. Then I will explain some case study, and I will continue with synchrotron and water science challenges, and finally the conclusion. The main challenges that can be correlated to synchrotron will be in water research will be validation of water quality and quantity models such as CFD, commercial simulation software simplification and their limits. Moreover, the challenges in analysis of sedimentation rate and suspended particles, challenges in advanced water treatment technology, and finally simulation of water move through soil pores. Here we can see the simulation in macro and micro scale. For example, the simulation, CFD simulation sedimentation time. While it's a macro scale, but still the suspended sediment is a micro particle. Moreover, the HVAC analysis for a building that depends to agent per hour and the simulation of a sneeze in a room is macro and micro. Finally, we can see here the CFD micro scale, like experimental analysis of biosamples and analysis of glucose heat that we do in our laboratory, all of this type of analysis with CFD. However, I explained the issue about the validation of these methods. Challenges in sedimentation rate, for example, can be in the sedimentation process, most of the analyses are based on the weight of the particles, but this is not the only parameter, because also chemical property, the shape of the particle are essential factors that affect the results. Moreover, validation, for example, of three-phase flow simulation, including water, air, and suspended particle, is almost impossible based on the common techniques. Here we can see the simplification that usually researchers do in CFD analysis of porous media. For example, for flow through a porous media using OpenFOAM software or CFD DEM simulation, the simplified and unreal geometry of the porous media make the result unreliable. Moreover, the volume change can happen in the soil pores, but cannot be easily simulated based on the commercial models. Finally, the validation of CFD model is not based on the real condition usually. Another device that is most famous for the research about the water and hydrology is HYPROB. For HYPROB, that using a simplified wind model that is developed in 1966, that was based on 5 tensiometer. Later, in 1980, is simplified by the Schindler And HyProbe is working based on this simplified method. Also, the tensiometer in the soil need to be calibrated, and the accuracy of device can be a challenge. But most of the scientific publications in this field are based on a simplified model. And this device, and usually the measurement for each sample took 3 to 10 days. Role of synchrotron in advanced water research can be contamination and toxic material detection in water, wastewater treatment process, analysis of suspended particles in water, distribution of water and air in soil, and finally, hydraulic and mechanical behavior of soil microstructure. Here, I want to explain some examples of this method. For example, in a case study analysis in Brazil, heavy metal analysis has been done for 2 city sewerage systems. So the results show the sensitivity was appropriate to detect very low concentration of heavy metals. This concentration in this study was for chrome, copper, lead, nickel, and zinc. Moreover, in another study in India, they used synchrotron for water treatment and mixed this method with advanced oxidation process. Again, the results show wastewater solution, such as COD and coloring were reduced by 85% and 90%, 99%. Moreover, equally, that is a important parameter from the health point of view, degrade very well with this method. Here we can see the application of synchrotron in water treatment membrane analysis. In fact, ultrafiltration, that is the membrane-based filtration techniques, analyzed with synchrotron, and the results show the synchrotron X-ray microtomography can be applied to examine the influence of air injection and can be used as an effective method for membrane analysis and can scan membrane falling layer by layer, that this is an important factor for remediation of filters. In another study, we can see the use of synchrotron for check of the suspended particles in water. This study was for the samples of a river in Russia, and synchrotron radiation X-ray fluorescence analysis has been done, and the method was able to detect 35 elements. Mostly was suspended particles, but here most was among the heavy metals also. Here we can see in another example in France and Germany, they use synchrotron for creating 3D scan, and in fact, they validated 2-phase lattice Boltzmann model and morphological model by use of this method. In the right side figure, you can see the water in the blue and the air in the red. This is an important point for our CFT simulation, because maybe sometimes we use a soil sample like clay that we think that is fully saturated, but there is some void and air inside the clay particles. But this method can show better results. Finally, another example was based on the simulation of hydraulic and mechanical behavior on saturated granular soil in Germany. Here we can see they use this method for analysis of macroscopic water retention behavior as well as shear strength. In fact, the right side down is based on a comparison of a small sample, and the results show the application of this method. After this, I want to check this systematic analysis and how many publications in this criteria exist. Here, I checked the total publication about the water, synchrotron, and the soil in the water, sedimentation type from 2000 to 2025, that in total in Scopus was 294. And here, we cannot easily find the role of water. We cannot easily find most of the publication was just for the synchrotron radiation, maybe remediation, maybe for metal. But in the previous slide, we saw the application could be more vast. The total publication in each year, we can see here that the maximum in 1 year was 2019, was less than 25 publications. and that decreased. In 2024 was less than 50 total publications, synchrotron and water science. Here we can see also by countries. In fact, in Italy, the synchrotron in Trieste is operating. Since 1993, there is just 22 publications. From 2000, it means less than one in each year. Why? We can see maybe some issue exists, and we can see in the next slide. Here is the journals for publication of this. This is a multidisciplinary research. First of all, who will accept to review or publish this type of articles? There are not a lot of journals. And if you see Journal of Surface Investigation, Journal of Synchrotron Radiation, the criteria of water not exist, and the water science and also other science not exist in this part. Here also is other two journals, Radiation, Physics, and Chemistry, Journal of Environmental Chemical Engineering. Usually researchers publish the research based on evaluation in the future also. So when there is no part for evaluation of their research for the future academic, they are not interested to publish. Moreover, beside this, there is this interdisciplinary gap that exists between water science, sedimentology, hydrodynamic, and synchrotron science, because this type of analysis needs collaboration between hydrology, geology, chemistry, and physicists. In conclusion, I can say most of the measurement, simulation, and modeling in water science are based on simplified methods. In most cases, reliability of the simulation model due to their simplification are not suitable for scientific results. Still, results derived from experimental analysis is acceptable and not a commercial software. Moreover, synchrotrons are powerful tools and can apply in most of the water science criteria and can play a significant role in advanced water science. Moreover, realistic geometry of the cruise media by synchrotron can enhance simulation results of CFD. In addition, synchrotron technique can detect suspended particles with high pressures. But due to multidisciplinary thematic of water science and synchrotron combination, less researchers are interested to publish in this subject. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Feroz. I think we can squeeze one question in. Is there anybody with a pressing question? This business of advanced studies in water science is very important to the Caribbean region and Latin America, not only for safety for humans, but also because we depend a lot on tourism, and our water bodies, the oceans and rivers and so are crucial for this. So monitoring contaminants is very important. Is there anybody with a burning question, or I should leave you to it in the chat?
I do tend to see a lot of papers on veins and looking for metals in the waters.
Yes.
And I do, so looking at the some of the models that you've shown, I actually see a lot of similarities in food sciences. What I call the moist muffin problem, about how water percolates. So you do the tomography of the bed or whatever seawalls to see if water is sort of percolating through.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting area that we can sort of promote as immensely applicable.
Thank you for your question. But as I showed, based on the multidisciplinary research and the journals that exist, it looks like this, that chemists and physics researcher published a paper in food science journal. It is possible, but maybe not acceptable very well in that criteria. Now, there is a lot of publication, not a lot of publication, in fact, there is 300 publication in this criteria in the last years. But most of them are in the Journal of Synchrotron Radiation. Most of it you cannot find easily in the Water Research Journal this subject. And even if you look in the open access journal like MDPI, like other, you cannot find a journal with the name of Synchrotron, but they already have 1,000, more than 1,000 open access journals, but you cannot find at this stage the type of things. So, okay, as a water research person that doing the research in water, how I can be interested to do this type of research? If you want to make people interested, they need to be able to publish. When you send it to a journal of hydrology, even the application of this, who will do the review? Most of the review are in the other parts. So this is the first part. If this part not solved, people will not go to this criteria that maybe still people are using the methods that developed very simplified methods that totally for my CFT, for my analysis, is not acceptable. And even if I see a publication just based on that, I cannot accept the result. So this is another issue. I don't know how can be solved. Thank you.
Yes, and it's certainly something, Lawrence and Behrooz, I think that will get the attention of the policymakers, because water and the safety and consumption of safe water and water shortages, etc., recycling and these things of water is certainly a matter that is key on the sustainable development agenda. Okay, so with that, everybody, please join me again in thanking Behrooz. Behrooz, I think we'll take you in our Beyond Beams series. I will be in touch with you on that, because we have lots of ears in the region, in the Caribbean and Latin America, for your kind of work. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on. I'm going to ask Silvina to start putting, or Lawrence, I'm not sure who has the presentation, start loading it up. I introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, Silvina Ponce Dawson. I think she maybe needs no introduction in this audience. She's professor of University of Buenos Aires, at the University of Buenos Aires, and president of the International Union of Pure and Applied Physics. She's senior associate at the ICTP, member of the liaison committee of the ISC Regional Focal Point for Latin America and the Caribbean, and she holds numerous other leadership roles. Her research interests, though I would like to just a little bit about her main research interests outside of these leadership roles. She's interested in biological physics and nonlinear dynamics and has co-authored over 100 scientific papers. She's speaking today on enhancing scientific capacities through community building and networking. Silvina, over to you.
Oh, thank you. Do you see my screen, I guess? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the experiences I've had or I know of related to capacity building, community building, through these different positions that I am holding now. So first, let me tell you a little bit about IUPAP, which is the only international union which covers all areas of physics, which is run and organized by physicists from all over the world. Started with only 13 country members, but now it has over 60 territorial members. It has great cultural diversity. It needs dialogue to advance with its project. It is a network of networks, and it nurtures, among the things that it does, one of the main activities is to nurture the growth of communities, on one hand, that are organized around physics of fields, but then also set standards of good practice. But then more recently, it started to address some transversal issues, particularly trying to contribute to build also networks and communities. And I will mention this. Women in Physics was at the beginning, then it became gender inclusion, and now it's inclusion and diversity. But the one that I'm going to describe with a little more detail is one of the projects that IUPAP is involved in related to physics for development. Because within, I guess that other people will talk or have talked about this project, which is a project that the IUPAP is part of. It's called LAMP, Light Sources for Africa, the Americas, Asia, Middle East, and Pacific, which started with a grant that was awarded by the then called ICSU,
the International Council of Scientific Unions, now it's part of ISC, the International Science Council, that gave this award to IUPAP and the International Union of Crystallography for their project called Utilization of Light Source and Crystallographic Sciences to facilitate the enhancement of knowledge and improve the economic and social conditions in targeted regions of the world. Now, the project, once the funding from the ISC ended, which was many years ago, was 2019, the project is now supported by IUPAP, the International Union of Crystallography, and the Abdus Salam International Center for Theoretical Physics. I know that Michele Tema, he's given a talk about the role of LAMP, trying to put capacity building in the Caribbean through this laboratory crystal. And now let me tell you a little bit what the tasks of the project, the original project, were. It were to develop a strategic plan for targeted regions of the world to grow and enhance advanced life sciences and crystallography user communities, also establish a colloquium program, then publish an information brochure, facilitate researchers' visits to places with advanced light sources and also crystallography facilities, and then have a meeting to present all these results at the closing of the project. Now, in our region, the strategic plans that were developed, that are available on the website, were developed for the Caribbean and Mexico, and they included training scientists, engineers, students, and technicians, and to also enhance the existing community of advanced light source users, promote the involvement of industry, and promote outreach and communication around this type of science. And now when the ISC funding came to an end, the project continued with much more limited funding. So this is limiting the activities that they can carry out. But one important activity that has continued is to support what is called faculty-student teams, and they are supported to visit, to spend some time. During the last call, it was 2 months, at participating advanced light sources. And in particular, for the last call, the faculty needs to be a full-time member of an accredited PhD granting university that is located in one of the targeted regions of the project, and LAC, Latin America and the Caribbean, is a targeted region, that are interested in using advanced light sources to further one's research and training endeavors, but the previous experience with using should be limited to a year or less of experience. So it's to try to gain new members of the community of users. And then the student has to be registered as a full-time PhD student, also at a university of the region that is interested in using these advanced light sources. And so these are the collaborative partners that these FAST teams can apply to go to. And in our region, the facility that receives FAST teams is Sirius in Brazil. The rest are in the rest of the world. And so LAMP embraces many regions of the world, not only our region. And I understand that this is a meeting about synchrotrons, basically, but there are other networking and collaborative initiatives that are more specific to LAC that I think that we can draw inspiration if we want to advance with community building, particularly in this area of advanced light sources. So I will move on to these other collaborative projects that cover other areas, because I think they are good inspiration for future projects. Well, the first project I want to mention here is LABI, which is called Latin American Bioimaging. You can go to that website to see what it is about. But it's basically a network of imaging scientists that are interested in improving training, education, and access to imaging technologies across our region. The network is open for people to join. And then also core facilities and imaging service units in LAC can register as well. And what they do, LABI,
they have 3 separate programs to award travel grants. On one hand, they have one program for people to attend bioimaging courses, which is one is aimed at users and researchers, that includes students, and another is aimed at staff of bioimaging service units. And in the meetings, I attended some of the meetings of LAVI, that was very much praised because many places don't have trained staff that can help with the using the equipment and helping potential users of bioimaging. But let me tell you that LAVI, people that join LAVI are both users, like more from the biological sciences, and also developers of new techniques, which usually come from physics. And then the third program of travel grants is to go visit an imaging facility or to receive a visitor at an imaging facility. And they have been also been conducting a comprehensive survey to map the diverse range of bioimaging training and education programs that are in our region. And it has a working group that is responsible for developing and promoting training and education activities in bioimaging in our region. And the goals are to collaborate in the coordination of training and education activities, facilitate the exchange of experience and knowledge among bioimaging professionals in Latin America, creating educational resources, organizing training courses, and supporting the development of new training programs, all in this area. And they have been mainly supported by the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which is an initiative that is very interested in supporting biomedical applications of research. And now the goal actually is to move, so this Chan Zuckerberg funding has been used to set up the network. I think they will continue to receive this funding. I am not certain about that, but the goal is then to move towards having funding from national agencies that could support the network. But it was a network that started from the researchers and is building up, and now maybe it can induce some change at the level of the governments, hopefully. Then another community-driven networking initiative here is also related to biophysics, which is the PostLatam, the Latin American postgraduate program in biophysics. And this was designed by a group of Latin American biophysicists and then was approved by the International Union of Pure and Applied Biophysics. And now it's run by the Federation of Biophysical Societies in Latin America. And the general aim is to provide students in the region with the possibility to complete their postgraduate studies in biophysics in their country or within our region, Latin America and the Caribbean. So they organized courses also, on one hand, in basic sciences, and on the other hand, in biophysics, focusing on the work that is performed by local research groups. These courses are for graduate students from LAC institutions, and the expectation is that those courses could give credits for their PhD programs to advance with their careers. In the past, the postgraduate or post-PhD programs from institutions in LAC were invited to sign an MOU with PostLatam so that students are doing their PhDs in their home institutions. It could be the University of Buenos Aires. It has several different PhD programs, a PhD program here at the University of Buenos Aires. And so that program signs this MOU with PostLatam, and then the student who does a research that is related to biophysics, when they defend the thesis, they can obtain like 2 titles. One is the official one from their university, but then also a Latin American biophysics doctorate would be something like that. It's not that it's an awarded institution, but it would mean that it's also that it has networked with other people working in similar subjects in the area, and it really serves for community building. So PostLatam is basically an umbrella structure, I call it, that nurtures community building because it promotes this exchange of students and the idea that you want to receive some certification from a Latin American organization. So, and then Labian Post Latam, they carry out or used to activities that are very similar to two programs. One of them is no longer in existence. The other one still exists, but as you know, we've suffered major cuts in funding in Argentina that are also very interesting to try to copy or imitate, provided that we get funding. One is the CELFI, Centro Latinoamericano de Formación Interdisciplinaria, that used to fund schools for graduate students and visits for students and researchers to come to do their research at institutions in Argentina. And then the other thing that I think is very interesting is the national systems of Argentina, which their aim is to achieve the efficient use of large research facilities, but not just large research facilities, also all sorts of scientific equipment and infrastructure, and also to give access to data and scientific publications from science and technology institutions throughout the country. But let me focus on the first part, which is the sharing of research facilities or infrastructure. So the idea is for this efficient use, existing research facilities or even labs are invited to join some of the existing national systems. There are systems in microscopy, in laser, high-performance computing, many, many different subjects where you need equipment. And once you are a member of the system, for example, I have a lab with that is affiliated with the National System of Microscopy. So we have the obligation to allocate at least 20% of our time for the use of external users. So we have a staff that gives services and we charge a fee for that. Now, what do we gain from that? Well, we enter into the other aim of the program, which is strengthening, because the system can support the incorporation of new equipment and accessories that we need in our lab. And so we have an additional line of funding for that. And it can also give funds to improve the operation of the physical resources and the optimization, and also for the training of the staff and of anybody that is needed to carry out the activities. So these national systems of Argentina, which are now not having the funding that they should, they provide a framework for this networking, but also to share all sorts of equipment, not just large research infrastructure. So let me tell you a little bit about the liaison committee of the International Science Council regional focal point for Latin America and the Caribbean that I am part of, and Graciela Diaz de Delgado, who is also going to give a talk here, she's part of that too, because we've been discussing or trying to replicate some of these initiatives, particularly Post-Latam, which is this umbrella structure for postgraduate studies, and maybe the sharing of equipment at the level of the region. And we thought of, for example, implementing Post-Latam in sustainability, given that we are in the middle of, well, not in the middle, it just started, the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainability. And so we seek specific funding. The ISC had a call for science pilots this year, but we failed. So far, we don't have funding for that. But we are planning to organize a series of online talks and encounters with possible stakeholders in LAC to see how we could advance with some of these networking activities. And given the theme of the present forum, maybe we could think of establishing this post-Latam umbrella structure for postgraduate thesis, but for the use of advanced, with theses that either use advanced light source facilities or maybe develop new techniques or things like that, because it's an umbrella structure. Maybe it's a little, from the point of view of certification or the title that they can give, is not really a real institution, but it's good for the networking and to share professors and to share students and organize courses. And then finally, let me mention one initiative and also an institution that could be important partners in any regionalization effort in our areas of research. One is the Latin America Strategy Forum for Research Infrastructure labs for free that sort of copy what a similar initiative that exists in the European Union. And since it started with people who work on high energy physics and cosmology, their initial approach was to promote the establishment of this strategy, but focusing mainly on particle physics and cosmology. And in 2024, they decided to rewrite their strategic plan. And so they issued a call and received several white papers to elaborate this new strategic plan. And it hasn't been made public yet, but this is a very interesting, I think, networking for the sharing and efficient use of research infrastructure. And then the other institution that I think is very interesting is the ICTP in Sao Paulo, which is called South American Institute for Fundamental Research. It's hosted by the UNESCO in Sao Paulo. It's a research institution with a very small faculty and a few postdocs there, but the strength of the institution is that it organizes schools and workshops. So there is a lot of people who are visiting all the time. So it's like a hub for networking. And at its 12th anniversary, this institution discussed how to advance from now on, and particularly the idea of establishing programs like the one of the KITP in Santa Barbara, the Kavli Institute of Theoretical Physics, which is establish a program which is in a particular area, and then people are invited to organize conferences or go visit the institution during the time of the program. And so people working on the same sort of subject, they come together to the place and they can discuss and do brainstorming. So keep in touch, because I hope that ICTP Safer will advance in that regard. So in summary, I think that there is space for community building that are bottom-up, so organized by members of the scientific communities. We don't have to wait for our governments. Then they can take it over and put more money, of course. There are societies, there are institutions, there are programs and initiatives that can help. There are several examples in our region that we can learn from. And the International Decade of Science for Sustainability, I think it could be an excuse. It could provide the framework to promote community building and these initiatives to regionalize our endeavor in science. We just need to coordinate our efforts. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Silvina. Let's give Silvina a round of applause, everybody. It is Christmas time, and you brought with you a bag of goodies, opportunities for all of us in the region. I want to invite one or two comments or questions. Anybody? I see a number of hands going up. Round of applause. You can open your microphone and let her know. I'll take one.
Can I ask Silvina? Hola, Silvina.
Hola.
Can I ask the possibility of IUPAC sponsoring or co-sponsoring a symposia in one of the congresses related to the issues that we're discussing today?
Yes, well, the thing is, IUPAC issues calls for the sponsorship of conferences, of different types of conferences, in particular what we call Type D conferences, which is to be hosted in developing countries. It becomes open at the end of January, and it remains open through the end of May, the call. To sponsor activities now, the call is going to be issued for activities to be to be organized in 2026. So we do that 1 year in advance. It would be too difficult to do it for 2025 because we've already approved what we are going to spend on that. But for 2026, that would be great. And of course, we are very much after trying to get more money for LAMP. I am trying to get other unions involved. I'm going to the assembly of the International Science Council, and I hope that I can, talk to IUPAC, which is chemistry, and maybe IUPAB, and maybe if they can join and put more money, and then maybe from LAMP we can also try to help.
Yeah, I'm a secretary of one of the divisions of IUPAC, so definitely we need to.
Oh, that would be great.
Definitely someone to talk some more to. Thank you, Jorge. I don't see any more hands up, but
I have a hand up.
Oh, Lawrence, I'm looking here. I don't see. Oh, go right
Yeah.
ahead. Oh, there you go.
So,
Yes.
Right. So the question I have, so in the Caribbean, I think there is not a specific physical society. Also in Africa, I know the African Physical Society struggles just to operate. Is there any way that we can get just some basic operating support to just support our basal needs, websites, things like that?
We don't have that. We don't have funding for that, but we try to. We now have a new membership type, which is for small communities to help them build the community. And so, if you want to, for the basic functioning, not. But if you want to organize some specific meeting for capacity building, community building, you could apply to this line of funding, which is conference funding in the developing world. But right now we are in the process of discussing our structure and also our actions, and maybe we can change it. But so we try to help with community building, but we don't have specific funds for that, other than for the conferences or schools or workshops and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Silvina, there is something I've been talking about. You know, when we have these schools, as I said before, and we leave, or the people come back, they come back to nothing. And so I think our mission, you know, just like the Lamistad project is trying to bring a synchrotron here that will give us some access to advanced techniques, we need to feed the facilities. So ISC, IUPAP, IUPAC, we really need, and our children need to see these things happening in their region. Infrastructure, a program for infrastructure, where are we on that?
Yeah, well, we are not so rich. IUPAC is much richer than us, let me tell you. And so, but I am trying, I mean, I hope that we can have a project funded to advance with through LAMP, because I think LAMP is a great project and we need more funding for that. So I expect that we can write a project to get funding, I don't know, maybe the IDRC in Canada, or I don't know what other kind of funding agency. So we are willing to help, but we don't have that much, I mean, so much money to be able to contribute with infrastructure. I'm sorry about that.
I appreciate
We can try to help to put together a project and try to get funding. I've talked to Sekasi many times about that. Let me tell you who is the executive director of LAMP. I don't remember the name of his position. So yeah.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I just think that we need to do more in terms of the diplomacy and policy work and interactions with the people who have the money, including policymakers. Okay.
Let me tell you that the ISC, for example, who is discussing its new strategic plan for the future, and they are more focused on the interface between science and policymakers. And so most of their efforts are to see if you can, I don't know, try to solve the problems of humanity, I don't know, climate change, whatever. But they lack projects for community building. And that's something I said that they should think, because in the past, they had some lines of funding for specific projects, and it would be great if they could help. Particularly, we applied for the science pilot, which would be sharing the equipment that exists and try to improve it a little bit, not a huge level of investment, try to build up from what we have. And we didn't get it because they I don't know, they are like more interested in the interface with policymakers, not so much into community building. But if you want to advance with this liaison between science and policymakers, you need scientists, and you need to build and help build the scientific community in the global south. So that's an important aspect, and I hope that they review
their strategic plan and put some seeds for community building.
Thank you very much, Silvina. The mission continues. Thank you once again. Round of applause. I'm going to ask someone, I'm not sure, Lawrence, you have Giorgio's presentation. So it is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you Professor Emeritus Giorgio Margaritonda. Giorgio is retired, as I said, from the École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, that's EPFL. He was president of the board Synapse Human Brain Mapping Consortium, formerly EPFL vice president and dean of basic sciences, research director of Electra and the Wisconsin Synchrotron Radiation Center, full professor at the EPFL and the University of Wisconsin-Madison, a pioneer, Giorgio is a pioneer of synchrotron radiation for half a century, author of over 720 refereed publications and 29 books and book chapters, including popular introductory texts about synchrotron radiation. In our midst, a giant, Giorgio Margaritonda, the simplest introduction to synchrotron sources for diverse audiences is the title of his presentation. Over to you, Giorgio.
Thank you very much, Marvadine. But if you want to redefine the fact that I'm a pioneer, I'm also an old man. And if you want to know how old I am one of the very few people that actually got synchrotron radiation from a synchrotron and not from a storage ring. And this was about half century ago. So anyway, let's see if the presentation works this time. Now, the problem is that the presentation is about introducing synchrotron radiation to different kinds of audiences. And so the animations are important. And I don't know if it is the PDF file or the PPT file which is being used. Can somebody tell me? Because otherwise I can try again with my own presentation.
It's the PDF.
The PDF doesn't have the animations, so it really does not work. Now, if you can be patient with me for just a moment, Marvadine, I'll try again to use my presentation from here. So can you stop sharing the screen? Okay.
Okay, is that your screen?
Not yet. I'm trying.
Whose screen are we looking at?
Not mine.
Do I stop the presentation?
Yes, Carlos. Yeah. Stop a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you. I will try again because I tried to fix the okay.
No problem. No problem.
Yes, and we certainly would like to see that. We made up a little bit of time, everybody, so do not worry.
Excuse me just a moment.
I have his PowerPoint up on my computer if we need to go.
Lawrence,
I can put your PowerPoint presentation when you want, Giorgio.
Excuse me, let me try my own here.
Okay, go ahead. Take your time. Take your time.
Can you see?
Nothing at all as yet, Giorgio. So, nothing?
I'll try again.
No. Are you okay with the idea of Carlos displaying the PowerPoint? Oh, there you go. It's coming up.
It works.
Wow.
We're not. Wait now, guys. We are.
It is the same as before.
No, it's not.
No. Now it seems that works.
Can you see anything?
No, something isn't right, gentlemen. Can you go into the slideshow?
The answer is no. So, Carlos, can you go with the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Oh, that's great. All right. So let me start by saying that my talk addresses a problem that has been with synchrotron radiation from the very beginning, and actually is becoming even more acute when we are presenting new initiatives like the Caribbean Initiative. Okay, this is the challenge, that is to find a way to present our field in a simple way for a variety of different audiences. Now, as you know, it's a difficult task. So let's go to the next. And ideally, we would like to get a presentation that would be adequate, but at the same time, it must be attractive. It must not be a low-level presentation. And it should be suitable for a number of audiences. Number one, let's go, the political and industrial leaders, of course, but also students of different levels, scientists who are not in theoretical physics, and last but not least, the general public. So my team has been interested in this challenge for 20 years, and we try to distillate simple presentations. So why simple? Because if you look at the background, this is our original scene. It is synchrotron radiation was developed at the time when there were only theoretical physicists, very sophisticated. And so they used an archi-complicated formalism that is certainly not suitable for the kind of audience that we must address, especially for new projects. And so let's try to discover an alternative. So let's go for the next. First of all, I think that one should present the general field of synchrotron radiation, stressing that it is indeed at the present time the biggest research network in the world. If we are looking at the statistics, next, they are pretty impressive. The next step, please. All right. We are talking about tens of thousands of users in the world, about 60 active centers and more that are underway. The next, over 225,000 research articles and expenditures that exceed $100 billion. And also, we must say that this network of ours is becoming a factory of Nobel Prizes. You see here some of the names. So it is something which is really big and attracts the attention, and rightly so. All right, so let's go. I would like to say that one way to really attract the attention of everyone is what happened in 2020. There was the explosion of the COVID emergency and the need to find a vaccine in order to regain control of the situation. But for that, we needed the structure of the virus, and we could not use visible microscopy for the simple fact that the wavelength of visible light are much, much bigger than the virus itself. So we need something with shorter wavelengths, that is X-rays. Now, for the first time in history, there was a pandemic. Okay, I still remember when I was a kid, the previous pandemic, which was terrible. And in particular, it was terrible because there were no synchrotrons in order to find the structure of the virus. But this time we had this fantastic network, which was activated very quickly. And in a very, very short time, they got essential information about the structure of the virus. Let's go. With this, it was possible to get to the fast way to the development of vaccines. So I think that it is legitimate for the big public to ask the question, what are these synchrotron sources? Let's go. Now, let's go to the next slide. Before answering this question, I would like to note that actually the success for COVID is one example of something much more general that makes X-rays so very important for science and technology. And what is that? Okay, let's see. First of all, their wavelengths, the wavelengths of X-rays, are similar to the length of chemical bonds, and the photon energies are similar to the energies of electrons in chemical bonds. So in other words, these are the best probes to study chemical bonds. Now, stop for just a moment and analyze in your mind what is that we study in science and technology. The vast majority, with a few exceptions, is chemical bonds. And so this is why X-rays are important, and this is why we need very good sources of X-rays. And this is where the problems start, because if you want to use those that you find in a medical cabinet, forget it. Forget it because they are weak and because they are emitting in different directions. So most of the emission is wasted. Can we use a radio antenna with oscillating electrons? The answer is no, because there are no electronic devices to give you X-rays. And so this is good for long wavelengths, but not for the short wavelengths of X-rays. So we need a different strategy. And let's see what is the strategy. Next. We need to take this business of oscillating electrons in antennas and combine them with relativity, actually with two effects of relativity, as we shall see in a moment, that are able to take the radio frequencies and shorten the wavelengths. Now, in order to understand how these strategies can be implemented, let's start visiting a leading facility, Elettra in Trieste. Now we see, next, a circular building, and inside the circular building there is a storage ring that is an electron accelerator, and electrons that are circulating at almost the speed of light are emitting, next, are emitting radiation, and this radiation is mostly composed by X-rays, next, and the X-rays are fed into experimental chambers where they are used for a variety of different applications. So next, we must stress that it is indeed relativity that allows the radio frequencies of standard oscillations to be converted into X-rays. So let's go to the next, in which our good friend Albert Einstein is asking how my relativity can shorten the wavelengths of synchrotron radiation. Well, we can use an analogy. That is, suppose that you are considering a train. The train initially does not move, and so when it emits a sound, next, the sound is not going to have high frequencies. So now let's go to a moving train. It is the next step. And in this case, we find that now the pitch has changed to higher frequencies. Now, this is what is called the Doppler effect. So, next, the Doppler effect is this shift to higher frequencies, but there is also a second element that is a projection ahead of the sound that causes angular collimation. Now, let's move from the analogy of the train to an oscillating electron. And what we can see is that because of the oscillation, there will be emission of radiation, but the radiation will be radio waves. However, now we change and we add the longitudinal motion with the relativistic speed, And so we see that the Doppler effect actually is shifting the wavelengths to lower values. But it is not all. Actually, relativity does much more than that. First of all, it boosts the total emission. Next. And also introduces a second effect that shortens the wavelengths even more. So it starts to become interesting because we are going in the right direction. So let's go to the next step, okay? Now, at this point, our friend Albert Einstein could say that this is very great and so on, but how in heaven can I get this very complex electron motion? Well, let's propose a solution. A good solution could be, indeed, a storage ring. Let's see it. And in the storage ring, there is a system of magnets and electric devices, which is not shown here for simplicity. And this gives the motion, the longitudinal motion with relativistic speed. Now let's go and add a device which is called an ondulator, which is a periodic series of magnets, periodicity L. Now, because of the ondulator, now we can see that the electrons start oscillating in a transverse direction, and therefore it starts emitting electromagnetic waves. Now, you can understand that the wavelength of this radiation must be related to the period of the ondulator. However, it is not just the period. So let's go to the next one. Why not? Well, in order to understand, you must think like an electron. So if you take the point of view of an electron, you see that the ondulator is coming to you at a speed close to the speed of light. And because of this, it's going to be subject to a famous relativistic phenomenon, which is the length contraction. So the length is decreased by a factor of gamma, where gamma is the famous relativistic factor, 1 divided by the square root of 1 minus v squared to c squared. And so the period of the ondulator seen by the electron is not L, but it is L over gamma. And this is also the wavelength emitted as seen by the electron. But if we go to the next one, we realize that this is not the wavelength that you see in the laboratory. Why not? Well, it's very simple. There is the Doppler effect. We already seen that, and the Doppler effect is reducing the wavelength, and one can see that the reduction is by 2 gamma. So basically, this shortening of wavelength is given by the combination of 2 relativistic effects. First, the Lorentz contraction. Second, the Doppler shift. Together is 2 gamma, and therefore is 2 gamma squared. Next. Now, don't forget that in relativity, gamma is also the energy of the electron. So high energy in an accelerator means a large to gamma squared. It is a short wavelength. And if you plug some reasonable numbers, you find that we are getting indeed X-rays, angstroms. So we are in business. Actually, if we go to the next one, we realize that we are even more in business than we realize, because relativity is also causing another thing that is a huge emitter power. Why so? Well, let's take again the oscillating electron with the longitudinal speed, and we can get from classical physics that the emission is going to be proportional to the square of the acceleration. This is the so-called Larmor law. Now, as in jet relativity, it's very simple, because the motion is causing a time expansion by a factor of gamma. The acceleration is a coordinate divided by time squared. So if the time changes like gamma, the acceleration changes like gamma squared. The emitted power changes as the square of the acceleration is gamma to the 4th power. Boom! You get a huge emitted power. So we are really in business because we are getting something which is quite interesting. So in fact, we can start asking the crucial question. I mean, are these synchrotron sources of X-rays any good? Well, in order to answer, we must first of all agree about what is a good source. So let's take a flashlight. Flashlight is good because it emits perhaps a large flux, but also because it is geometrically concentrated. So if we now take a generic source, we realize that the source is good if it has what is called a high brightness. Next. So that means a large flux, small area, and a small angular divergence. And now we have seen that with relativity, there is a tremendous emission concentrated in a narrow cone, so we are getting very high brightness. Good. So we are really in business for the third time. Synchrotron sources are outstanding, but we must realize that in order to get them, there were decades of hard work and a substantial amount of money. Was this justified? Yes, 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 indeed. For many reasons. First of all, if you're looking at how X-rays are interacting with objects like solids or molecules and so on, we find that there is a variety of different phenomena. Each one of them gives a different application. In parallel, from the financial point of view, each storage ring is feeding a lot of beam lines, so it can support many experiments in parallel. Furthermore, a typical synchrotron source is a long-living device. Next is going to work for 25 to 35 years or even more. So the cost, although it is not negligible, but is spread among very many applications. So in summary, we are not talking about a specialized tool with just a few applications, but about something which can be used for a huge variety of applications and for very many users. For, again, a huge variety of different fields, from material science to chemistry, biomedicine, and so on and so on and so on. And this is what makes synchrotron sources very important. Now, I don't have the time to explain many applications. Let me just mention a couple of examples. First of all, the fact that they are useful for industry. For example, they can be used for microfabrication techniques or to analyze products and procedures. Just to give you an example, this company in Belgium and Switzerland provides synchrotron radiation analysis for the private industry. It solves problem about the production of pharmaceutical products, and for each success there is a huge financial reward. Okay, and so it is a pretty successful operation. Now, the second example of applications is something that has been already mentioned, so I will not elaborate even further. The fact that right now with synchrotron tomography can look at the brain, look at individual neurons and connections, and there is now this consortium that has been already mentioned, Synapse, in the Far East, that is targeting a very ambitious goal that is in a very few years to have a complete connection map for one human brain. And I can anticipate that we are now getting the first human samples, and so hopefully the thing will go from rats to humans in the next weeks. Okay, now let me conclude by just mentioning very briefly about this second class of synchrotron sources that are the X-ray free electron lasers, or X-FELs. We can start by asking a legitimate question. That is, we have seen that synchrotron radiation sources based on storage rings have many of the features of lasers. So it would be reasonable to ask if they are, in fact, lasers. And the answer is no, because they do not possess some of the essential characteristics of lasers. For example, they are not based on optical amplification. But next, there is now this new class of sources that use a kind of optical amplification. And let's see how it works, okay? Let's start by taking a long undulator, sending not a single electron, but an electron bunch. As the bunch enters the undulator, there is the emission of the emission of a wave by one of the electrons. Then the wave and the bunch travel together, they interact, and because of this, the bunch becomes microstructured with a period equal to the wavelength. And now if you see what is the emission of these microstructured electrons, then you find that they are coordinated, and therefore there is amplification of the wave. Now, this is the good news. The bad news is that you cannot, like in an optical or visible laser, use an optical cavity in order to enhance the optical path and the amplification, for the simple reason that you will need two mirrors and there are no mirrors for X-rays. So everything must occur in a single pass, and this required very dense and therefore very small, very short electron bunches that are giving ultra bright and ultra short pulses. X-FELs are not a dream. There is now a number of them that are working. For example, at Elettra, on the side of the circular building, you find a long structure where there is the X-FEL Fermi. So I would say that if Albert was around, he would comment with a big wow. Okay. Why so? Well, let's conclude by looking at some of the things that happen on the time scale of femtosecond, which is typical of X-FEL pulses. By studying these many other phenomena on the same time scales, we are next opening a complete, the next one, a complete new chapter in the history of science and technology, and in particular of synchrotron radiation. So the conclusion of this simple presentation, last slide, is very simple. Our present, folks, is bright, and our future is ultra bright. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Georgie. Absolutely simple introduction to synchrotron sources for this very diverse audience, the simplest I've heard. And we want to hear more of you. We thank you for sticking with us through this, all these technical difficulties. It was well worth it, everybody. Do we have time? Can we just take one single comment or question? I cannot let him leave without one, everybody. Just even one. All right, I've got a raised hand. It is from Lawrence. Go ahead, Lawrence. Lawrence?
I'm sorry, I was muted. All right, so about X-FELs and the femtosecond time scale, what do you think that we're going to learn if we go to attosecond time scales?
Much more. Of course.
Good answer.
If you're taking the list of things that are happening, just to give a few examples, with each one of them on the femtosecond scale, we are starting to study the right time range. But if you go beyond, then you go into many more details and perhaps discover new phenomena. Okay, we are really breaking new ground in physics with that. Okay.
Right. So I've actually been working with the UK X-FEL people.
Mm-hmm.
So they, I don't know if everyone knows. So the UK is contemplating building an X-FEL machine, which is like a level up in cost and capability. And I have said that as they do that, they should not exclude, or they should include small island states, the global South, because there's a progression of interrogation of materials from laboratory sources all the way up to the X-FEL capability. So we we'll see what the British government decides about UKXL, but the science will continue somehow, somewhere.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much again, Giorgio. Everybody, round of applause. Giorgio, I think if I had you as my physics professor, I might be a physicist and not a chemist. It was a pleasure. I just felt it in my bones. Okay, guys, now, Giorgio has ignited new energy. It's been a long day, but we have new energy coming out of that talk. So we are moving into our next talk. Please begin to mount the talk up as I introduce our next speaker, Harry Westphal Jr. He's the director of the Brazilian Synchrotron Light Laboratory, LNLS, at CNPEM, and he's held this position since 2020. Since 2013, he has led the design and construction of the beamlines at Sirius, Brazil's fourth generation synchrotron light source. His research interests are focused on condensed matter physics and the development of advanced synchrotron instrumentation, contributing to advancements in beamline optics, detectors, and experimental techniques. I don't see the presentation going up. Can my technical team report? Harry, are you there?
Harry is there.
Harry? Carlos, what was that?
Harry is mute. Hold Yeah.
Harry, yes, Harry, I saw Harry. Are you hearing?
You are mute, Harry.
Please unmute Harry. I don't think he's hearing us.
Yeah, he's hearing us. Yeah.
Oh, he is. Okay, I'm checking to see if... Still not hearing anything from you, Harry. I am going to... Are you able to text what's happening with you to us? Are you able to text?
I received a message from Harry, but he was confused because he saw the presentation of Giorgio, but I told him that he was the next. Now let me try to call him.
Right.
He's not present here.
He just dropped out. I guess he's going to try and come back in again.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Lancashire. Yes,
he just came in.
Thanks, Prof.
All right,
can
you hear me now?
Hi, yes.
That's right, Harry. Over to you.
Thank you. Let me share my screen then.
Great.
Can you see my slide? My slides
yes.
or
yes,
presentation mode, right?
You're good to go. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. Sorry for this small glitch. I'm going to give a presentation about Sirius, the Brazilian synchrotron light source. And before I start, I'd like to thank the organizers. I think this is a great endeavor. We've been through over the last decades through the endeavor of creating a synchrotron light source. We had a second generation light source that was replaced by Sirius that is now operating. And we are ready, of course, to help with our experience and what we learned from this journey. And I'm going to say a few words and explain how this journey begins with Sirius. I'm not going to talk about the synchrotron science in Brazil overall, but my story starts with the Sirius project. So we are within the center, Brazilian Center for Research in Energy and Materials, CNPM, which is a private non-profit organization overseen by our Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations. The center is composed by 4 national laboratories. The Brazilian Synchrotron is one of the national laboratories. Sirius is the light source. There's a bit of confusion sometimes, but the Brazilian Synchrotron light source laboratory is the institution. The center also has a school for sciences, ILM school, is an undergrad course for sciences. And also several developments on engineering and infrastructure for the campus. And that's how we are organized. Before I start talking about fourth generation light sources and Sirius, let me show you the scenario, the current scenario of 2024, 2025. So Max 4 was the pioneer, the first fourth generation light source, followed by EBS at 2019. Sirius also had the first light in 2009, the end of 2019. APSU just started operating. It's another fourth generation light source. HAPS in China is very close to operation now. They're in commissioning phase. And the Swiss light source next year probably is going to have the first beam. And will be followed by many other projects. I could not put them on the screen, but this is the scenario for fourth generation light sources operation. So what is a fourth generation light source? Why is it so important? Well, we just heard a very nice introduction of synchrotron radiation. And starting from there, we know that one single electron emits radiation, which is transversely coherent, fully transversely coherent, which means that if you put a double slit, you see an interference pattern. But unfortunately, we always have beams composed with several electrons and a finite thickness and dimension for this beam. And normally, these interference patterns, they get smeared out. They get smeared out because the beam is emitted by several electrons. This creates an incoherent wavefront with a coherent aperture of wavelength divided by this transverse size of the beam. So the key idea is the smaller the beam, the better it is for coherence. And we can use this coherence for several purposes, to make it three-dimensional images, to observe diffusion in matter, to correlation of the photons, and several other applications. For instance, making 3D images, we can look at diffraction patterns from non-crystalline samples, just basically interference pattern from samples. And we can invert these patterns to extract, for instance, this is the three-dimensional structure of a catalyst used in the petrochemical industry. Or we can use the three-dimensional structure of the nuclei of a cell and look at the nucleosomes, for instance, and all the connectome of this nucleus. But also, if the source is small, we can focus down to a tiny spot, a nanospot. And then we can look at the chemical composition of soil aggregates. Small particles that you find in the soil, which are the basic units where chemical reactions happen in the soil with the fertilizers, with the plants, with the microbiome of the soil, which is absolutely fundamental for understanding the dynamics in soil and for the agriculture and for the environment. So this is the kind of applications. And having a small beam, for instance, these are micrometer samples with nanometer resolution of their chemical structure. So the smaller is the beam, the better it is for this kind of experiment. So this is where fourth generation storage ring light sources come. And Sirius is one of these light sources. It's a machine, it's a 3GeV machine with a circumference of 518 meters. We have a planned 350 milliamps for the current storage ring. It's a greenfield facility, so we started the construction in 2015. Most of the investment in this project was spent in Brazil, so it was spent in local industries. So out of the $550 million that we invested over this from 2012 to 2023, we calculate 85% more or less spent in local industries. We have planned 27 beam lines for this machine from 2019 to 2028, so over the 10 years. 10 of them are in operation. We have the fourth cycle of proposal. I'm going to say something about this. 2 are in commissioning, and we're going to start now scientific commission with invited users. 3 are in construction for phase 1 and phase 2. We started phase 2 already. We have 1 beam line construction and 9 in design. And we have also 3 other beam lines that will be connected to a BSL-4 laboratory. I'm going to say a couple of slides on this later. Currently, we are working with 200 milliamps in transparent top-up mode, which means at every minute we inject the beam, but the users don't see it. And we had the first user call in November 2022. We are going to work very soon with 5,000 hours per year. And you can have a quick view of our light source. This is the LINAC of the light source. It's 150 MeV LINAC. We have a booster that is inside the same the tunnel of the storage ring. It's a very low emittance booster because we use a nonlinear kicker of excess injection. And the booster in the right side of the screen transports the beam to the storage ring in the left side of your screen. And for instance, all the magnets that you see in this video, they were done by local industries. By one local industry is an industry of motors and generator. They produced all these magnets, the quadrupoles, the dipoles, the electromagnets, or low-field electromagnets, and vacuum tubes, all produced also here in Brazil to development of local industries. Now, what you see is a transition from inside storage ring into the beamlines. So we're going from the front end, now we're going to outside storage ring, and you have an overview of all the beamlines that we have installed. I'm going to say a few words about these beamlines. We're currently in operation, in practical all of them. And so let me go into some details on the beamline, but first, let me just give you some parameters on the electron beam. So the beam stability of this storage ring is the highest stability you find in any storage ring in the world. We've been working with a fast orbit feedback system that basically has a crossover frequency of 1 kilohertz, and which allows us to keep the beam stable down to the project few percent of the orbit of the electron beam, which is equivalent in some cases to be stable below 100 nanometers on the position of the centroid of the beam. You can imagine the kind of challenge in engineering of control that you have to keep this kind of stability over 1 kilohertz of bandwidth. It's not just a few hertz, it's 1 kilohertz of bandwidth. So this is a tremendous system of stability. And also, we've been increasing the current in the storage ring at steady state. So we started with the decay mode, and later we started working with top-up mode with a conventional conducting cavity. A couple of months ago, we upgraded to a superconducting cavity. We're now operating at 200 milliamps. And then by the installation of another third mode harmonic cavity, we are going to ramp to 350 milliamps in operation. So this is all about the storage ring. About the beamlines. So this is all the beamlines I mentioned to you. This is the current stage of the project. We have phase 1, 14 beamlines. I'm going to show some results about these beamlines. Of the 14, 12 are installed, and 2 of them in commissioning. All the others are operating for users. We have a competition system that I'm going to explain. It's the only 4th generation synchrotron with infrared beamlines. Infrared is quite useful in these machines. You wouldn't build a machine for infrared, a synchrotron like this, but it's a quite stable beam and it's very useful for infrared, so it's strongly recommended. We had a nice program on infrared spectroscopy, nanospectroscopy, and we keep it. We will install, we are working now to build a BSL-4 environment laboratory, so it's a maximum protection laboratory for treating, for doing research with dangerous pathogens of level 4. And we are going to have 3 beamlines dedicated to tomography, X-ray tomography, from cells to tissues and to animals. And we're also going to install another 10 beamlines in the phase 2 of the project. We started with this first 4, one for instrumentation, for instance, and the other beamlines. So all in all, these are the 27 beamlines that we expect to have up to 2028. Right now, we have only these beamlines over the phase 1 that we're going to operate. We cover the entire electromagnetic spectrum. We have infrared, ultraviolet, all the way to hard X-rays in the beamlines. I'm going to show this these are the names of the beamlines, the energy range that they cover. I'm going to show some results. For instance, in the structural biology, these are some of the results of our users that published papers on understanding this interconnectome of proteins and metabolites in cells for carbohydrate metabolism, or the idea of understanding the maturation and inhibition of the SARS-CoV-2 protease. It's part of the proteins of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. This is research going on for the green, basically to promote the green economy. This dimer system mechanism of fat acid decarboxylation. So basically decarboxylation to transform products in these in the green chemistry. And one more recent paper is understanding how the gut bacteria in our organism metabolizes sugar protein complexes. So these are some examples of what our users been doing in the protein crystallography beamline. It was the first beamline to operate in Sirius. But we have a much larger project at CNPM, which is a drug discovery platform that basically the initiative is to compile and prospect molecules from the Brazilian biodiversity using the very best science and technology for innovation and preservation of the Brazilian biomes. So if you heard something about protein structural biology, you understand how important it is to know the structure of a protein, and the next step is to see which molecules fit inside the structure. Now, the biodiversity typically creates lots of interesting structures for these molecules, and we know that by culture that some of these molecules, they are the active ingredient of many of the popular medical medicine that we find in different tribes and different cultural systems. So the idea here is to investigate this, isolate this molecule, create a data bank, and build a traceable and accessible natural product data bank comprising of plants, of microorganisms derived from chemical samples from all 6 Brazilian biomes. This is a system that is basically takes the advantage of what we have already in nature in a very biodiverse system like we have in our country. If you want to know more about some of the workflow using artificial intelligence and all we can use for understanding this drug discovery system based on natural products, you can see at this publication. Now, growing from the protein crystallography to the use of interference, like I showed you in my first slide, to understand, to do three-dimensional image, I showed you one example. This is a filtration membrane that normally, if you look at electron microscopy, you can only see slices of this material. But when you take one part of the slice and you do ptychography using the coherent properties of the synchrotron, you can extract the three-dimensional structure without having to slice your sample. Or if you use this same coherent properties to look at how this coherent speckles evolve with time, you can track the diffusion properties of particles such as proteins. And in this case, for instance, look at how copper ions drive the prion protein phase separation and modulates aggregation and can cause, if behind these prion disease caused by some of the proteins. So just examples of the use of the coherent properties of synchrotron radiation. Now, going to other beamlines in the tomography range, Mogno beamline was used to understand why some plants are more resistant to this bacteria, the Xylella fastidiosa, which is a terrible bacteria that was a problem here in Brazil for the culture, citric culture, and it spread over not only Brazil but in entire Latin America, and it spread over the world. Is a serious problem, and but some plants can resist better to this bacteria than others. And so the researchers, there was a collaboration from researchers from Italy, from England, from Brazil. They took different samples, different plants, and understand what is the correlation between the vessel thickness of these plants and their resistance to the bacteria. Another example done by users here from Brazil is, the question was basic: why eucalyptus is so tolerant to high levels of manganese? Why some plants are so tolerant to this poisonous metal and some others are not? So they they used the coherent properties to scan with a nanobeam the fluorescence of different parts of the cells in a plant, and they did spectroscopy to understand how is manganese complexed in the molecules that makes eucalyptus tolerant to high levels of manganese. This can be helpful to understand how we can make plants more resistant to this and to use them for extracting contaminants from the environment. Now, to be able to use all the science, we had to develop all these the instruments that we use. I just give you some highlights. The storage ring was entirely developed here. So we started in 2012 with a proposal for a lattice for the storage ring. This evolved to a project and evolved to the construction in 2019, where we installed and had the first beam. In collaboration with a Brazilian company for motors and generators, WEG. Now, X-ray detectors. This is crucial, a system for any synchrotron. We started developing area detectors. This is just a blackboard conceptual design that evolved for more advanced croquis, that evolved for the project, and to the final detector that is installed in our beamlines. All of our beamlines have area detectors of this kind. A new company was created, PyTech, that sells these detectors. And it was thanks to the collaboration with the Medipix collaboration that we had over this years, that we were able to take the ASIC for this detector and build such detectors. Again, for X-ray monochromators, how you separate the single energies for your experiments. Again, this started with conceptual designs that evolved for simulations, evolved to detailed projects, to the construction of our monochromators, which now have the record in stability also again in the world. And this was done with, we had to reinvent the technology for monochromators, and we partnered with this company, which is specialized in mechatronic innovations and we learned a lot how to apply concepts of mechatronics that are used in the electronic industry into the synchrotron field. Now, you might ask also if we do have other kinds of interaction of industries. For instance, do industries fund our synchrotron? Yes. Let me show you one example. We have this, I showed you one example of the Chilela fastidiosa tomography. This is done in the Mogno beamline. I just show you an schematics. This beamline basically takes the beam of a bending magnet and focuses and creates this conical beam. And we can put the sample anywhere in the cone and do this geometric amplification. So the images I showed you were done with high resolution in this stage, but some oil companies wanted to have a high throughput system that they could, for instance, study rocks from the pre-salt, hundreds of rocks, and do tomography and understand their porosity. So this nanostation was fully funded by the Brazilian government, but Petrobras funded a microstation to basically this high throughput system. And Equinor and Petrobras funded a system where we can in situ look at how oil penetrates in these rocks. What I can show you here, what you see here in detail is this system that was already delivered, we built by this contract. And you can see some of the rock tubes that we've been doing with Petrobras for them, this kind of development. This stations were fully funded by these companies, and this is the kind also of idea that you can use for your synchrotron. Now, how do you get into the synchrotron? I'm going to explain this our submission system, but for now, let me show you how is the competition going. So we had 4 cycles, and the first 2 cycles we only have these beam lines open in the cycle, and then in the next 2 we had more beam lines open. But typically, you can see that the competition is about 3 to 1. Every 3 proposals, we can accept 1. In some beam lines, this is much higher. For instance, in the extreme condition beam line, we had almost 5 to 1 for competition in the last call, and some other beam lines even higher. But typically, on average, we have an oversubscription of a factor of 3. If we look at international participation, most of the proposals, they come from Brazil. But we do have something like 25% of proposals that are accepted, which come from abroad. What is their distribution? Oh, more or less, obviously, most of the international proposals are coming from South America, and then from Europe, North America, and Asia. How does the system work? So we reinvented the system for submission of proposals in Brazil. Why? Well, first, we wanted to remove any kind of positive or negative bias towards groups of research. So we wanted to give the opportunity to everyone to use Sirius. Second, we needed to increase the number of reviews for each proposal. It's very difficult to get reviews. So what we did was, when you submit a proposal, your proposal must be anonymous. You cannot identify yourself, and we will distribute to reviewers. If you identify yourself, your proposal is canceled. Next, as a proponent, you are requested to give review of 5 proposals in the same call, but you don't know who you're giving the review because this is all anonymous. If you don't give your reviews, well, you're penalized. Maybe you don't want to do or you don't have time to do. It's okay, but you'll lose a couple of points in your own proposal. Now, we have an evaluation committee that can review the review of the proposals. And if the review is too bad, they can remove, and this doesn't count for the proposal. If the review is excellent, they can upgrade the proposal of that person that gave that review. They don't know who it is, but they know who that person is, but they can upgrade. Once this is done, we have a list of the proposals and their ranking, and we accept the best ones, and we go for the technical feasibility and safety. So this is how our review system works, and it's been working quite well. Last but not least, let me show you just 2 slides about Orion, as I promised. Is Latin America's first maximum biological containment lab facility, and the first in the world that will be connected to the synchrotron light source. So basically, there was an article in Nature showing this is the hole that we created here for building this building. So this construction site is already working, and how this works. So synchrotron is connected to the beamlines. We have BSL3, BSL4, BSL2 environments, but the samples of cells, of tissues, or animals, they come to these beamlines through these corridors, and we have 3 beamlines. So I'm going to explain more how they work. So one beamline is this one, is for working. First, why Orion? Because if you look in the sky, the Orion belt has 3 stars. We have 3 beamlines, so Sirius is connected to these 3 stars. First, this beamline is for looking at in vivo propagation-based phase contrast tomography in small image, like animals, like insects, rodents, or small non-human primates. Second, we have a beamline for looking at cryo X-ray holotomography or tachography on tissues. So basically, 3D virtual histology, the kind of histology that biologists do, but they don't need to cut the samples here. They basically do a digital cut. And last, in the highest resolution, cryo soft X-ray tomography and cryosim for cells, mammalian cells, bacteria cells, fungi. So basically, this will be a new infrastructure, and we are creating for the users. Obviously, there's a challenge, an engineering challenge of how you bring a beamline into this kind of environment. Just to give you an idea, this is the kind of concept. The BSL4 environment is here. The scientists bring the sample through this wall. This environment where the beamline is a BSL1 and 2 environment, so we can work freely. But the high containment station is only connected through the sample. So this is just to give a flavor of what kind of engineering we've been doing. To conclude, in less than 10 years, we went from construction site to fully operational synchrotron, and high motivation of young people is fundamental. We are operating an average oversubscription rate of 3-to-1. And this is all done thanks to the state-of-the-art developments that we've been doing for Sirius. Phase 2 and Orion project are approved and at full speed. And I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Harry. And the region is very excited and very proud about this. And as you talk about young people, let's just remind the young people in the audience that you studied in Brazil. Your PhD and undergrad studies were at State University of Brazil, Campinas.
Yes.
Nice motivation. Any questions? I'm going to take one because we're running now behind time. Just one. Comments, questions? If we don't have any, then just help me give Harry a round of applause. And thank you, Harry. You'll be hearing more and seeing more proposals from the region. I am sure of it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we move right along, I'm going to ask Amal. Amal, can you please start loading up your presentation as I give a brief introduction? Amal Kasri is our next speaker, everybody. She's Chief of Section of Basic Sciences, Research, Innovation, and Engineering, which is part of the Division of Science Policy and Basic Science, Natural Science sector at UNESCO. She designs, implements, monitors, and evaluates basic and engineering programs and delivers expert advice to member states. Prior to UNESCO, she worked as an academic and a scientist in materials science and nanobiotechnology. So she understands both sides of the coin here, everybody. Please give a round of applause and welcome to Dr. Amal Kasri, who's speaking on the topic from fundamentals to innovations, enhancing basic sciences and engineering through synchrotron capabilities.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, or good evening, wherever you are. Here in Paris, it's 10:30 p.m., or actually almost 10:40. I think it's morning now in the Caribbean. So thank you very much for this kind of invitation to speak. It's really a pleasure. And I was really enjoying listening to the previous couple of talks. So I'm a physicist by training. Also, I'm not going to speak now about the physics. I will speak more about the policy, and I'm sorry that the title is slightly different here in the presentation, but it reflects basically what I'm going to talk about. So again, so UNESCO's role in the science and technology is quite pronounced. The science sector was one of the first sectors since UNESCO was established, and UNESCO plays really a pivotal role in steering the global science and technology efforts. So allow me first to start by introducing what we do at UNESCO, and then I will talk also about the synchrotron and our involvement in these kind of initiatives, and one of the examples that UNESCO was heavily involved in since the beginning. As you all know, UNESCO was established in 1946, educational, science, culture. Currently, we have 194 member states, and the main objective, of course, is to contribute to peace through all these topics of science and education and culture and others. So more than 80 years now, this number needs to be modified, 80 years now of experience in promoting international cooperation in science, and generally UNESCO works as a laboratory of ideas. We initiate initiatives, and then we help in letting them go and continue. Policy analysis and development, standard setter. It is a catalyst and the motor for international cooperation, and of course capacity building, which is one of the most important activities or mandates of UNESCO. In the natural science sector at UNESCO, one of our major motivations or actually what is behind what we do is the global challenges faced everywhere. There are failure of climate change mitigation and adaptation, the natural disasters, also the biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, the water issues. All these are major challenges that cause pressure on natural resources, cause conflicts because people can need to move. It leads to some violence and so on. And we try to tackle these challenges and find the solutions through several international and intergovernmental programs. We have the IHP program, the hydrology program, the Man and Biosphere program, and many others. Also, of course, as you all know, the International Center of Theoretical Physics is a UNESCO Category 1 center. It is part of UNESCO, also the World Academy of Science, and both work heavily on capacity building and supporting scientists and researchers in the Global South. The science policy and the basic science division is focusing on three main topics: the capacity building, as I mentioned, in basic sciences and engineering. I'm going to speak about more details about this. And here, sometimes I like to present this tree as the applications, with the basic science being the roots. I am advocate for basic sciences because, unfortunately, sometimes, quite often, I think most of the audience here are physicists, it gets really dominated by the applications. And we need really to encourage or urge the policymakers to invest more in the fundamentals on the basic sciences, because without this we will not be able to advance in the different technologies. We also work on open science. We support member states to develop policies and enhance open science, and we also work on indigenous knowledge systems. Specifically about basic sciences, research, innovation, and engineering, we help member states to build the capacity in the technological and engineering capacities, both institutional capacity and the human capacity, to find solutions for major issues, health, agriculture, energy, industry. We also help member states to invest in building these capacities via the policies, as I mentioned before, and we create scientific networks and facilitate access to scientific information. We have three major programs. the basic sciences program, the engineering program, and the STEM program. In basic science and engineering, we work more with the early career scientists and researchers, scientific institutions, universities, research centers, and in the STEM program, we focus more on the school children and the school students and the school teachers. We actually train the teachers, and these QR codes that you see can take you directly to the web pages of each of these programs, where you can see some of the initiatives we do, which I will present some of them here. We also have the International Basic Sciences Program, which has under its kind of umbrella for all our activities in the basic sciences, and it has a board. This board is formed of 12 eminent scientists who advise us and advise the Director General of UNESCO on matters related to basic sciences. We also have very important tools that are Category 2 centers. UNESCO Category 2 centers are centers of excellence supported directly by the governments. And we have, as you can see here in basic science and engineering, we have 23 Category 2 centers all over the world. And these results, these graphs that you see, they are results of a survey that we conducted in order to understand what these centers do, so they can help us in our capacity building program. So as you can see, we have in basic sciences, in biotechnology, in renewable energy, space technology. So really covering a wide range of basic sciences and engineering and technology. And we work with them, most of them, we work with them closely to help us in delivering our mandates. UNESCO shares also very important tools. These are eminent scientists in different fields. We have 60 again, one more number needs to be corrected, 64 chairs globally in all these fields that you see here: microbiology, health science, cryobiology, STEM, metallurgy, health science, really wide range. And again, they help us a lot through advocacy, through seminars, webinars, training activities. They host a lot of students. So a very important tool for capacity building. I'm going to introduce two major initiatives that we are working on right now. And at some point, I will show you also why they could be linked to synchrotron facilities. The first is the remote access to laboratory equipment. We established or we initiated this initiative less than 2 years ago. And we started with Africa. Africa is a priority for UNESCO. Please use this QR code to check our website. This idea is mainly to train or to help scientists in the global south to get access to the sophisticated equipment that they don't have. We started with one model that you see here, which is the single crystal X-ray diffractometers. As you know, this is quite very expensive technique. In Africa, there are really very, very few, maybe 2 or 3, and mostly in South Africa. So scientists normally have to travel abroad. Some of them don't go back, and if they go back, unfortunately, they cannot do much if they don't have labs and equipment. So we started this initiative with several partners to get this access. We train 1 or 2 scientists from each country to act as focal points, and then the others are trained how to access remotely. 3 countries now in Africa has full access to this technique, and we trained 11 others, and we sent calls to all member states urging them to encourage their research institutes to join us in this remote access initiative. We received a very good response. We started now to do the matching. So we are doing now the matching between the needs of the scientists and the available equipment. So we are now exploring all these fields that you see. We issued call also for the African scientists to apply. We will do this twice a year. As I said, we will do the matching, and we hope next year we can have at least two more techniques that can be available for scientists in Africa and in other regions. So this is really one of the major initiatives that started to create momentum among member states and some other stakeholders as well. We initiated a series of training boot camps linking science and engineering to entrepreneurship. And the idea here is to equip the scientists and the engineers with the skills, the innovative skills that can help them to tackle challenges by taking their innovative ideas from the lab to the market. There are brilliant scientists everywhere, but some of them don't really know how to take these ideas further outside of the lab. So we did 4 boot camps so far, 2 in Africa, 1 in Latin America and the Caribbean, and 1 in Asia. And we are now advancing this to link them to some innovation hubs, where we hope to establish a big network of innovation hubs based on this, on the results of this initiative. This I will not stop here. This is just some of the prizes which also we use to help scientists. We have some grant programs. Green Chemistry for Life is a grant program in the field of green chemistry, and part of the Equatorial Guinea Prize, we also give 2 grants to 2 female African scientists every year. Now we have a very major initiative, which I am sure you heard of, which is the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development. For us, we want to use this the next 10 years. It started actually 2024, and the launch was during the SELECT meeting. So it was last week, after 1 year of preparation. So we want to use really the next 10 years, or actually the next 9 years, to be like a transformative era in the field of science. We need to raise awareness of the science, and we expect 5 major outcomes. The overall objective, or the ultimate objective, is really to build a culture of science. We have the clear vision is that sciences and a science culture required for sustainable world are developed and accessible to all. And our mission is to engage all societal actors to further advance science and equally benefit from it. We expect 5 major outcomes that we hope to achieve. The first is to enhance the scientific literacy. Scientific literacy can have different definitions. However, it's clear that there are baselines in different regions, and we want to increase it from 10% to at least minimum 50% in some region. Also, actionable scientific knowledge to be advanced, basic sciences to be advanced, open science to be widely, equitably used to democratize scientific processes, and also to national innovation systems to be transformed to respond better to scientific and societal needs. So we have a call now, and I urge all of you, please, to take a look and consider applying. We have a call for initiatives for the implementation of the IDSSD. Basically, all the initiatives must address or show that they can contribute to one or more of these objectives or our expected outcomes, and there are some other certain criteria. We have an executive committee, an advisory committee that go through the applications, evaluate them, and the selected ones will be featured on the website. They will be able to use the logo of the decade. Another important initiative, which is the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, which will be next year, celebrating 100 years since the field of quantum became really the core of modern physics. And also through this year, the field of quantum technology is really very important now, and really rising a lot. And we are on top of it, and we are trying really to work with many different stakeholders, including the private sector, in order to close the gap or hopefully reduce the gap. So this is one of our main goals, is to reduce the gap and the digital gap, or the quantum gap between the North and the Global South. Now, if I switch to understanding synchrotrons, of course, I don't think I can speak about this with the presence of all of you, the experts in the field. So forgive me if I say something that is not really up to your knowledge. Synchrotrons, of course, are advanced research facilities that use powerful electromagnets to generate intense beams. Okay, no need to continue with this. but they are, of course, particle accelerators to produce radiations, and again, I don't think I need to stress on that. Maybe I can skip this as well. But the applications, of course, as you know, are very important. So the applications can really very helpful in environmental science, in nanotechnology, as we heard in the previous talk, and many other applications. The international collaboration, this is what I want to focus on. As I said, I'm not going to talk about the technical aspect. The international collaboration and diplomacy is one of the most important outcomes of having synchrotrons. They can serve as vital platforms for fostering international collaboration and scientific diplomacy. Also promoting shared knowledge and benefit all partners. These collaborative platforms among different countries, by providing shared access, can actually help in achieving peace, and this is one of our aims. And we have very important example among many other examples, of course. However, this example, Sesame, I mentioned because it was established under the auspices of UNESCO. The negotiations for that started in 2002. It was started functioning in 2017, and it has member states from the Middle East, and as we know, it is really, I'm sure you all know about Sesame and how successful it is, and how it is really an amazing platform for bringing scientists from different countries together and achieving really great success. So the synchrotrons enhance the global scientific ties by providing access to the sophisticated technologies, and they can be also remotely accessed. So we are actually, we were discussing with Sesame how to link it to our initiative. Some of the beam lines can be remotely accessed to support also scientists in different regions. So science diplomacy can be enhanced through synchrotron projects that foster mutual understanding and dialogues among nations. And the scientists can start these dialogues that can expand more to the nations. And they can really break down the barriers and encourage collaborative solutions to global issues. The future, we hope, and we know that, of course, there are a lot of ongoing discussions and hopes that we can have more synchrotrons. Potential for new installations. There is huge potential. Establishment of new synchrotrons in different regions, like in Latin America or in Africa or in the Caribbean, will be really beneficial for the scientists in these regions. And as I said again, for promoting peace. Through collaboration, through partnerships, through sharing knowledge. The expected outcomes is this will be the expected outcomes, of course. Capacities, building capacities of scientists, innovative ideas, new innovative ideas, engagement of different stakeholders, and of course we hope, and also of course supporting the talents in these regions. So by these potential initiatives, I expect that it will have really great impact, but of course it needs joint forces from the governments, from the policymakers, from the scientists, and from also the private sector sometimes. So it is really linked to global initiatives, if we link synchrotrons to global initiatives, synchrotrons can play an important role in driving sustainable development and in enhancing the global scientific cooperation through various international initiatives. I hope this talk was not boring for you, because it's not about the technicality and the sciences, but I hope I give you an idea of what we do here at UNESCO. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amal. Join me, everybody, in giving her a round of applause. It was not boring at all because you brought with you lots of opportunities which are well needed in the region. And I am going to say that we urgently need you to expand this remote access to scientific equipment to here in the Caribbean and Latin America, and not just Africa. If you were here earlier, you'd have listened to my talk and Michele Zima's talk about the new X-ray diffraction, single crystal diffractometer. It is the only one in the English-speaking Caribbean, and we do need remote access. So hopefully we can talk about that. I see two hands. I have Moses and I have Leo. I think, Leo, your hand was up first. I'll allow you to go, and then Moses, you'll come in. Go right ahead.
It was an excellent talk, yours, Amal.
Thank you.
But this also gives me an obvious idea. UNESCO played a major role to develop Sesame. I think that we have organized just as a freelance this big important meeting with the Puerto Rico project. I wonder whether it would not be possible that UNESCO takes the initiative of calling for an evaluation meeting of the consequence of this meeting, or the future of these ideas, even without a direct input from a country. I mean, of course, to make definite commitment, UNESCO needs countries. But to make preliminary steps in order to promote ideas or discuss ideas, feasibility of ideas, it is also autonomous. So I would really, as a former colleague of yours, suggest, and I'll take my other hat, as a former colleague of yours, I think that UNESCO can play a major role to make this idea more broader. Also, in view of, well, I can anticipate something I'm going to talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to talk about a global program for the Global South, which could involve not only ourselves and Puerto Rico and Africa, but also Iran, Uzbekistan, and possible other countries. So I think that UNESCO can take the flag of this. So I leave you this suggestion or proposal to think about.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Leo. I mean, yes, of course, we can definitely think of this, and I'm sure our EDG now is very supportive to this initiative, especially that we are launching a new science diplomacy program. And in fact, under this science diplomacy program, investigating or looking into the idea of new synchrotrons is definitely one of the points we are keeping in mind and discussing. And there will be a ministerial meeting next year in March here at UNESCO. And I believe synchrotrons might be one of the topics that will be brought to the table of the ministerial discussions. So thank you very much for this suggestions. I will keep you posted on how we move forward with this. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Leo. Moses, please go right ahead. This is the last question I can take, unfortunately.
Thank you, Marvadine.
Go ahead.
Amal, this is a very, very interesting presentation. I have two things. We are interested here in Dominican Republic in remote lab, obviously. And also, we are interested in prepare an archaeometry lab, application of third-grade fluorescence, Raman, and so on, and in particular, synchrotron radiation. The next presentation is my presentation about this. We need your help, and I want to hear your opinion about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, we are willing to help. I mean, for remote access. Let me, if you can please just drop me your email here. I will share with you by email this initiative and the link to the call, where we urge the scientists to apply. And then, as I said, we will try to match them with the available techniques. Currently, we have the single crystal X-ray diffractometer available. And as I said, next year we hope to have 2 more techniques, mostly related to imaging techniques, so microscopy and scanning electron microscopes, and also other advanced microscopy. Just yesterday we had a meeting with European Bioimaging, where we will establish also remote access to their facilities. So please, just if you can send me your email, and I will definitely share with you more information. And with Dominican Republic, by the way, last year we signed an agreement, but for the STEM training. So we have a quite good experience working with Dominican Republic. We can actually easily access the, thank you for sharing, the delegation here. And we signed an agreement for STEM education, where the government is trying to use STEM training after school hours, I mean, for the teachers. So I will be happy to get back to you soon on this, and I hope we can help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everybody, please give Amal a round of applause. Amal, we hereby robe you a friend of the GC-LSI Lamistad project.
Thank you so much.
Okay. You have been pronounced. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to the next talk. Moses Alvarez is our next speaker. Moses, while I introduce you, I'm shortening the introduction as our friends in Europe need to go to bed. So we need to speed along.
I understand.
Can you mount your presentation?
Let me see. I haven't had some problem. Okay, let me see.
Okay, I'm going to give your introduction, and as you mount, then we can sort out the problems.
Go ahead.
Moses Alvarez, everybody. He's no stranger to many of us in this group. He's XRF expert and consultant with the IAEA. He's from the physics department, Pedro Enriquez Urena National University, Dominican Republic. He provides training and technical support in several countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, and is involved in software development and sample preparation methods development for XRF. His work includes characterization of historical artifacts, and his talk is appropriately entitled Applications of Synchrotron Radiation in Cultural Heritage. Okay, Moses, I see we don't have the talk loading.
Let me see, because I will send to you. Maybe we can.
Okay, so
okay,
Carlos or Lawrence, who are we sending to?
Okay.
Lawrence?
You can send. I will put my
No. You can. Malvadin and Leo have the presentation, but okay, I can send to you.
I did not see that, Moses. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, just send it to Carlos. He's been taking care of these technical.
I think that is sent to us by email, Madeline.
By email, yes.
Oh, I have been in this place from 9 o'clock this morning, and very rarely at my email. Okay, never mind. We are sending now to Carlos. Leo, you can just forward to. Oh, there's Carlos's email right there.
Send to Carlos, please. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Because I had some problem here. I don't know why.
I can send to whom should I send it?
Carlos.
To Carlos.
Thank you.
I'll do in a moment.
Okay.
There are 2 files, one in PDF and another one in PowerPoint. You can choose whatever you want.
Yes, but give me a moment to do it.
No problem. Let me try again.
You see that little square box with the arrow, Moses?
Sorry.
At the bottom of the platform, a little square
No,
box.
no. I know.
Okay.
Let me see. Okay. What?
All right, everybody. We're almost at the end.
I just forwarded it to Lawrence and to Carlos. Whoever receives it first.
Thank you, Leo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of a very exciting day. grab a glass of water or a cup of coffee or something. In a few minutes, Moses will give us a very interesting talk, and many people are not yet aware about these applications in cultural heritage.
Can you see? Okay, I have the presentation here already. Can you see?
That's it. It's there. Can you go in presentation mode, Moses?
Okay, immediately. No problem. Let me...
If it can't go, we'll take it as it is.
Okay. No, it's okay. Can you see now everything?
Madeline, excuse me, Madeline. I'm sending to you a WhatsApp concerning the next talk.
Okay, William.
Okay.
We
Can you
can see your
the-
presentation, Moises. Yeah.
I'm very good. The whole imagine. Okay.
Now
Let me start.
put it in presentation mode, please.
Yes. Okay, let me see. Okay, sorry. Let me see again.
See, Moises?
Leo, please mute your microphone.
No, okay. Can you see? Okay. Can you see?
We can see, and it's not in presentation mode, but
Okay, I'm going to put in presentation mode. I'm sorry again.
Okay, I was going to suggest that we go ahead with it as it is.
No, we'll be very brief. Don't worry. Can you see the whole imaging? No, or not?
We're seeing all the slides to the left, and to the right, we see the current slide, but not in presentation mode. So,
Okay. Can you see the abstract now?
no,
Okay.
still the same thing.
Okay.
You have to hit the little screen button at the very bottom of your PowerPoint window. There you go.
Okay. Here.
Yep. So just to the right. Just to the right of where you were.
Yes. It's okay or not?
No, the little screen.
It's the same.
The little screen button that's at the bottom of the PowerPoint window.
Yes, I know. Normally I do this, but I don't know what happened in this case.
Okay, gentlemen, I am going to propose Moses because it's visible. So go ahead with your talk.
Okay,
as it
it's
is.
visible now. Let me reduce this and let me go immediately.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see? Okay.
Yes.
Better.
Yes.
Okay. No problem. Okay. This is application of synchrotron radiation in cultural heritage. That, as I told you before with Amal, we are interested in anarchometry lab. Okay, let's see. The idea is to use the synchrotron radiation because I have some experience with practically all the type of X-ray fluorescence, wavelength, energy dispersive, also X-ray microscope on the idea is to apply this to characterization of artifacts like painting, manuscript, fossil, ceramic, porcelain, and historical objects. As I told you before, the need that we are using actually is X-ray fluorescence, but the idea is to use the more powerful of synchrotron radiation. And because, for example, it's possible to do X-ray absorption spectroscopy, and also another kind of thing. Some application, let's see, relatively easy. This application of synchrotron radiation in cultural heritage. We have chemical mapping of artifacts, high resolution chemical mapping of ancient artifacts, non-destructive analysis. This is an advantage when we are talking about materials that from heritage material that we need to preserve the materials, the objects. And a non-destructive analysis will be very good. Material characterization using X-ray fluorescence diffraction techniques, synchrotron radiation obviously aid in identifying materials and their structural properties. And elemental and molecular analysis also, not only because X-ray fluorescence, as you know, is limited to elemental analysis, but with this is possible also to do molecular analysis. Imaging techniques in 2D and 3D, study of fossil and ambers. In particular, we have, as you know, we have also amber in Dominican Republic. And in particular, we have some fossilized remains revealing details of species and environmental conditions from millions of years ago. And environmental effects on artifacts, for example, how affect the humidity and pollution effects that can help to develop better conservation strategies. I will put some examples, a few. There is a whole possibility of this. Example of synchrotron radiation application in cultural heritage studies. For example, in the Archimedes palimpsest, they use synchrotron radiation. We use it to uncover erased writing in the Archimedes palimpsest. The manuscript original overwritten with biblical text reveal Archimedes' unique treatise, such as the method, showcasing ancient calculus technique. Synchrotron-based techniques provide non-invasive insight into the hidden text through elemental mapping and chemical analysis. As you can see here, some imaging examples that you can see what the advantage of this. And probably now with the artificial intelligence, it will be easier to identify the writings in this material. Another example is the Darwin birds, Archaeopteryx. This was a chemical mapping with synchrotron radiation providing insight into the fossilized chemistry of Archaeopteryx, a key specimen for evolutionary studies. This method highlighted previously unknown chemical and structural features of the fossil, offering deeper understanding into its preservation and original biochemistry. You can see in the right side some photography showing, in this case, the wing feathers of this animal. And also you can see the phosphorus determination in the preserved chemistry of the original feather shaft. Also bronze artifacts from the Judean hills. Synchrotron-based X-ray analysis examines the corrosion and manufacturing techniques of ancient bronze artifacts. This analysis informs about the environmental condition and historical metallurgy practice. Also, you can see some photography and a photograph of the original ancient bronze artifacts in the right side. Lapis lazuli provenance. Using sulfur-case SANES, that remember that SANES is the X-ray association near edge spectroscopy, was applied to determine the provenance for lapis lazuli in historical artworks. This is to link the elemental composition of pigment to specific mining sources, providing data on trace routes and artistic material choice. Also, we can see here the lapis lazuli, and we can also determine the provenance of this. Painting and manuscripts, elemental mapping via synchrotron radiation-based rapid scanning X-ray fluorescence reveal hidden layers and chemical composition in painting and manuscript. These methods help in authenticating artworks, studying the gradation process, and uncovering lost drawing. In the right side, we can see the photograph of Sunflower by Van Gogh and the analysis done by synchrotron radiation analysis, and using also X-ray fluorescence together with other techniques. Also, corrosion study of metal artifacts. In situ synchrotron X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy was used to observe corrosion processes in metallic artifacts under controlled environmental conditions. This enables the study transformation affecting the preservation of this object. In particular, in the Dominican Republic, we have many metals objects coming from some ships, the Spanish ship that red in the Dominican Republic. And in this case is optical imaging. We can see the optical imaging and the point that were analyzed using synchrotron radiation. Obviously, it's not only using X-ray fluorescence, also radiography and so on. And the last is the synchrotron SAS analysis. SAS is X-ray absorption spectroscopy, sorry. The studies use a synchrotron X-ray absorption spectroscopy, SAX, to analyze manganese and iron, and in 15th century blue and white mint porcelain. By the way, we have some mint porcelain here also coming from this chip, revealing revealing insight into production technique. But in Dominican Republic, we are not analyzing, obviously, with synchrotron radiation, not yet. That's the idea behind this. We are also analyzing using portable X-ray fluorescence analysis and other techniques. And with this method, we can see the composition as redox condition. Characteristic blue decoration were achieved using copper-based pigment and fired at high temperature of up to 1,300 degrees centigrade in specialized kilns. The decoration contains manganese and iron-rich aggregate, forming dendritic structure with compound like rhodonite and osmanite jacobite crystallizing during the cooling. The glaze composition indicates oxidizing condition with recorded manganese ratio, manganese 2 and manganese 3 ratio, and iron 2 and iron 3 ratio state. This novel application of exact advanced understanding of ancient Chinese ceramic production and provide valuable insight for both modern and archaeological studies, and also the technique used for fighting these ceramics. Here is an example of this, the sample used in general. And okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moses. And we want to open the floor for some questions. We have a little time. We could take 1 or 2 questions. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment, ask a question? Carlos, is your hand up, or is that a round of applause?
No, not for me.
Okay. All right, I think I have a hand. Leo, your hand is up. Go right ahead, please.
I would like to make a comment which is not specific of the presentation of Moises, is the fact that when we are talking about the idea of synchrotrons in the region, we have the usually, well, as some people perceive the idea, is that we should have, we are thinking about one synchrotron somewhere, which as a tendency seems to indicate Mexico or at most Colombia for financial reasons. But one element which has been always put very clear in our project is that a synchrotron in the Caribbean could or perhaps should be accompanied by a number of small light or smaller light sources in different places. So the interest existing in Dominican Republic for a specific area could be an argument for one of these ideas. And I think that these are very important because if one wants to have a regional structure, which is of synchrotrons in the region, financed regionally, certain countries whose contribution would not be marginal, I think about Trinidad and Tobago, for example, or Jamaica in the Caribbean, Dominican Republic in the English-speaking, Panama in the continental Central America, certainly would like to have something, and this something could be part of a big structure at the regional level, which has a synchrotron and a number of small laboratories elsewhere. So the idea that there is a line of research in Dominican Republic may be helpful in this direction, and perhaps this could be discussed tomorrow if the Vice Minister of Science confirms his participation.
Thanks, Leo. That's a very important point, I think. And of course, as you know, I'm going to say, and of course, the investment in the facilities for the capacity building that goes with that.
You agree about Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, I suppose.
Of course, something needs to be in Jamaica. I totally agree. And Trinidad and Tobago also. Patrick, your hand is up. Please go right ahead.
Yes. Follow-up question for Moses. So I think cultural heritage studies are very important in that they capture the public's attention and bring science to the public. So my question to Moses is, what do you think the wavelength reach of a synchrotron should be in order to be capable of doing these kind of X-ray spectroscopy studies? Because this question is relevant for what size synchrotron, what energy, and other key parameters. Have you any thoughts on that?
Yes, of course, because you know that wavelength X-ray spectrometry is better in resolution than energy dispersive. of course. And also it's possible to use this in synchrotron radiation. I'm not an expert in synchrotron radiation, but I know that it's possible to use wavelength or also energy dispersion. I completely agree with you. It's better to use wavelength. And there is also another possibility. It's not only X-ray fluorescence. We can use Raman and so on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The more important is that it's non-destructive. And by the way, I want to indicate that also it's possible to use the synchrotron for environmental analysis, trace metal, and the more important now, the rare earths. Everybody is looking at how rare earths. In Dominican Republic, we have, there are some interest from the United States in the rare earths.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Moses. And I see Amal is still here, Patrick, and your point about how crucial this is because the cultural aspect, it pulls the attention of the public and of policymakers. UNESCO, which is in charge of science and culture,
yes.
You know, also we make that point that this is very important and bringing all of these things together. Okay, Moses, everybody, let's join together and say thank you again to Moses. We are, ladies and gentlemen, happy to report that we are moving to our final talk of the day. Or maybe not so happy, maybe you are sad, but don't worry, there is tomorrow. So our final speaker, I'm going to ask Marco. Marco, you're here. So let's begin to see if we can get Marco to load up. See if you can share screen, Marco, while I give your introduction. Marco Flores Barahona, everybody, Professor of Physics, Energy, and Senior Researcher at the National Autonomous University of Honduras, UNAH. He has received numerous awards, including the UNAH Scientific Research Award, and the most recent, the National Academy of Sciences Award for the contribution to the development of research. To close out our day, help me welcome Marco Flores Barahona. Marco, I am still not hearing from you. Leo, can you give him a call for me? He's here in the room.
I see him here.
He's here.
But I'll give him a call.
Okay, and maybe we can ask him to leave and join again as we did before.
Marco. Ah, tienes un problema para compartir la pantalla. Ok, mucha gente lo ha tenido. Haz una cosa, si tienes problema para compartir la pantalla, manda las transparencias directamente, mándalas a mí, yo la mando a quien la mando, le envío. Mándame las transparencias. Mándamela por correo electrónico, por favor.
Leo?
Yes, if you listen to the conversation, he has the usual problem of sharing the screen. I asked him to send me the transparencies, the slides, and as soon as I receive them, I'll
all right, Leo, no problem. No problem. Dr. Min, Zayar Min, I thought I saw your hand going up just when I started to introduce the final speaker. And then you took it down rapidly. Since we have some time, would you like to speak? Dr. Min is one of the young Jamaican scientists in the room, everybody. He's from the University of Technology, not from UWI. So as I said, the inter-university partnership. Dr. Min, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I got a phone call coming in, so I kind of missed the intro.
Okay. Did you have a question or a comment?
Oh, no, I didn't. I was just putting the clapping sign.
Okay. All right. So everybody, Marco's talk is entitled Honduras, State of Scientific Research and the Need for Large Regional Projects. And while we wait on the presentation to come over and start mounting, what I will do, since this is the last talk for the afternoon, I will invite anybody on the floor to make any comment on any of the presentations or just on the mission, our mission that we're on. Of building capacity toward this light source for this region. Anybody? I have a lot to say, but I don't want to be the only one speaking, so. Okay, I would then like to say that, you know, we have learned a lot. We've learned a lot today. We've heard a lot of opportunities for networking, a lot of opportunities for capacity building. We've got lessons on the fundamentals and the advanced scientific principles of synchrotrons and related technologies. We've talked about the economics. And overall, you would say it's been a good day.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I would add also.
Ok, sí, por eso, gente, esperamos solamente a ti.
It's very encouraging to hear from all speakers how much they are willing to support our efforts. So that's always going to help us to move forward as we envision the next steps that we're taking. So it's been a very good day, definitely.
Absolutely. Notwithstanding all the challenges with technology, but this is the nature of these online things, and we will iron these out for tomorrow. Leo, your hand is up. You're muted now, Leo.
Yes, I would like to make a comment along the line of what I said before for UNESCO, but also of what Jorge just said. I think that from this meeting, we could try to have also a kind of resolution, declaration, statement, call as you like, because I believe that the group of people who is participating in this meeting is absolutely outstanding. For example, the position of UNESCO could be taken in this statement or in this declaration or whatever it is, and then saying that we appreciate that the UNESCO shares. And so, I mean, let's try to create conditions to make diplomatically and politically useful the fact that we meet. And now, tomorrow, I don't want to anticipate what I plan to say tomorrow, but something of the thing that I'm going to say tomorrow will go again in this direction. But I would say, if one looks at the participation in this meeting, there were about 70 people, I think, also that have appeared or disappeared in the meeting. I took a note of all the names and so. So about 15 or 20 were speakers, but really there's been a lot of people who have been interested. Now, I think this should not remain just something limited to a group of people who met 3 days, today 1 day on the web and discussed, but should be fostering some concrete result which can be used in different environment. So, for example, it is clear that the presence of Patrick in this meeting is also, a way of conveying to the important US system of synchrotrons what has been said. I think that what is important is that this is not seen as an academic meeting. It did not intend to be an academic meeting. The discussion have not been as an academic meeting, but now the follow-up must be also different from a traditional academic meeting.
Leo, ya te envié la presentación.
Okay, so déjame ver si...
Marco is here.
¿Dónde la enviaste? ¿A
Te la envié
WhatsApp?
al WhatsApp. Al WhatsApp,
Ah,
sí,
io
sí.
pensé che la inviavas, beh, non importa, la rinvio, ok. Well, I sent it to the forum chat so that whoever can take it.
Okay, Lawrence, Carlos.
I have it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay.
And I will, give me 1 second. I am going to share real quick.
Okay, once again, everybody, let's give a round of applause for our final speaker, Marco Flores Barahona, Honduras State of Scientific Research and the Need for large regional projects.
Am I can see both. Did I unshare? Whoops.
Yes,
Sorry.
you did. It was there and then it's gone.
Hold on. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Okay. And then I want to swap. Okay. I think I'm ready.
Okay.
We're seeing two screens instead of only one.
Oh, well, you know what? I think I shared the wrong monitor. Did you do the introduction already, Marvin?
Yes.
I did.
Oh.
1 more second. Hold on.
Lawrence has a technology hub around him there on his desk, everybody. This is
Right. I have too many monitors. That's part of the problem.
Yeah. Okay, perfect, Lawrence.
Okay.
Over to you,
All right.
Mark.
Perfect.
All right. Just say next screen, and then I will advance. Oh,
Okay.
next slide. I'm sorry.
Okay. I will speak in Spanish. I don't know if all of them understand Spanish.
Not everyone.
Not everyone, and not that well. Even in my case, not that well.
Is it possible at all for you to speak in English, Marco?
It's not a very good English.
Oh.
Leo,
All right.
you can want to introduce.
I think if you speak with short sentences, I think that I can translate or Jorge can translate. I mean, so speak with short sentences and we will translate.
Okay. Bueno, en primer lugar, muchas gracias por invitarme a participar en este importante evento. Gracias a los organizadores, ¿no? Y disculpen que se los doy en español.
First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to this important event.
Next. Bien, en Honduras, al igual que en casi toda Latinoamérica, ¿no? Los investigadores no consideran la investigación como un medio de contribuir al desarrollo del país. No tienen planteamientos propios en cuanto a gestionar el desarrollo.
Well, in Honduras, researchers and institutions should consider the research as a tool to contribute to the country development.
Entonces, realmente que no tenemos una política de desarrollo de la investigación científica que esté orientada a metas del país, que busquen desarrollar, resolver problemas sociales. Tenemos que esa cuestión es bastante limitada.
Well, there's need of a policy oriented to face the specific problem of the country, which is not very well developed. I mean, this policy.
Bien, verdaderamente que en nuestro país no se considera la investigación científica como algo para lograr un desarrollo, ¿no? Sino que al no existir políticas y no existir metas de desarrollo científico, entonces no se resuelven problemas nacionales o regionales.
The research is not considered as finalized to the development of the country, and the lack of these goals eventually leads to that the specific problem of the countries are not faced.
Bien, y no necesariamente en la totalidad de las universidades tienen la investigación científica como algo importante dentro del desarrollo científico de la universidad, sino que se ve solamente como uno llevar a la práctica algo que se aprendió durante la carrera profesional.
Universities don't have research as one of the principal functions of them, but instead the university sees its function more as a way of transmitting information in form of lectures.
Perfecto. Bien, sabemos que el progreso científico se muestra en el desarrollo de la industria. Nuestra industria no es propia, nuestra industria es fundamentalmente de maquilas, ¿no?
¿Es what? ¿Qué
maquilas.
No entendí. Well, the scientific progress should reflect in